listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be alright as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that. There's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math, okay? Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen. 255 miles away, and according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we a disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor Flat Earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really Flat Earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict 4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curry point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though. Right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they'd be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion, and it is a religion, it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, oh, well, the perfect shape's a sphere. A metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paperclips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. In perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament, and there is, in fact, approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. There are U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, "We will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a limit on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you could never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, the #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is, which is the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there, that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space. Heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomenon that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's not necessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay, so all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us in Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing. You get perfectly coalesced into spheres where happen to be you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we were like grasshopper inhabitants in the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the Earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe earth model. The sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it's spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is that gas pressure on the earth is contained, and we see too far, the Earth's a topographical planet isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the Earth. That is the next step. Now to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it uses a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change. For all recorded history, Polaris is in the north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar, because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us, like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you just need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the Earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe Earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunked the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane Earth civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model. The reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenilian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,606 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay? So it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the Earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the Earth, why not lie to them about the Earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics for you. You should research it, right? Fly Man's watching. His panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gamma. Alright, I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched to try to prove the earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you know, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone is about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $, went to get to cash at protonmail.com, PayPal if you want to support the tour. I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. Informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth. And actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
That was crazy. Talked so long. Someone's got to send that to me. That's hilarious.
You don't talk that fast anymore.
A lot of people complain about it.
Yeah, I know, because they can't keep up.
Yeah, but sometimes speaking too quickly when you're trying to disseminate information that's new to people, it's kind of tough for them to follow, especially like the second you use a word that they don't understand, their mind gets tripped up and is like, oh, what's this word? And then before they know it, they're a full sentence behind. But yeah.
Well, the great thing about that is they can always pause and rewind, especially if somebody posts that in Livestream voice text right now. They can pick apart every single speedy ass word that was said.
I understand.
Oh, is that
everything
it was
clearly.
that video? Oh, okay. It was the
I don't
video.
know what they're all
that-
talking about. I understand
I
every
don't know
word.
I'm still stuck on disseminate with napalm.
Well, like this is the thing though, Napalm. It's like I don't have 5 hours to explain that. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm not gonna say the same thing. Like, Flat Earth already forces you in such a box of redundancy. It's like, am I supposed to like literally talk like a second grader for 2 hours every single day of my life? It's like that's kind of why I do it. I'm like, bro, either you can go to 0.75 speed or something, bro.
Yeah, no, if it's on video, it's totally different. But I find myself sometimes when I'm in a room with somebody like Zanuck, right? And he just starts just like going so fast and spouting out numbers. You know, if I'm at 10,000 feet and I see an object that's 200 miles in the distance, should be 3 degrees from the elevation, I should know that it should actually be 100 meters and blah, blah, blah. And he just starts throwing numbers and keeps going. Like, I get lost. But yeah, if it's on video, yeah, nobody should have the excuse.
Yeah, and honestly, this was like the peak of the tour, right? So I was like an effie robot. Like I had said everything so many times. It's like literally, dude, I could wake up, like get the sleepy stuff out of my eyes, and just like it was just like so second nature. It's just like I became an effie robot. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Yeah, I can only
For real.
imagine. I can only
You've been
imagine like every single day saying basically the same kind of information over and over and over again for a whole entire year. Like, I can only imagine.
And I
Yeah,
wanted to
it's not
stop,
like-
but it's like how do you change it? Like you have to cover the basics for someone to understand flat Earth. So it's like you have to kind of say the same stuff over and over. Dude, the tour was very exhausting physically and mentally. I'm not gonna lie, it was like, bro, it was crazy.
Yeah, but you got to see the whole country, right?
No, I know. I'm not complaining. Like, I got to see the whole United States. It was cool.
Mic check. Am I working?
You're on.
I think we should offer any Glober wants to 30 minutes. That was about 30 minutes of Austin, right? So if they've got a Globe rebuttal to any of his points, please come in here and we got wide open airwaves. If you can rebut anything he said, y'all go ahead.
That was actually that was a Facebook Live I did in the RV because I was just really busy and I kept getting I like for some reason I had all these Globe trolls and like these like I don't remember what video went viral, like my guide sense video or something, but it brought a bunch of normies to follow my page, like asking like the stupid straw man questions. And I was tired of going back and forth, so I just went live and like shotgunned it. And I guess Taboo found it, or Dave posted it, then Taboo found
Do we need to set that to a drill beat?
it. Dude, I have people, they'll listen to that whole thing and then they'll like critique I like over exaggerated the amount of military documents. I said like hundreds. And they're like, oh man, nothing said hundreds. I'm like, dude, if I just talked that fast for 20 straight minutes and you got one thing you can say I said wrong, then you should just shut up.
And that probably has hundreds anyway.
You're pretty spot on for the straw man arguments. Anytime I've ever talked about flat Earth to anybody, first thing they ever say is like, "Well, are the other planets flat?" It's like, come on, man. It's like, or they'll be like, "Well, why haven't you fallen off yet?" It's like, well, you have to go like hundreds, thousands of miles out in order to, just see the ice wall, and then, like that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and like honestly, I think there could be just like infinite water beyond the ice wall. That's my opinion, but
Yeah,
so I just think it's pretty.
Can I propose that we remove the term ice wall from all FE discussions?
Sounds great. I'll go with it. What?
I'm 100%. Listen, I'm 100% with that, and also stop saying dome.
Agree.
I'm gonna always say firmament. So you're gonna have to fight me.
Just say celestial sphere.
Listen, you do so much work. You do so much work.
What about physical barrier? I like physical barrier because it illustrates.
Hold on.
How about
Don't say celestial sphere. That means something completely
That guy was clearly talking.
Hold on. So Witsit does enough work where I'm not going to come against him on that. Everybody, Witsit is the only one who can use the term dome. I'm just kidding.
I say firmament more so.
Yeah. That's a decent one for sure compared to dome, because they don't want to say the word firmament because they know that it implies something that might be true. But if they say dome, they can make it sound like a Simpsons episode.
Dome.
What?
Question. So
only use dome. Only use dome and a beat. The dome.
all right, so I got a question. What would be a good source to find more information on the firmament? 'Cause, I mean, it talks about it most. It does talk about it in most ancient religions, but I'm talking about from a more modern sort of scientific standpoint. What would be a good point? Like, what would be a good starting point to learn more about that?
Very, very difficult to answer that question because like we're not allowed to go there. I mean, there are some military documents that talk about like the how you determine the brightness of the firmament and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just very closed off. So I mean, how would you really be able to get info on it? We know it's like a physical necessary antecedent to the gas pressure, and that's kind of it. All these ancient civilizations they said were dumb, but were more advanced than us. All said that it was there. So I mean, just kind of combination of things. But to get to the specifics, good luck, man.
Yeah, there's no scientific or empirical evidence for it. It's just like the logical inference based off of gas pressure here.
Which is the kind of point I was trying to make when I compared it to the background medium. Like it's like, and people got so triggered. I'm like, well, like when Globers are like, can I go touch this dome? Can you show me a picture? Where's it at? What's it made of? How thick is it? Well, where's it stop? It's like we don't know any of those answers, but we still know that there's something there. And people got really triggered. So I compared that to like wave-like movement needing a medium. But yeah, it's just a lot like logical evidence is substantial, right? Like if there's no viable alternative to a logic postulation, then that is definitive. That is very substantial evidence. We shouldn't like confine ourselves to, oh no, you can't. Oh no, if I can't physically manipulate naturally occurring,
Yeah, Witsit, how does it feel to be less than 48 hours from being sacrificed on the altar of the scientific method?
I think it's awesome because the entire time that they talk about science, they're not rebutting me because I literally said it's not scientifically verifiable before I started. But we know that's what it's going to be. It's just going to be science, science, science. So it's like, okay, I don't care. That's effectively no rebuttal. May my sacrifice live on for ages.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, we can only use terminology that kind of equates it to physicality because we lack the terminology to properly describe it. So that's all they're trying to do is attack something like the term medium, meaning that it has to be physical.
Yeah. That's what they're going to say. They're going to say like non-manifest medium is stupid. I can present their argument better. So, I mean, it's like, whatever. If you think you're going to teach me your argument, I don't care. I know that may sound arrogant. I'm sorry if it does, but
right. Well,
honestly how I feel.
They'll do that, but then out of the other side of their mouth, talk about things like quantum fields.
Bro, or they're like, light's not a wave. It's a particle. Oh, really? Did you have to use a man-made device to determine that? Oh, damn.
Well, I wouldn't even infer that it's either of those things, right? It's measured in terms of waves, right? Meaning that we meter it in some type of wave form.
Yeah. Like that's what they're going to do, right? They're going to say that I said light is a wave. And dude, literally 5 times I said waves aren't things. They're just descriptions of types of movement. So movements of what? They're going to literally strawman me the whole time. Yep. So it's like whatever. Like light's a wave. Which it's dumb. He said light's a wave. Well, his premise is wrong from the beginning. That's an inaccurate presupposition from the beginning. Lights aren't waves. Light's not wave. I'm like, I didn't say that. I literally said that waves aren't things. So like what? What are you
going on to debate or something?
No, we had a little bit of an issue on FED because they asked me my opinion on ether. And I said, well, it's not scientifically verifiable, and I disagree with flat earthers that pretend that it's been scientifically proven, but it's just a logical metaphysical framework. And, the necessary antecedent to propagation is a medium, blah, blah, blah. And I guess, Oakley freaked out, and now they're, quote-unquote, annihilating the ether on Ballbuster Saturday. So it won't be directly aimed at me because QE and I are boys, but it's going to be like basically aimed at me because it's going to be everything I said, So I guess, yeah, Ballbusters just doing a show, quote unquote, decimating the ether, which I think is awesome because I want everyone to get their best arguments out. You take your little illusory victory laps, and then I'm just going to come back on YouTube and effortlessly rebut all of it.
Yeah, it sounds cool. You already made it pretty clear what you think about the ethers. Why can't they derive it from that?
Yeah.
Witsit?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hey.
I watched like 2-3 days ago Nathan's show live, and I even cut that part. He apologized on the end of the flat earth debate. He has apologized publicly to you and to Paul because he said even if you're not agree with the ether, it was not good how he behaved with you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because I gave him an ultimatum to publicly walk it back within a week or I was going to ruin him. That was my exact quote. And then QB pretty clearly talked to him and told him to apologize. And then a lot of people in his comments came back at him, and he got kickback. So for optics sake, he said, I'm not going to say that's the only reason. I appreciate it. I think that it's going to definitely change how intense I get if I rebut him. But, it's just, I'll just say that if 90% of your apology is incorporated with how you were right, then it's not as sincere as an apology as it may come across. But I do appreciate the general sentiment. I know that it's easier said than done to publicly apologize like that. Take some humility, even if someone else had to talk in doing it. And I do appreciate that.
I will tell you from my position. I love you both, and it's like his even better sentence was that he said this particularly, that you are doing even more than him in a sense of the flat earth, and it will be disgraceful even if you disagree with Ether that he said anything. And he said, sorry, my English is not good. He said somehow that not nobody can say against you anything, even if you disagree with Ether, because he pointed out that you're doing so much things for the flat earth that even he is not doing like you.
Yeah, but that's true. But and I appreciate it. But again, like, he told me actually that I was an embarrassment to flat Earth, and then said it again, and then put a YouTube short out, a little out of context misrepresentation of me. Then did like entire show still talking about strawman versions of what I said. And then in the comment sections, once I stood up for myself against the short, he once again said, I said it once and I'll say it again, you're an embarrassment to flat Earth. So what gave him, so that's, you lose the excuse of I just got caught up in the moment. This was 2 days later when you put a short out, you said I'm an embarrassment to flat Earth. So why the sudden change of heart, bro? All of a sudden, I'm not only not an embarrassment, but I'm maybe even doing more flat Earth than he is. What?
I think it's not only you, it's it. I don't know. I'm watching him like for 3-4 years. It was with everyone. Every time you can have somebody back up the claim, blah blah blah. He is becoming like that, and that's what he need to work. That's my opinion, but I will not tell him. He need to work on that. That some kind to need to make a break, and to not attack the people in a sense.
Yeah. But whenever you ask someone to come into a conversation, and then you ask for their opinion, and they tell you, well, it's just my opinion. It's limited to speculation. It's a logical framework. And then you berate them as if they made a definitive scientific claim. I mean, come on, man. Like, that's just very childish. So it's whatever. It's like, I just know one thing. Like, I'm over the drama, but everywhere I go, people bring it up. You know what I'm saying? And it's all good. But I'm just going to start my YouTube channel and elevate beyond it. I don't care. I don't it's all good. I'll just say, this is what I say to everyone. Anyone that's honest will really soak this in, and it makes my point. It elucidates what I'm saying very well. If Nikola Tesla jumped on flat Earth debate, Nikola Tesla, like one of the most genius people in modern time. If he jumped on flat Earth debate, and he said, "Oh, I'm coming up with a new dynamic theory of gravity, and I'm going to harness energy from the ether," they would have berated and insulted that dude, told him that he was stupid, muted him, banned him, made fun of him. Arlen would be in the background talking about, "You're a dumbass." It's Nikola Tesla, bro. He went and invented the AC generator, and that's how we have electricity. So if that doesn't really put it into perspective, I don't care what anyone has to say. You can't say anything back. They would have berated Nikola Tesla and called him stupid. And Nikola Tesla is the only reason that we're talking on Discord right now. So,
where does the energy from an AC induction motor come from?
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just I have to wait till you say where it comes from, and I can tell you that you're not allowed to say that, but I don't have to actually answer questions. Don't get carried away. You see, I was trying to be so nice too. I was like, look, I get it. Like, it's your own prerogative. Like, if you don't want to answer the question, that's fine. And so that's why I kept saying, well, you're just not answering the question, though. But like, it's fine. Like, if someone's like, well, this falls outside of scientific verifiability, so we shouldn't discuss it, or I'm not going to talk about it, that's fine. I don't care. I'm not like mad at you. I don't want to fight you. You're not my enemy. I'm not going to start making YouTube videos about you. Whatever, bro. You don't have to talk about it. But if you're just going to like tell other people they're not allowed to talk about it and shit on them and then bully them, but then you can't even address the subject. I mean, that's just way off, bro. That's so unfounded and ridiculous and primitive. And it's just going to result in like intellectual stagnancy. So I don't know. I couldn't be more on the other side of this. And if anyone knows me, I'm not going to cuck from saying what I want to say. Like, dude, federal officers converged on me and I didn't stop talking about what I wanted to talk about. You think that like someone on the internet's going to make me cuck? Like, come on.
Even I can tell you that it's not only Nathan. I think that all that server, it's like that. Even Arvin will, even who is other one, the Scottish guy, Brian. He will jump on you, because of that. They jumped the other days because of Nottingham, because the guy who is on the street was presenting everything, but plus it was something about chakras,
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, here's the deal, man. Dude, Arwen's the worst of them, because as Oakley's trying to apologize, he's like trying to stop him, telling him not to do it. It's like, dude,
that was for me very bad. Like, what the fuck you want now? No, he cannot claim that. Okay, he did it, and what the fuck now? On the end, if he's that one point, what is it? Neither proven nothing on the end with the shape. Can you listen this guy? What he said in, for example, this video, what we were listening in a half hour ago. Can you listen that? And then you put that ether stuff. Okay, I don't like also that ether stuff, but I don't care. I can swallow that. That's for me. Maybe also how many Bob because Bob likes to go into everything. When I was watching Bob Boston in the time 3-4 years ago, he want to watch in everything. And I like him because of that. I cannot hate him because he wants to find out. And he's maybe claiming something, maybe. But not like that. I don't know. That is somehow like let's give you lose against the globe or that kind of shit. For me, that doesn't.
Well, why do you think more people listen to that show? Why do you think more people listen to Globebusters? It's very obvious why.
No,
because we cover a different subject every week.
You have.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god!
Because it has a cooler name.
Well, it's because we talk about different stuff. It's not like if you went to Globebusters, you couldn't predict the first 30 minutes verbatim. So, I mean, it's to each their own, right? Like, I have defended, dude, I've already said this so many times. I've defended Flat Earth debates to the panel of Globebusters so many times. And I walked everyone off the ledge as the behind-the-scenes peacekeeper. Went and talked to Oakley, went and talked to QE, went and talked to Chocolate, went and talked to the whole FED panel, right? Because I'm the one that keeps it real. I go on the panel and talk to all of them. Then I go over to my panel and talk to all of them. I say, we don't need to start some infighting, crazy war. It looks stupid. It's just going to deter people away from Flat Earth. They're going to come around and then go stupid, lame, nerdy, toxic bullshit. I couldn't blame them. And I'm like, this is just stupid. We shouldn't be like that.
I was there when you were coming, let's say, I cannot remember, 4 or 5 years ago. And you were so many times speaking with the QE and asking, because in the time, I remember you didn't know almost, many things, but you didn't know, and you wanted information, and you said, can you tell me about this? Can you tell me about that? And I remember all that time, you was questioning everything,
Yeah.
But Globebusters,
I just want to know if you're arguing. Right, but think about this, right? So if your argument is you can't talk about it unless it's scientifically verified, then you can't talk about natural law because that's not science. Natural law is observation. So what's the independent variable that you manipulated to verify entropy? Oh, no one knows the independent variable for entropy. Oh, that's not science. We can't talk about it. Okay, so light's not a wave. Cool, that's a straw man. No one said it is. I said 5 times that wave is not a thing. So what are you talking about? Well, literally, what are you talking about? You're talking about something that isn't even relevant. It's called a non sequitur. It's called a straw man fallacy. But okay, so light's not a wave. It's a particle. Really? How'd you prove that? Oh, well, we set up this little experiment with a bunch of man-made stuff. Oh, where's the naturally occurring detector of particles? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's just pick and choose. We pick and choose our standard. You know what I'm saying? That's my problem. It's intellectually bankrupt. It's stupid and contradictory doublespeak. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I don't care. I disagree with it, but it's fine. But like, bro, like I thought for sure that this would be be over, right? Where it's like when someone like puts their whole livelihood on pause and like spends tens of thousands of dollars just to try to go around and talk about flat Earth, whether or not you disagree with the ether on him should be really pretty trivial, right? Like I just figured that we'd be way beyond this at this point, and we're clearly not.
Yeah, listen, the audience isn't stupid. They know that this is some high school or middle school drama at best, and I hope it goes away soon.
Yeah, if you don't want to talk
about
about it, if you don't want to talk about it, mute yourself.
But just in general, like, it's what's also funny is that panel doesn't even all agree with each other. But see, this is the thing. I try not to do drama. I try not to bring up people or what they told me in confidence or stuff like that. But it's like with the incoherent dielectric acceleration, it's like we got people that are huge QE fanboys running around talking about how stupid I am for that, and they don't even know what QE thinks about it. So it's like, I just think it's funny, bro. It's just funny. It's like I got berated for talking about electrostatics on FED, and now I've been berated for talking about the ether. Dude, no one can rebut what I say about either one of them. So it's like, whatever. You can say, oh, well, I don't want to talk about it. Where's it naturally occurring? Bumblebees, beetles, spider ballooning, lightning. Oh, no. It's like, it's just stupid, bro. It's just, hey, bro.
Listen,
I think that everyone needs to chill out, bro, because if anyone is thinking about me, bro, okay, there will be a point in time where I now feel the need to set the record straight. And I go pretty hard when I do that. If anyone does happen to watch my content, it's happened a couple times. I don't want to do that, but like, you kind of force me to do it. I mean, what am I supposed to do? I'm not a bitch. I'm not just gonna sit here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not gonna happen. Mm-hmm. So it just sucks. It sucks.
It sucks that like. I'm not saying who's to blame, what's to blame, whatever. It just sucks that there's still this playground drama that goes on between adults with serious topics. It's like, and not only that, in my opinion, since it's pretty much off of the Earth measures flat topic, it's like someone is letting this go off into the weeds now, and it's strange, right? It's counterproductive. But I hope it, like I said, I hope it ends soon. No matter who's to blame or who continues with it or what the fuck ever. It's principles over personalities, I think.
Yeah, because in the end, it's not about us. On the end.
Yeah, and it's
so
like
you guys just want to talk about the same. I mean, this is the thing. I'm just saying that some of us don't want to literally just talk about the same exact thing all day, every day. Like, dude, I became infatuated with flat Earth because of magnetism. I already knew the Earth was flat. I tried to wake people up around me. People wouldn't listen. I'm like, okay, right. But then I started looking at magnetism, and I started looking into electrical field theory and how it was thrown away because of heliocentrism. And I became infatuated with it because it's like we're still in a primitive confinement of electricity, all this stuff, and like we've been lied to about magnetism, and look what Tesla was actually saying. Some of us we want to learn stuff that we're being lied to about on a greater level. And dude, that's everyone's own prerogative. Jesus Christ. It's flat Earth. It's not football. It's not like we're picking our favorite football team, so only those who like football are involved. It's the Earth. Everyone lives on the Earth. We have all kinds of different personalities, all kinds of different interests, all kinds of different topics, all kinds of different things. So, it's just an overall awakening from stepping away from pseudoscience, where philosophy and bullshit pseudoscience was portrayed as science and definitive fact, and now we want to step away from that. We want to figure out what the truth is. Right? And it's like, that's it. It's like, yo, there's going to be all kinds of different opinions within that. Like, think about it when a new person comes over here and they hear me talking to you guys about this right now. They're like, bro, I got a life. I can't deal with this. They go to FED, they just hear this. Like, in FE drama, they're like, what the hell is this? Weird, lame. Like, it's such bad optics.
Yep.
But anyway. You guys.
I think it's more of the show part of his side. You know what I mean on the FED.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like the information is what's at stake. It's like whether or not somebody's a numpty dipshit pretender clown. Like if I'm out there looking for excuses to call someone a pretender clown because of something that they're looking into. that it doesn't look good optically. It doesn't matter if he thinks it's wrong or she thinks it's wrong or whatever. The argument itself looks bad. It just looks fucking sloppy to me.
I like I said, I think it's more of the show aspect of the FED and QE show, just because. I mean, do you want to go? Does anybody of us go in there just to listen to the same basic questions over and over and over again? There has to be a little drama to get our attention to. Oh, let's go see what the hell.
I agree. Elbow, it's the show must go on. Also, I agree with that.
Exactly.
The show must go on, right, QE?
Hello.
Oh my God.
Hello there. I've been listening and thinking, and it's interesting to me that it's sort of as if this community is going to survive or die on the cross of ether, which was the same scenario, same situation at the dawn of the 19th century, where the old view of the cosmos, which included the ether, ran against the materialists' view that it was purely material, accidental, random, and couldn't have an underlying, almost metaphysical aspect of how reality is made. Because I think that ether also points to God. Whereas even quantum physics can exist in a world without God. What do you think?
Agreed with everything
I
you
agree
said
100%. That's why I'll never stop.
And I think that's
Everything
why
points
it's
to
so
God.
emotional for people. Even if they pretend or declare themselves to be theists, nonetheless, they are raised in a materialistic worldview. And science, to be scientific, is to be materialistic. And so to be respected, to be accepted, is to be scientific, quote unquote. And so to even admit that there might be the possibility of ether is to already go into the realm of the spiritual and mix it up with the fabric of reality. And I think that's why there's such a visceral reaction against it, as there was at the beginning of the last century. Anyway,
Maybe.
that's
But either way, it's very well said.
Yeah, I agree. Well said. That's why I'm so passionate about it, because I think it's, immense evidence for the creator, like the metaphysical ability where we live and like how magnificent it is, like realism or the kind of.
You're breaking up, but
I was just saying that's what the trick was materialism, and that's the whole entire trick. That's the whole deception. So I'm not going to cut to materialism.
Well, I just think you gotta do it like they do in the rap world, man. He just hit you with with his little hit track. You gotta hit him back with yours. Have a little back and forth.
Yeah, I actually thought about literally dropping one, dude. But I don't know if I want to take it to that level. But yeah, just stay tuned. That's all I'll say.
I was saying he threw the first blow, man. So I mean that's. I mean I put it like this. He does have little show background or whatever. What do you call that? Entertainment background. So he kind of probably trying to do this on purpose.
Yeah, because it clicks. I know.
Right.
With it, I want to ask you, like an ignorant now question about ether. Like ignorance, I would imagine, like, is it that something mixed together with the gas pressure, air, gases, magnetism, electricism, and more other stuff. What I don't know. And all that together we call ether.
All of
QE,
that
don't
is
tell me.
within the
QE,
ether.
listen, man, shit, I gotta say this. QE, don't tell me you're gonna interrupt the entire flat Earth conversation for 5 minutes so that you can get some clicks for a little clickbait. Holy shit, bud.
Fuck, it's me, Sasha. What the fuck you're saying?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to QE because he's the one who started this.
Not in here.
No, I only
Oh, he's
wanted to
listening. Yeah, don't think he's not listening.
Am I
Well,
wrong?
the
Is
answer
that
is that
thinking?
all of it is within the ether. All that stuff you named is just within it. If you have a easel and you're going to make a painting, you have the background. Everything you paint is all the stuff you talked about. Tesla said it like if you have a lake and you threw a rock in it, the ripples would be everything that we experience in the physical world. The lake itself would be the ether. It's just the background that sustains all that phenomena because it cannot be within nothingness, as that is clearly asinine and incoherent. I actually have to run to Home Depot. What's that?
I'm putting that everything in container. That I mean, and that cannot go out.
Yeah, there has to be a background medium, bro. But I have to run to Home Depot, so I'll catch up with you guys. I'll just say stay tuned. I don't even want to be too toxic, since this has gotten a little toxic. So I'll catch up with you guys on the flip.
Ether is coming from outside of the container, from the input into the container. Before the gases, before the build of the system, it's the centerpiece causing that effect into the system.
Maybe.
That's claim, Jamsey.
There is a structural build outside of the container. It's not a claim.
That's a claim. You don't know that.
Yes, I do.
Know that.
Yes,
No.
I do. Yes.
You don't know that. Jamsey.
Yes. Yes.
That means that.
Wow, you think you see the sun and that's the limit of this place? That the sun? No, the sun. Look, that's the source of everything. The sun. No.
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I don't know what is behind.
The sun, the luminaries are effects that are being caused, and there is a source of that. There is a construct beyond the sun and the luminaries, and the ether is part of that. The ether is still an effect. It's not the source. It's still part of the effects in the system. But it's like when you're having what was it? People build forget the name of this thing. You know, the sealed container that people put plants in it.
Like a terrarium.
Yeah, like a terrarium, but you have the light outside of the terrarium, and the light is inputted into the system of the terrarium, even though the terrarium is sealed.
Greenhouse.
You could say greenhouse as well, but yeah, there is whatever is going on inside the terrarium, but there is an input from outside of the terrarium.
Or you mean like an ecosystem?
It's worth pointing out they all fall into the category of closed systems. So the Earth is a closed system, terrarium is a closed system, and a greenhouse, if well sealed, is a closed system where heat and energy can go in, but matter does not go in or out.
Well, this system is a bit more complicated than the terrarium, but the analogy stands because there is an input from outside of it.
Yeah, so that's a closed system as opposed to an open system, which is what we were taught in school, which, or also as opposed to an isolated system. It's not an isolated
Closed
system.
system, regardless of what anybody says or does. How's that sound?
No, we cannot just completely define it as just one thing. It's not a word. This place is not a closed system word on a piece of paper, a definition. That's not what this place is.
So what's
how's it not?
closed system?
What?
Oh, Gemsy, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying it's just that. I'm just saying it is that.
Me too. Correct.
But there is an input from the outside of the system. So yeah, that's what I'm saying.
How do you know that?
Look up. You see?
No,
Look up.
no. Look up is
Yeah.
what Globers do. How do you know that?
No,
When did you test it?
Actually, everybody can look up. Even you.
When did
Are
you
you a
test
Glober?
it, Jamsey? When you're making wild claims. When did you test it?
Are you a Glober?
I guess you can't answer the question. Thanks.
Guys, I'm going to point out, I don't think you guys are having a coherent argument, either of you.
Okay.
I don't
Well,
think either
I'm
of you have
gonna
a
get back
coherent
to what I was doing. So here, Jamsey, make yourself look stupider.
Shut the fuck up.
What do you mean by look up, Gemsy?
What do you mean? But he said only Glovers look up. Don't you
No,
have to? Have you looked
stop,
up?
stop. No, listen to me. You said input can come into it, meaning are we talking material, matter?
I'm saying the input of energy into the system that we can see, obviously.
That could still be a closed system because a closed system
I'm not
can.
saying it's not a closed system. It's a dynamic system, right? And we don't know the parameters of it, right? That we live in a sealed system or in a container, right? From the outside of the container, there is an input into the system. I said that many times.
Yes, but what we're saying is still a closed system. Energy can be transferred.
I said that the energy can't be transferred.
No, the energy can be transferred, but you said input meaning material. That's why we were like, what? That's what they're saying. Prove that. But what you're saying, the light source, which is heat and whatever, that still will be a closed system, and it's not input but energy.
Yeah, an energy input. Yeah, it's still an input. It is an input.
Energy.
Into
Right.
the system.
When you said input, I thought you were talking about material,
Yeah, but
matter coming in and out.
you imagining that. You imagine I said what you imagine. I'm talking about, like I said, the terrarium, the light outside of the terrarium, the light bulb outside of the terrarium is inputting the light into the terrarium. That's what I was referring to.
Okay. I mean, that's why I think that's what he thought you were trying to say, that matter
Yeah,
can still
because
come in.
he always imagining things.
I think you were not just too clear, though. I think that's what it was. You weren't clear
Whatever,
enough.
but Glassflow always want to jump in the middle of whatever I said, because he said that we only can talk about the ground. We cannot talk about the what's coming, what's happening in the sky, but that only Globers talk about the things that we observe in the sky. So we can talk
Gemsy,
about
I
that.
don't think that's what he meant, Gemsy. I think he was trying to say something else.
This is how I understood it. I understood what Gemsy was saying, and I understood the protest to that as that maybe the sun is within the system. You know, that it's not input from outside. Maybe it's just within the system. That's how I understood it.
The input could be the sun. What we observe of the sun could be one of the layers in the system. Yeah, it could be at the top layer, the ceiling, like a light on the ceiling. It could be, but that's not the source of that input. The sun is not the source
of the light.
Yeah, the sun. It's the ceiling, and above the ceiling there is other layers and other mechanisms that are the cause of the sun. The sun is a result of the.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We don't really know what the cause of the sun.
Are you gonna tell me what I can say or not? You join this channel and say whatever the fuck you want, Orion. You gonna tell me I cannot say whatever I want?
I'm just saying, let's not get ahead of ourselves, dude.
I want him to say more. I want him to expound on it because I don't understand what he means exactly. Go ahead, Gemsy. What do you mean?
So think about the terrarium.
That's such a you thing to say, percent.
Don't take it personally, man. I'm actually genuinely interested in what he has to say.
So think about the terrarium, right? And the glass of the terrarium. And if you're inside the terrarium and you see the light let's say a reflection of the light in the terrarium, right? You see kind of like a light coming through the glass of the terrarium, and you think, oh, look, the sun inside the terrarium.
I got you.
But outside of the terrarium is the source of the light that you see in the glass.
And you're saying it could be like that? Definitely.
That is how it is.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say that's how it is. You can't possibly like verify it, but I can see like how it's plausible.
That's how it is. It could be like that, yeah.
Yeah, it could definitely be like the sun is the specular highlight of whatever is outside shining in. That's possible.
He said,
I mean, you got that. You got the need for most light needing, like, some sort of like when you have light bulbs and everything, like you still have the thing that's illuminating and refracting the light, so that it's not just like a culminated light source, but it's like spread out.
Elijah.
What you mean that's how it is? How did you provide proof of that? Did you go there? You're saying that's what you saying that's what it is, but you're making a definitive claim. You're making a definitive claim. Where's the evidence of that?
So what?
So where's the evidence of that?
Where's the evidence?
Therefore, I could say just gravity. Shit falls down.
No, because I'm not begging the question.
You are. You're telling me that this is how it is because that's how it's supposed to be because they're there. Therefore, there. You can look up.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Show me.
You're talking faster than you're listening because you mad.
No, I'm not mad. I'm just saying you're making a claim.
So then let me talk.
Go ahead. Speak.
Right. So not only do you have the sun, but you also have rainbows or sunspots. Choose your pick. You call that conical refraction if you were pointing a laser through a prism or biaxial crystal. So I'm saying that's what it is because you have these different phenomena that come from a single thing, light being propagated through a medium that refracts light. So, I mean, if there's another option, that's great. I'd like to hear it.
The sun is a source of light, and there it is. I mean, we have.
The sun is an effect.
So are rainbows and sunspots divorced from the same source, or what?
I'm sorry.
They'd be produced by the source.
Right.
Elijah, I'm saying that we can have rainbows only if light going through some medium or whatever.
I mean, that's typically the case. Yeah.
Okay.
When you have light,
I'm asking,
when you have the light spectrum broken up, that's the only.
Yeah, I didn't look into that. I'm asking like ignorant.
Yeah.
No, I'd typically be like, no, I'm not making a claim. I think the sun is rainbow. I mean, I think the sun is a laser, but who could know? I typically would say that, but I'm also willing to defend it dogmatically. El Barico.
I understand. I mean, you create a rainbow from a freaking light bulb or light, strong enough light, and a mirror,
Exactly.
But you can't say, well, it's the sun is on the other side of the glass, saying, and that's the reason why. It still needs to
you
be
just gave
right.
me. You just gave me all examples of effects of light through a medium.
Yes, but you're saying what he's saying is the light source is in the outside.
Yeah.
Show
that's
me
the only way that
show me a mirror with the light source behind it.
I didn't say it was a mirror. I didn't say it was a mirror. A medium for light to propagate, break up, refract through. It could also be a mirror, sure. Or a mirror could also be a part of that, sure.
That would show me
Yeah,
a mirror that
as
shines to the
a result, there is a mirroring effect. The observations that we do from the ground, you can when you see some of the effects, there is a mirroring effect that is happening as well. So it's a combination of things. It's not one thing happening. It's a whole structure, a whole build that is causing the effects that we observe. And part of that,
It's
the sun and the moon have effects.
it's crazy because we talk to people all the time about like, well, water's obviously level whenever you experience it. Like why you can't just take the simplicity of how reality presents itself. But then when it comes to the sun, it's like, oh, that's this thing. Like, no, it's a light, like everything else. That's how we made lights, probably, by wondering how the fuck does this thing illuminate everything? Like, how can I do that? That's probably how that started. I don't really know. I'm just speculating, of course. But it's a light. So when I say the effects of what light through some solid material do, and then we see those effects, it's like that's an antecedent relationship at least. Like for real, like that. Like I don't want to say this is a true analogy between not even analogy like, between a light source in the sky that we don't know particularly what it is, and it causing conical refractive effects, and using a light source and some refractive material to literally do the same thing. Like, so it's not like I'm pulling it out of my butt.
Personally, I think the sun is the light source. It's like a warm lamp. And if anyone were to claim that it's not actually the source and it's like reflecting the like reflection of a source or something like that that's above it or whatever else, I would want evidence for it.
Hey,
Yeah, it looks like it if you have like binoculars and you look at it. Obviously, not when it's like super crazy, but like just when it's coming in, um, coming in near the horizon, and you can see it coming in. And as much as you can possibly watch the discs in the sky, when you see how it looks through thick layers of clouds, like it legitimately does look like what a laser would do if it was beaming through something. Like it
people
looks
say
like. I'm not saying that's what it is.
when in the system that we're standing right inside this system, we see the bigger light source is the sun, right? But when the sun goes away and you don't see the sun anymore, and you see the moon, you see the stars, you see the planets, you see all the phenomena of light, and you even see this cloud that people call the Milky Way, right? And you see all that light coming from there. Are you saying that the sun is the light source of that as well?
No.
Exactly. So the sun is one light out of many lights. So it's not the source of the light that we see.
That's a false dichotomy. You can have multiple light sources.
Well, there's also like because when I look at how some of the planets and the moon are in the same phase, quote unquote, and it seems to be almost proportionate all the time to the direction of the sun. Like that's a real that's what it looks like. Like you
It
can't
looks
deny
like
that.
light
So I think that really the source is like somewhere up there, and then the sky is a backdrop, which things like shine through.
Exactly.
Like, so
Yeah.
if there was one source and it was on over here, then the sun, is doing its thing through that. I don't want to say whole, because at the same time, I think it's really more like a looking glass, something like that. But it just, I don't know. It could be the, who knows? Now I'm getting too far. I don't know shit. But when it comes to the light, for sure, one thing I can say is the way people picture the sun, like especially when I say it, you imagine it looking the way that it particularly looks, like usually looks. But it doesn't look like that. Like it doesn't look like that through clouds. It doesn't look like that through when you filter it out, it looks like a very small dot. Now, that's what a light shining through something like plexiglass would look like. If you could cut down the glare and see the source, that's what it would look like. I think.
the sun is a window to heaven, bro. The source of the light. Yes.
Nah. But I think it's just an orb in the sky. I mean, that's what I see it.
Yeah, me too. But let's go with what they're saying.
Are you saying that
if
the
there's
sun
holes
is
in the ceiling and that light is shining through, then two questions. Number one, how do you explain the variance in colors? And number two, what about the things that happen like annually, like Pleiades, like these meteor showers that happen only at specific times? Does the hole open up?
Different movements, like different parts of the sky it's not all connected. That's why the moon can be in the sun's daytime and it can be in its nighttime. Because it's on a different, it could be that the sky moves differently and there are different layers, and that when there's different colors of light, it could be shining through different layers of the sky. Could be, I don't know. Could be though. Because when you think about not a meteor, but what do you call those? Comets. That looks exactly like what I'm talking about. Light through a hole, except it just looks off focus. So that's why you can see the little tail or glare. Like, I mean, I live in the city. I see that all the time, but I don't call it comets. I just call it the lights in the sky.
Yes.
Not in the sky. I mean, like off of the buildings that shine these big like lights that project for many feet. Yeah, when it's like all smoky and shit, especially, you can see the trail of light. It looks exactly like a comet.
And percentage, you also know the phenomena of meteor showers, right? The sun is one out of 6 radiant sources where all sporadic meteors come from. So the sun is one of those radiant sources. It's not the only one.
Can't believe you think that you know that.
Say that again. The sun is a source of meteor showers?
One out of 6 radiant sources. Specific points in the sky from where all sporadic meteors come from. It's called radiance. And when people are trying to, let's say, look to the phenomena that we label as meteor showers, there is 6 specific points in the sky from where all meteors come from, what we call the sporadic meteors, that phenomena.
Are you saying that meteors come from the sun?
Shut up. There is other phenomena that we see in the sky that is similar to sporadic meteors, but the one that you were referring to, meteor showers, those are called sporadic meteors. All of those come from 6 radiant sources, 6 specific points in the sky.
Okay, well, I wasn't talking about sporadic ones. Crazy. I was talking about the regularly recurring ones, like Pleiades was the example I gave, which wouldn't be.
Yeah, Pleiades, right. So Pleiades, that area. So the sun is one of the radiant sources, and around Pleiades, there's another radiant source, and there is 5 more. So the sun is one of the radiant sources.
Okay, so it's Pleiades, not sporadic then?
What?
It's not just sporadic meteors; it's also specific meteors.
There is, like I'm telling you, there is sporadic meteors, and then there is other ones that look similar but are a bit different, because there is multiple phenomena that some people label the same, but when you actually look at it, they look a little different. So there is multiple phenomena.
But just for clarification, sporadic meteors are the ones that aren't the regular recurring ones. They sporadically happen.
sporadic meteors are the most common one. When you see a meteor showers, and when you see
I'm not saying it's not common. My question was specifically
No,
about the ones.
we just told him. He just told you it's the sporadic.
I guess it doesn't really matter. Either way, my question still stands, which is how are they happening?
I heard it. But first, that wasn't how you led your question here, so I'm going to answer to what you were saying. Well, you're like, these sporadic things, is this typical? Well, that would make sporadic a misnomer in a sense, right? But
that was a side point.
Jim Z, I know it's a side point. So since somebody brought us down this side road, I'm gonna fucking speak on it. Like he's literally telling you that this particular phenomena comes at 6 different points in the sky, the one sky we all live under. That's weird as fuck. Not weird, but weird in the sense that it happens all the time. It's not random. It just happens at these locations.
When we say 1 of 6 spots, how big is a spot in terms of the 360 degrees of the sky? How big is each part that we're talking about?
That's a good question. I can show you some graphics about, because there's research about it, and then there is people that do observations, and they all, when they want to look at the sporadic meteor phenomena, they all point at some points of the sky, which is been labeled by many people. They name it different. They give it different names depending on the places that you are, but the research labeled them as radiant sources, and then other people, you say Pleiades, right? So around that region of the sky, that's one of those radiant sources. So what was your question again?
So the root question was, when you have these like meteors or shooting stars or whatever they are, whether recurring or sporadic, how would that work with this notion that the ceiling has holes in it and there's a light source above and the light is shining through? Would they be opening and closing on their own?
No, because I think you're thinking
disclaimer.
I'm sorry.
I give a disclaimer before you go.
Oh, go ahead.
By the way, I don't think there's one source. I think there's multiple sources of light. That's me. I don't think. I never thought, well, it's just one source and then the light is trickling on down. Just to let you know, even though I'm kind of playing with the idea right now. Yeah. Go ahead.
The way I imagine it.
Give me a second. Did you finally see the shadow? Sorry.
Say again?
Did you finally see the shadow?
What shadow?
I'll tell you the 12 o'clock shadow once the sun is gone.
Oh, we've been saw that. We spoke about that like a year and a half ago.
Yeah. And then kind of got off on me the other day because of that. But anyways, continue.
I was gonna say,
I know.
The way I imagine this idea that there's a light source above the sky which has holes in it, kind of. I imagine it kind of like a salt shaker, or
yeah.
When you have like, you have to twist it so the holes line up, so the salt will fall out, because there's holes in each of the layers. Mm-hmm. That's how I imagine it.
Well, there is something percentage that people correlate like meteors or the light phenomena that we see as actual rocks falling from the sky. There is a phenomena that is reported, right, that people say rocks fall from the sky, but the plasma phenomena, the light crossing from one point to another point of the sky, that is not necessarily a rock falling from the sky. So like the one that you're talking about, we're talking about the sporadic meteors that you see, these shooting stars, people call it, these lights.
Yep.
It doesn't necessarily has to be a rock.
I agree. I don't think there's any definitive evidence to show that a shooting star is a meteorite, that it is a rock coming down. I've never seen
So that's why
the
I told you
transition of
label.
that to a rock falling down.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I told you. That when we label these phenomena certain words like meteors or sporadic meteors, I know something comes with it that people actually think that those are actual rocks. All of those hundreds or thousands of lines of light crossing across the sky, people think, oh, all of those are rocks falling from the sky, right? It's not necessarily
You're
that.
right. You're
It's
right. I
an
should have
actual
said.
light phenomenon.
I should have said shooting star. Meteor does have connotations. You're right.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Because people hear medium, they get triggered. Oh my God, you're saying the rocks are falling from the sky? That means a globe. No, that's not. That's not what it is. People get very triggered, and if you say meteor, therefore, oh no, you're saying things are passing through the container. They're not even thinking about it. They're not even thinking through it.
Okay, let's say hypothetically that the ceiling does have holes in it and there's light source above. What would that be? That light source? Like, how do you guys visualize it?
I visualize it as an actual structure, and it shines without the need of the sun and the moon, and it's as wide and as is high as the bottom, as is high. So it has certain dimensions to it, and it's the source of the lights and the cycles of the luminaries.
If you're using like scripture to go through that, you're going against what scriptures actually says. Then, by the way,
I'm not going against anything.
Shining through.
Yeah, because that's not what because you're saying you're describing the width and height, right? Saying that it's his width and his height is the structure, which is you're talking about Jerusalem, the New Jerusalem, yada yada yada. I know you don't want to say the word now, and you're saying that that's the light source, and that's why they shine. But
that's the centerpiece.
Right. But according to
the light, the result of the light is a combination of mechanisms. But as a centerpiece, there's definitely a centerpiece in the whole equation. Because, like I'm saying, it's not one thing that is causing all of the effects. It's a construct, a combination of mechanisms that is causing the effects that we observe from down here.
Yeah, but according to the scriptures, they are their own. They're their own living thing, which also praise Him.
Oh, sure.
The source, okay. Right? So how could it be the shining through of it, or the structure, and also be? I mean, you're like saying it's just it's I don't know. It's kind of counterintuitive.
Goes goes beyond scripture. It goes against the scripture. The specific speculation.
True.
Yeah, I think they're all lights that shine through. That's what I think.
Yeah,
I agree.
I mean, yeah, there might be lights that shine through. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, that could be it. But I mean, I don't think that there are let's say like practically, let's say a hole.
There's another.
Go ahead.
There's another phenomenon that Sleeping Warrior put me onto. That happens like during, I think, lunar eclipses, or it might even have been solar eclipses, where I saw this video of, I don't know, it must have been a particular spot where you could see the light on the ground, and it just looked like a whole bunch of pinholes or a whole bunch of holes. And I was like, what the fuck is that? I gotta see if I can. I'm gonna hit him up, or I'm gonna look it up right now, see if I can find it.
They're like multiple.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of holes on the floor. Not holes. A whole bunch of shadows that are circularly with.
I mean, I personally think that they're their own light source, right? So all things that we see, right? They're their own light source. There's no need for let's say the structure or where it's from or the creator to actually use its light or whatever to shine on them to before they can shine for us. I mean, I think he would have created all the stuff as what they need to be to be. But again, that's speculation, of course. Now, when matter did came in through there, if we go there to that section of the speculation in scripture or whatnot, matter was able to come in beforehand during the flood, right? So that made a closed system into an open system at that point. If we go back to the open and closed system part.
Do you one better? It became an open system when Adam and Eve were sent down to Earth.
When were they sent down? I mean, as far as those.
You're introducing matter into it.
Well, he created it from the matter that was already here.
I know, but you had Adam and Eve in heaven, right? And they were sent down to Earth. That would be the first kind of like matter that's entering Earth.
Live matter, yes.
I think. Well, I mean, if we go to like first verse, right? The system. If we go to
let me just
okay.
Correct myself. So he created Adam using all of the sands and stuff like that from Earth.
Right.
So that's matter going out already.
Well, if we look at the first chapter, right, when it says in the beginning God created heaven and earth, I mean, therefore he created the earth and the heavens. Heavens meaning his sanctuary, all the stuff in the air. On the second day is when he created this to be a closed system. When he created the containment.
Heavens. You remember you said heavens with an S plural, so multiple layers. Yeah. Multiple chambers with gases or mediums. The light passing through those, and then the heaven above that, above those, which is the actual structure. The actual middle piece that I'm talking about is the one on top of all of the other heavens.
Right. So, but think about this: when he created heaven and earth, there was water coming in. That's why it was flooded.
Remember windows of heaven? The windows?
No, before the windows.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
Right. Because when he created his structure, his location, he created a river which is still flowing. Right.
Yeah. The river. Yeah.
Right. Which
and there is 4 rivers, 4 corners, like the pyramid, 4-corner pyramid, and 4 rivers under that.
Right. So which water, when he came down to see the earth, it was all flooded. Therefore, when he created, then he said, "Let there be light." I was the first light, which is the
source of the light. Yeah, not the sun.
Right. From there, he created the thing that covers and separated the waters. Then the
layers above.
Right.
That we're talking about.
Don't fight it.
Light shining through.
Don't fight it.
No. I mean, I've always agreed with there's a different there's a light source, right? I've always said there's a separate light source, and you can definitely see the effects because the only way you have a 12 o'clock shadow is by a source of light that is actually blocking. But that light source was divided between day and night. In other words, there was that light source was daytime, then there was nighttime.
Yeah, that works. That works out.
Right. So whenever it was night, it was dark on that side. But whenever it was day on that side. Then continue on. He's created they separated the waters. He then created herbs, which were only way you have herbs surviving with water. Give me a second. So from there, on the 4th day, that's when he created sun, moon, and stars.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
different light sources. 1, 2 rule a day.
Light was before those that you just mentioned.
Right. But those are, remember, right? That's the light before that was daylight. Then the sunlight came, sunlight and the moonlight and the stars.
So remember that structure, that place that doesn't need the sun and the moon to shine because God's dwelling give its light.
So the dwelling was already there. He said, "Let there be light." In other words, he created another light.
Yeah, he had to dwell and say, "Let there be light," and there it is. His dwelling give its light. Yeah.
No, he didn't say, "Let my dwelling give
God
it
doesn't
light."
need light to dwell.
Yeah, light. God
Anyway.
is his own light source.
Yeah, sure. He's
God
creating
doesn't
it,
need
right?
anything.
Yeah, God gives his own light source. In other words, when he comes down, him because there won't need for sun and moon, whatever. If you go to the end, Revelations said that sun and moon does not need in his area because he is his own source of light.
Sure,
I don't know about that. Where's your
No,
evidence to say that he's a physical source of light?
I mean, it's that's what it says in Revelations.
It says he's a physical source of light.
Well, I'll look it up right now.
God created the physical.
He has his own light.
That means by definition he's not physical. He created everything physical that exists.
El Boricua, everything you have said correlates with the multiple layers, the sun and the moon having a source of light. Everything
All right,
correlates.
so let me read. Is Revelation 21:23 says the city does not need the sun or the moon to shine on it, for the glory of God gives it light, and the Lamb is its lamp.
That's just in the city.
What is his
Right, that's only in the city.
Yeah,
which is the city that measures as wide and as is high, and is the city up in heaven. Pyramid structure. Yeah, that makes the perfect ratio for the rainbow. Yeah, everything correlates.
So you could understand that in more than one way. You could understand that also as
but then you add observation, then you add electro-optical equipment, and you can observe it and look at it. And
can you hear me?
Barely.
Sorry, okay. Let me get closer. Yeah, I was saying, you could understand that as the glory itself, the glory of God, kind of like manifests as a light, kind of like angels having a halo or something like that.
Right, so it gives us light. So in other words, the city wouldn't need light.
That God shines, and that shining is giving the light, but not necessarily that God is the light.
The city shines because of that's what it says in the scripture. Right? The city shines because of God's dwelling.
Right, because He dwells in it.
Glory.
So there you go. You got it.
Of God,
you need to understand. Heavenly beings are beings of light. So angels shine as well.
Yeah, but angels are made of light. God isn't made of light.
God created angels. What do you think He made them?
Of course He created angels. He created everything. That doesn't mean that He consists of that which He created.
Man,
come on. If that was the case, think about this seriously. If He consists of that which He created, then how did He exist before creating it?
That's what I'm saying. I gotta agree with you on that.
Yo, Goblin, we can't hear you at all.
You say agree with you
on that.
Oh, okay. I just see your name lighting up. Maybe it's just me. Like, God by definition is not physical. It can't be physical in any form that we know, because He existed before creating all of this stuff. Like, he doesn't have a place as far as we know. He doesn't have directions. He doesn't have any physical qualities, including light, because He created all of that. So how did He exist before it, if that's part of Him?
Okay, what crap are you talking now?
Talking real shit.
That's
Yo, Gemsy, good looking out. I'll take a look at this.
Just so you know, it would be the word being that you're looking for, because like AI pointed out the other day, existence means to come out of something else, like the word exit. So God didn't come out of something else. God is a being. We exist.
See, you understand? Adam and Eve had a garb of light as well too. They were clothed in light until they sinned. So I mean, you have to understand. Light is God, darkness is not. You know what I'm saying?
No, man. God created light.
I think that they're referring to divine light.
He just doesn't understand, dude. Because when Moses had to go up into the mountain to see the Lord, dude. I mean, come on, bro. Go read, man. That's your problem. You're not reading.
Yeah, so he saw a burning bush. That means God is fire now? Come on.
It's something that I would say God was able to make.
He went up into the mountain. He had to stay up there 40 days to cleanse himself before he could go before God, because if he did any time before that, Moses would have died. You cannot go before God if you have sin within your body or within your soul.
Okay.
You have to cleanse. You cannot approach him, nor can you approach an angel. An angel cannot reveal their true form to you, or you will die.
And what's crazy, they only saw.
How's that relevant?
Hold on. And it was crazy. He only saw the backs of God, like shadow. And when he went down to the people would tell him to cover up because they can't even. He was.
They were scared to look at Moses. They were scared to look at Moses. Moses was shining because he was in the presence of God.
Yeah, that was the divine light. It's talked a lot of times in theology. In a lot of
No, but it's just like, it annoys me when people don't read, man. You just assuming.
Bro, you're telling me nothing I already know.
So,
Okay, I know this
how
stuff.
are you
You're the one that's not addressing the thing. You're saying God is light, but God created light. How is God something he created?
No need to raise your voice. No need to raise your voice. It's fine. We can all get along. So, God,
we're not supposed to talk about this. It's in the wrong room anyway. So let's get back to
It's true. But Moses was lit up. He was all God burnt.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
That was the report. The report was that, dang, boy, you look like you've been in the sun for 40 days.
Yeah, no, there's no question that God is connotated with light. You know, that he is enlightenment and he's the the most knowledgeable and illumination, the light bringer, all that stuff. But that doesn't mean he is light or he's made of light. It means he created light. And light has a special.
This kid's special, man. This kid's special, bro.
All right.
No.
So tell me how a being can exist.
Divine light.
Tell me how God could be incomplete before the light that he created. Because if the light is part of him, that means before it existed, he was incomplete.
Well, it says that God dwells in light, but God doesn't come out and say, I am this or that. The Bible appears to say God is spirit, not light, like a substance. So we would need to ask God and either believe him or not believe him when he tells us what, if anything, he is. And so it appears that God is spirit, not necessarily light like a substance, based off of the declarations that I have heard. Has anybody heard any other declarations from God saying what, if anything, he is? Anybody?
Yeah, there's a lot.
All I'm gonna say is this little thing I found. I can link it to.
Actually, 1 John 5:1-5-7 is. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Says that this is the message we have heard from him and proclaimed to you that God is light, and in him there is no darkness at all.
Okay. Can I go real quick?
All you can do is read, man. People don't read, man. That's the problem, dude.
Bro, you misunderstand it, man.
There you go. Now
You read that God is light, and you automatically assume the light that we know. That's not the case.
Oh my
God.
God.
Nobody said that.
Real quick. In theology, divine light, also called divine radiance and divine refulgence, is an aspect of divine presence perceived as light during a theophany or a vision, or represented as such in an allegory or metaphor. The term light is widely used in spirituality and religion. I think it's exactly kind of similar to what we're talking about. Divine light is an aspect of a divine presence, which is what would be him.
Wait, you think we're talking about God's a light bulb or something? What the hell's wrong with this?
No, we're talking about physical light.
Yeah,
and I said God is not physical light. The light that you're claiming God is he's not.
What
God
the
is
hell
not
is
physical.
dude? What the hell is wrong with this kid? Seriously.
I don't think we
What's
need
wrong
to
with
say
you,
what's
man?
wrong with him.
I've been very clear with my language.
That's
I mean, you don't know what
Nah,
you're talking about, dude.
you know, honestly, like percentage, he be on point, and 90% of the time, in my opinion.
Hell no. You don't talk to me.
Listen, man, we're here to discuss, not
Nah. Ever since I started dabbling in philosophy,
No,
I'm like,
dude.
oh, I see why he's asking what he's asking. I see why he's saying what he's
Well,
saying.
You don't even know what
And
you're
it's
talking about.
usually off of the back of someone saying something that may not be able to be substantiated or something like that.
In the
Which
beginning
is
was
fair.
the Word, and the Word was with God.
It's
And the Word
inconvenient,
was
but it's
God.
fair.
This is John 1:17. It says, "The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men." Life was the light of men, and the light shineth in darkness. The context of this appears to be life, light, not light per se. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not. There was a man sent from God, whose name was John. The same came for a witness to bear witness to the light.
In
Revelation.
Hold on.
1-7, where does it say that God is light?
Really quick, because I'm sick of this. In Revelation, when Christ comes in the clouds, what happens to the wicked people?
I'm just trying to figure out whether God's light
I
based
want
on
to
the
know. I
Bible
want to know if
takes
you
on
read
one
tonight. I want to see if
continually.
you read. What happens to the wicked people when Christ comes in the clouds? What
I'm
happens?
not familiar with that one.
The wicked people, when Christ comes back for like the rapture, they're left
No,
behind.
you don't read. That's the problem. The brightness.
Are you talking about the end of times?
Listen, the brightness of Christ coming in the clouds destroys the wicked. The brightness. Do you understand? That's light, dude.
But that doesn't mean that
That
he
doesn't mean
is
that God is physical light.
Hold on.
Let me give y'all.
He's a glowing being. Obviously,
Fraud.
It's annoying.
Let me.
things that God is supposed
Okay, then
Let me
let's
tell
read.
you.
Let's read what the word is saying and see if there's
Hold
another
on,
explanation in the text.
Wait, instead of look. That's interesting what he says, especially because they use ultraviolet to eradicate cancer cells. Now they want to call me. Hold on. Fuck this call. I'm out. Okay, yeah.
We're not discussing the type of light. We don't know what the hell it is, but God is a shining being. That's what we know.
Hold on, Fraud.
That's
Hold on,
the
Fraud.
information
Hold
we're
on,
getting.
Fraud. Let
You
him
understand?
finish, though. Fraud. Let him finish. He's not disagreeing with you.
So
No, but he's talking about this kid's on point. He's never on point.
God, chill.
The problem is
Metal Walker.
Please continue. Sorry.
Who's going?
Like I was trying to say, it's funny that light eradicates cancer cells. Now, cancer cells being resulted of some form of sin, aka some form of not doing what is supposed to be done.
All right. So, but look at this. Sun and moon are what? Physical lights. Well, they're shining lights, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, but the Bible
Wait,
said
hold on,
God
Metal
created
Walker.
light.
Right? No,
So
I'm
God
not
can't be
even.
light because light was created at that point. That's problematic.
I'm not talking about that part, right? So this is this. It says that suns and moons, the sun and moon are physical lights, right? Well, they shine the light, right, Elijah?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it says that in the city, they're not going to be needed because his light will shine in it.
But how do you reconcile that with God saying, "Let there be light," implying that light was created or at the very least separated? That would imply that if God is the light, he began existing at that point. That's problematic. How do you reconcile that?
Let's say
That's
he
why we
was.
need to read the Bible, like you say, to see what the Bible is saying in the Bible explicitly as possible.
Yeah, he says he is the father of light, but he is a source of light as well. Now, he created this system of this because he wasn't gonna be. He ain't gonna be. Oh, I'm gonna be around this all the time for you to have light. No, he created a system, right? So he needed this place needed a system of light as well to separate light from night from day. Now, but when he comes down in the city, it says the city does not need the sun or the moon, meaning that's physical light that needs to be shined is not going to be needed because for the glory of God gives it light, and the lamp is the lamp, and the lamp is the lamp.
All right, Elbow. I think I can reconcile between the two for you. So, God is the source of everything, right? But he's not a light source in a physical sense because he existed before physical light existed. He created physical light. So the reconciliation there is that perhaps he adorns himself with light, and or his glory is like he gives light to the glory, and that glory of God is what lights it up, or the adornment that he created around himself, which is why we connotate it with light, is the reason why the city's lit up.
I think he is.
Could be.
But I think he is a source of light. In other words, because it's hard to. It's kind of weird to explain because, we think of a source of light as it has to be a physical thing, right? But therefore, there's people that think that the sun is not a physical thing.
Maybe he created something that emanates light.
Yeah.
Or it goes back to what Goblin was saying, where, in this particular instance, it requires a physical light because it lit up the city, right? But then it can also be explained in terms of how they refer to God as the light, the illuminator, that sort of thing, as the divine light that Goblin was talking about.
Also, it's
Could it be in the context that if there's so much truth that it's hard to ignore, like it lights up a dark city that you didn't know was so corrupt, maybe you knew but didn't really know how to approach. Then God, truth, comes and it's like all the wickedness is revealed and crushed, because typically when corruption is exposed completely, we as humans want to cast judgment and punish them. So maybe light is being spoken about in the sense of truth in a wicked, sinful place. Is that possible?
What's it called? Another thing is many times in the Bible, obviously they say his word is light itself. So I think there's just a lot more examples of God's creations creating light, rather than him himself. There's here, thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path, but not necessarily he's just radiating it, but when he speaks, that's what creates light. Thy word is a lamp.
Yeah, but the difference is that when he's speaking about a physical thing like sun and moon, which we use for light, it's a huge difference between my word is a light, but he is saying that I am the bright light that's in this place, practically.
That's one interpretation, but you could also interpret it as there won't be any need for the sun and the moon because they have, just like Elijah was saying, they have knowledge, right? Like, for instance, let's say you have a blind person and they have so much information, so much knowledge in terms of their sensory input with, like, being able to hear sounds and what have you, kind of like Daredevil. They can see without the need for traditional sight. So it might be that sort of thing where the truth is shining and like, basically lighting up the darkness, which is like, the wickedness or what have you, and allowing people to physically see.
That would mean that we could physically see there. We wouldn't need the sun and light anywhere on earth.
Well, the Bible says the light and the darkness were separated on the first day, and that was the first, day. And then the sun and moon are created secondarily. They do not appear to be primary lights. Right. Light was created on the first day, separate from the moon and the sun, so they appear to be secondary and not necessarily necessary for light in that regard. That's why I theorize that there's a light and a dark ether that were swirling around each other like a yin-yang symbol without the sun and the moon on the first day to give you a clock-like, day cycle.
Another one, sorry to keep just spewing out random quotes, but the entrance of thy words giveth light, it giveth understanding unto the simple. Many times it talks about illuminating the paths of people's lives.
Right, but there's definitely parts where it's used as a metaphor.
Okay.
But in it was, remember, there's parts where the Bible asks, it's a matter, it's
You mean
giving
what?
it an example. Yeah, yes. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I guess.
And there's times where it's saying there's stuff where they're saying actual things, meaning right. So there's different parts in the Bible that speak differently, and we could definitely tell by that there are differences. But this is talking about actually giving physical light, not a metaphoric light.
Yeah, I just struggle. I know that he's created many obviously physical versions of light, but I can't ever get my head around him being himself a physical light being that, like,
I mean, it speaks in many times in the Bible that they couldn't look upon the person because of, of course, sometimes it's because of our sins, right? Da, 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 da. But it's talking about the brightness of whatever.
Yeah, but that also could technically be a metaphor for like how unsinful he is. He hasn't touched any darkness, he's full of light because he's technically full of truth. There's lots of different ways it could be kind of perceived, if that makes kind of any sense.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I think I definitely understand that.
Yo,
well, the Bible
Goblin.
says, "Let there be light," so that implies that light at least is created. So if God is, uncreated, if you're going to go with that philosophy, it's problematic to say God is light and he's saying, "Let there be light." In what sense? Did light get created? Was it already pre-existing and separated? I mean, now you have a bit of a problem with that verse because of that interpretation, making God and light synonymous. That's why I was asking him what verses appear to say, quote unquote, period, point blank, "I am light," or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Anyways,
looking
God
for.
left anyways, sadly. So.
Yo, Goblin, you're really hard to hear. Is anyone else having trouble hearing Goblin?
I'll go into my settings and I'll do some work. Thank you.
Very hard to hear.
Yeah, it's really quiet.
Jesus said, "I am the way and the truth and the life." He did say that. I don't think he said, "I'm the light," at least in that sentence. Although they say Jesus is the light of the world, but I guess in what sense? I just can't reconcile it with, "Let there be light." That's all.
Yeah, it's not a physical light. Physical light requires a medium, for instance, right? Whether you believe in wave or particle or whatever, it requires a medium or something physical moving. And then you can't apply that to God because God created all that.
Why? Why?
So in absolute nothingness, if you have nothing to absorb the light, to reflect the light, how are you going to see light? How do you know light exists?
But why are we putting it in those parameters where there's something that doesn't exist, nothing, and then asking, well, how would light propagate through this idea that I'm asking about? That's really just an idea. Why would I even have to answer that? How do we know that light is something that would have to pass through nothing and therefore not be able to?
There's actually an
experiment
about that.
But if God is light, that means that light existed before any of the creations that he created existed, right? And if that's the case, how do you see a light that we only know when it is absorbed or something by like a physical object or in a physical medium?
And that's the premise we don't. That's not justified, though.
Okay, so if he's a physical light, that has a physical light source. So God is now a physical being?
I don't know, but the idea that light has to travel through a medium, like I don't know about that.
Say he's a physical being. That means that he needs a physical place. But even though he created all the physical places, it doesn't make sense. You're saying basically God is dependent on something. It's blasphemous a little bit.
No, I mean I don't think.
Well, you wouldn't have to say. I mean, because there's two ways to interpret what you just said. You could say God is dependent on something, or it could be the reality that is the way that God is. You see? Like you can say both things. Both things would be saying the same thing with two different interpretations. So it's a problem.
I just think it's wrong, man. It's like likening God to creation. You know, the creation is physical, it requires space, requires matter or whatever. And I don't
Well, it's
think God
crazy that
created
he
all
says "I am." You know, well, that's his name, right? I am. Like it's just like, well, it's not. It's not that he needed something to do something. What if it's this is how I did it? It is what it is. Like, what if it's that instead? Like, light needs to propagate through a medium. So be it. What if he is that which is doing what it's doing, and everything else?
Yeah, that goes. I mean, it goes to like the simplicity of God, the divine attributes. If he is that, then that is part of him. The physicality is part of him. But he created physicality. So did he create himself? You know, that goes away from God being eternal.
But where you're saying
I don't see how that. I don't see how that logically follows. Just to, I mean,
well, physical things need to be created.
Yeah, but
Yeah, so,
God is metaphysical, correct?
I would say that, yeah. I would say he has no
Right.
physical properties as we
So,
know, but they're saying that he is
as
physical
the-
light.
I mean, you can't say that though.
As the one that created everything, then he can interact with the physical or the metaphysical, his realm, the metaphysical. If he created this place, then obviously he can interact with the physical. Because he
God
has
changes?
interacted with it. No, God has interacted with the physical. He created this place. So obviously he's like a mechanic that can interact with the metaphysical or the physical. He can create things in the physical from the metaphysical.
Wait, hold on. I can see how he could create it, how a being could create this plane of existence. But when you say he can manipulate things here, what exactly do you mean?
That he created it. That's how he manipulated.
Yeah, I know. I just said that, Sonny.
And he
I
created
just
us.
stated that.
I know, but he created us as well.
Who's dressed?
I know, but you just, Sonny, you just said he can manipulate things here.
I could give you an example. I mean, how did Adam and Eve get dressed? Did he not create a robe for them?
Okay, that's a story, dude. Come on.
Well, we were talking about other stories too.
I'm not.
I'm just saying. Just because a being. Look, the point I'm trying to make, if you guys can hear me, the point I'm trying to make is just because a being created this place of existence doesn't mean that being has the ability to do anything.
What,
like creating intuitively? I mean, if he created his creation has no meaning if he doesn't have some ability to interact and make the creation. That's just meaningless at that point. That's so abstract.
So let's be a little more specific. Can he make a butterfly? Like, never mind. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
Listen, he
Are you
created the
saying
whole
that he spoke and it just came into existence? Okay, well, that's a powerful being. I guess that would.
I know. I'm just saying there's two separate things we're talking about here. First thing is creating the world we live in, the flat, stationary Earth, the air we breathe, etc. So that's the first thing, creating the world. And then after that, some people are saying, "Oh, he can make me do this and make that do that." I'm like, well, how do you know God did that?
I never said that. So anyway, if this being can make all the natural laws that are here, these rigid natural laws that we keep bumping into, every single one of them, electromagnetism, whatever, like specific gravity, density, buoyancy, water's behavior, gas pressure containment, like that's what I mean. Interacting. What are you talking about? Every single system that is here is created by something of an informer that had the information to write this program of these systems, these subsystems. Yes, don't you think that's interacting? What about the circulating weather patterns that we are seeing as an effect of this creation and the original source that put the gas laws into place in the first place?
Yeah. So again, you're talking. I pointed out two different things we were talking about: the creation of the world, and then God manipulating specific things, making specific events say happen in the world.
You're
So
making what
everything you
specific
just.
things up? You're
I'm not.
making the
Am I done
specific things up
talking?
in your mind. I know, but you're
Sonny,
making
can you
this.
hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
So, Sonny, everything you just described, the weather systems, the container, etc., that all falls under the first thing I listed. The reason why I was just trying to figure out exactly what you were trying to say is because it sounded like you were trying to say things under the second thing I listed, which is more religious, not objective reality.
No, the first one is what I'm pertaining to. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
The
you
actual
misunderstood a
absolutes
little
that we
bit,
have.
Orion, because you you moved it to make me do things like infringing on free will and stuff, and I don't think Sonny was going there whatsoever.
Well, that or just something like make a rock levitate,
No, I'm not saying. See, so what I'm saying, what I was saying, all I was saying is, don't.
Well,
I'm talking. So don't make up your mind about the specifics, because I didn't name those. You're just trying to guess and what I was meaning, and that's not what I was meaning. So I'm just meaning all the systems that are set up here were created by this creator. Obviously, set them in place, and then created somehow all the systems of Earth, how water behaves, the whole thing, right? The entire thing is God's intervention into the physical from his realm, which is not physical. I think we could agree that we know of.
Well, we're trying to figure out whether this is the case or not. And we tend to be comfortable figuring out whether something's the case if it's physical. We know that a physical car crash into a physical wall if it's a crash, and necessary entailments, rubble, junked up car, that sort of thing. If we're making God so abstract and so powerful and metaphysical that he can speak and it just happens, or, some sort of floaty place thing happens without a necessary physical interaction, it could be the case. But, I guess some people are like, how do we know? Without a necessary physical entailment, this would be an extremely powerful being that wouldn't need like a physical intermediary. And that's possible. But the question is, can we, trust that he did it on faith? Or do we need a necessary physical entailment for it to be the case, for us to figure out whether it happened? I mean, what are we going to do about that? I mean, are we going to take it on faith, or are we going to investigate and demand physicality from, God to say that it's the case? Or do we just take it on faith? What are we going to do? Both? Neither? Which one? If this being is powerful enough to speak and things just happen, that's a pretty powerful being. I would tend to believe in something like that based off of salt on a clogging plate. You put out a sound, sound note, and the salt on the clogging plate takes whatever shape, the sound puts out or whatever. And so I'm comfortable with God, speaking, and everything in creation just lining up to what God says, basically.
Well, there is something that says that Earth is God's footstool, like God's looking down, able to look down at us. So that kind of gives you a scale. I think that very interesting, because I've often thought that for a long time, that how do we know how large we are, what our size is, or what distance is? Because we're only dealing with the scale that we have right here at hand. We could be microscopic compared to this creator.
Yeah. How will we tell, right?
We could be microscopic. The Lilliputians, little earthlings down there. God's looking at us from above, going, "Wow, look at them now! What a trip! Look at all the things they're doing down there. Wow, what a trip!"
He says we look like grass. He said we look like grasshoppers, practically. So I guess you could look at we could see we could look at grasshoppers, and we could say, okay, we look like him, like this.
Yeah, we've just inflated ourselves to we think we're so this size and this scale because we're these tiny little things on this earth that we can't even go to the ends of. We can't even physically managed to go to the far ends of the place we live in. Now we know we're being kept from those places, but yet I still think that it's monumental task to try to get to this place where these barriers have been set up by the Creator. It was made that way for a reason. It wasn't an accident that all of a sudden you get to a shoreline that is the highest shoreline of anywhere else that anyone's witnessed. And once you go up, it keeps going up higher to an average elevation of 10,000 feet. The entire thing, as far as anything that what they've explored is true, we have no idea of that. Can't prove it. But I think it's much, much further than what they're talking about. And I think the ice that is down south is only part of that area. There could be openings. They're just a little bit further than you're allowed to go. I mean, I think they could be. What happens if you get to a place where all of a sudden it opens up and then the 60th parallel goes wide open ocean again? Like just a little further than you're allowed to go, like in some area below the South Pacific, let's say.
Some people talk about multiple rings, things like that, land beyond the rings. I try to reconcile, Captain, whatever, Admiral Byrd's, pronouncements on TV with that. The way that I reconcile it, with my preferred, concept of like one ring is saying you might have gone underground or just seen like, Antarctica up to the dome and that's it. But I don't know, maybe there is something beyond this ring, maybe not.
Yeah. Who knows? We don't know.
Hey, I wanted to say something about what I said a second ago to Sonny, which is, so I'm not religious. I acknowledge that there requires to be, there must be a necessary antecedent for this world. So I do acknowledge the existence of God, if you want to call him that. But I just wanted to point out that I don't think God is any less relevant or any less important just because I don't believe in miracles that other religious people believe in. I don't believe that Jesus rose from the dead. I don't believe that God can make rocks levitate, even though other people think that if God really wanted to do that, he could probably do that. I think God created rocks, and I think God is magnificent just because he created rocks. And he doesn't need to be any more magnificent by making him levitate. Even if he could, I think it'd be impressive enough by having created the rocks in the first place.
So put it like this. If I create, put it like this.
Ryan, hold on. Can I answer Ryan? I just want to respond to Ryan. He mentioned something about me. I want to respond to what he said. So listen to Ryan. I just want to say that how closely we kind of align as far as what I believe as well. Like, okay, the thing you said about Jesus Christ rising from dead, I'm agnostic. I don't know about any of those things. Those very specific doctrines and things, I don't get into that. Guess what? I'm a reborn Genesis believing creator flat earther. Like I was reborn in flat earth to the God of Genesis. Like I can just stick to Genesis 1 myself personally, and then go look around and see, yep, that applies. Flat, stationary, contained. Thanks. So if it applies, what I've aligned myself with since flat Earth is that I see the parts in Genesis that align with my reality and what I've actually determined to be what the surface is myself. And when they line up, I'm just going to go. They line up. Nothing more than that. I do believe in a creator. I'm getting closer to more discovery in that area, but that's a personal journey. So I don't have to talk about those things. Only about what Earth is and empirically. Yeah. That's
Orion, the question arises then: How do you grapple what you said with the idea of prayer?
I can barely wait. You said my name, right? Percentage. I can barely hear you.
How do you measure what you said against the notion of prayer? The power of prayer.
Well, I just think prayer is an interesting thing, and I don't really know how to answer that question.
Specifically, like God answering your prayers. If God doesn't interact on that level, if he just kind of like made everything, set it on its cycles, and according to the laws and stuff like that, then how do you juxtapose that with the idea that God answers prayers?
I can't even comprehend what you're even saying.
All right.
Well, I think when they say God can do miraculous things, they're trying to have a form of consistency, saying, if this God made everything and made all the laws, why can't he suspend them in some way? Why wouldn't he have superior levels of causation to cause a rock to levitate, form, dissolve, whatever? At that point, people say that that's not consistent. If he made the laws, why couldn't he very well choose to miraculously suspend them? At that point, that doesn't make sense. That's saying that God is making the laws, but doesn't really have a whole lot of control over them, to some people anyway.
Okay. Maybe God made the laws that way and he likes them that way. Why would he choose to break them if he likes them?
I mean,
Who can possibly make any statement about the will of God? Like, for fuck's sake.
The simple fact is that we were given free will. He's not allowed to intervene. Simple as that.
But
no, I'm not talking about us, I'm talking about him.
Well, we have God, like a personal person like you and me, reveal what he did, and either we trust him or we don't. When we deal with a personal agent in a court of law, they said, I did it because of this. This is the reason why I did it. You can accept it or reject it. We don't say, oh, well, we can't trust what you said or whatever. We say, you're a personal agent. This is what you revealed. Either we accept it or reject it. It's the same with God or any personal agent, assuming God is personal and not some sort of impersonal, deistic, force or whatever.
man, I look at it as I'm a software engineer, man, and I create software. And my program's trying to act a little weary, even though let's say I gave it a life of its own. I mean, if I need to go in there and fix it, I quit. Right? What did you? Of course, not. I'm where y'all saying, you're saying, he created this way and that way it went, and he wouldn't intervene. And now, of course, we were talking about earlier about theologically, analyzing this stuff, because we were saying he was light, and in the Revelations he was the light. It's not going to be sun and moon is not going to be needed in the temple, because he will be the light. So in other words, it will be a physical view of something that's not needed with the physical sun and moon, right? The light that it gives. So he is practically light, a pure light, and that's where we were having the discussion whether he is a being of light or yada yada yada. So, having said that, there's, like what we were saying earlier, there is time where, according to Scripture, right? We're going there. The story, as Oriana was saying, that he did intervene, right? He gave him a wardrobe of clothing of skin, right? That means he was able to manipulate or grab or kill a freaking animal and make a skin garment out of it. And many instances in quote unquote Scripture where it says that he's intervened. So you can intervene in the physical world.
But yeah, if you're a Bible literalist, then of course you can't deny that God intervenes.
Yeah. So again, stories, and they're still stories.
I guess the question is the truth literal? I mean, as far as we can tell, the truth is literal enough in that you can discover that it's the case or not, one would assume. And so, assuming that we take, the Scripture seriously, that appears to be an option for, forum. Unless you're going to say that it's going to be some sort of non-physical interaction where he speaks and it just teleports or levitates or happens or something.
Or they could be allegories.
But that goes back to whether the truth is literal or allegorical.
Yeah, the truth could be that it's literal, or the truth could be that it's allegorical, or the truth could be that
the truth?
there's a mix. Who knows?
Flat Earth is self-evident.
Are you trying to say the Bible or the truth? What? What did you just say? Metallurgy?
All those forests and
Is
everything
the
are
truth literal or is it allegorical? That's the part of the question that we need to ask. Is the
Well,
Bible
which
true
truth
because
are you
it's an
talking about, though?
allegory, or is it true because it's just, stating what happened?
He's talking about the truth of the Bible.
Yeah, he's talking about the Bible, but he's just replaced the word Bible with the word truth in that sentence, which made it kind of fishy sounding.
Okay, well then the next question is the Bible true or false? If the Bible's
Can it be
true,
validated?
is it really true or allegorically true?
I don't think the question's really relevant because it could be true or false, and the stories within could either be could have literally happened or just been allegories, or literally claim to be literally happened or allegories.
But allegories can still reflect the truth. The two
Absolutely.
children that came out of Rachel or whatever her name is, womb, are an allegory for the Jews and the Gentiles. But still, the historical facts of the Bible are that she had twin children or whatever her name was. I'm probably mangling the story, and that it did occur. It's still a historical event, even though it does have allegorical significance. So, are we just trying to throw the Bible out? Or are we going to try to take it seriously? We don't even need to go with literal or allegorical. Are we taking the Bible seriously or not? We after that we can decide what's literal or allegorical from there. But either we take it seriously as something that happened, didn't happen, whatever, or we don't.
Well, can I present an alternative? Can I present an alternative? How about I consider some of the stories to be interesting, worth listening to, but I don't take it entirely seriously. How's that for an alternative?
I second that motion.
Yeah, personally, I don't rely on the Bible too much. I hold that it's corrupted because of the contradictions that it has. That's a whole separate argument.
Yeah, even if it is corrupted, what's much more corrupted are the minds of the men who read it from time to time. Not you, Metalarchy, but I mean just other people,
So yeah, the truth is that the stories within could be historical, truly historical, as in they actually happened, or claims that they happened, claims that they actually happened even though they didn't, or allegories, or both. As in either they happened or claim to happen and allegories. I wager most of them are allegories regardless of whether they are historical. And that goes with basically any scripture from any major faith, too. Anything that kind of, that says miracles happen.
Well, we need to deal with the consistency of our epistemology. For most people, if he created everything, miracles are a thing. Whether the miracles of the Bible occurred or not, that's something else. But at least it's internally consistent with the epistemology, the way of knowing, or the world of ideas that the theist, appears to be committed to if they say, God created everything, and all these laws or whatever. It wouldn't be too much of a jump to say a miraculous suspension here, there, or everywhere could potentially be a thing.
Limiting yourself is never a good idea. Read everything you can get your grubby mitts on. Get as much information as you can. It's all useful at some point.
I guess the question is it true? Is it really going to lead us to a firm foundation, or is it going to just destroy everything that we've already accepted and ever known? At that point, we're going to need a framework to keep everything from falling apart, because not everything is saying the same non-contradictory thing.
Yeah, but you can't really ever know. You just have to follow your own path and your own journey and see where it leads you. Ultimate truth is beyond us, really. We can get a little closer to something based on information, but it's to say something's true is very difficult because it all is on your current level of information. You thought it was a globe and that was true with that level of information. You learn about flat Earth, now you know it's flat because you've got that level of information, right?
Right. And the same way that you came to know that, you can get to know other things. Even saying, we can't know the truth or whatever, or what's true, that's a little self-defeating because we know that we can't know the truth. So however we came to know that, we can choose to know other things. Once we admit that we can know something, we use that way that we came to know that thing to know another thing.
Well, yeah, like I said, you can get closer to something, but again, we're not omniscient, meaning that whatever we think is the truth is based on our current level of knowledge and information. And the fact that there's always more out there, if you're digging around, you will find more. And it does help to focus in on something, but ultimately, you're never going to get to them. It's designed so that you never get to the bottom, in my opinion, that they just continually pump out rabbit holes and information to keep you busy. Like they keep the masses busy with bread in circuses, right? It's the Roman maxim. And it's the same sorts of things. They understand not everybody is going to fall for this narrative, so they make more narrative, because if that one don't get you, one of the other 30,000 will get you, right? And once you're trapped in a narrative, you don't look elsewhere because you think you found the truth. Then you become anchored to a position and you can't move from it when new information is delivered or stumbled upon. Does that make sense?
I like that. I like that word, anchored.
Yeah. So it's always important to never be anchored to a position, always be ready to give it up, dependent upon new information.
It could be your education, also it could be your ego, both.
Exactly. I've mentioned this a few times, but it's essentially, until you do the self-work to remove ego, bias and belief, you can't even absorb the information objectively. You're going to pervert it to your paradigm, your understanding and your level of information. So to actually get the information cleanly, there's a lot of work you got to do internally first. Otherwise, you don't even hear it or you pollute it. So that's another big step that a lot of people have to do.
Do we have a Glober in here to talk to?
You can be one if you want, and we'll practice on you. Hold on, I'll go find one.
So, Glowbrick, what's your proof of curvature?
Listen, man, I just went to school like you guys, and the teacher gave me that globe in the second grade, and she said we lived on it, and that was it. There wasn't any explanation. This is knowledge. This is where we live. That's kind of most of it right there. And I can show you a globe, but I probably won't be convinced, huh? Are you saying my teacher lied? Consequently, we didn't do Eratosthenes in school, nor did we do Al-Biruni or Aristotle as far as sphericity. So
We didn't really prove it ourselves, but since it's already been proven, right, we don't have to reprove it because it's already been done. So why go back? You know what I mean? We stand on the backs of our previous ancestor knowledge. We just go from there. Just take the wheel. The wheel works. You go with it. Don't have to reinvent it, right? We're on the backs of our previous ancestors.
Well, to have, a body of knowledge, you got to build on a foundation. Otherwise, there's little to no progress. That requires a small degree of trust and faith. Otherwise, you need to reestablish everything over and over and over again, and no progress is made. So, I guess in a way, the foundation of any form of knowledge or epistemology is faith. The only question is, what is the object of that faith and whether or not it is worthy?
And we have made progress in 50 years. We went from going to the moon to seeing Goldilocks planets that we can fly to and live on and save the world when it dies. When it dies
I
of
do
global
have faith
warming, we can
in
go on to find a better planet, even better than Earth. The gravity might be a little bit lighter, even better. We can run faster and jump higher.
We did have faith in that system of the globe earlier and all of the things that it entailed. But if the Earth is flat and motionless and covered by some sort of firmament, that stuff appears to need reinterpretation toward another faith based belief or paradigm, potentially.
You say faith, but it's in the science book in school. So why do you need faith? Just read the book and memorize it, right?
Well, there's faith in that we didn't go up to space and see it ourselves or see how far we could go in our own rocket. There's a small element of faith there. We have faith that somebody did it and accurately cataloged it as much as possible. But what if they didn't? What if they saw through curved barrel distortion lenses and thought that it was curvature when it was actually flat and barrel distorted? There's a small degree of faith there.
What do you have to say against that, Globedrick?
But why would they lie?
Many reasons. Most of the time, people lie when they're trying to hide something. So the question is, what are they hiding? More land, the creator, resources, bases, people, what they're actually doing at NASA with those rockets or whatever, those satelloons. We could speculate, but most of the time, people lie to protect something.
I mean, what does it matter to me if it's flat around? Honestly, like in my day-to-day life.
For some people, the truth is important. It gives them something to rest against. I guess it just depends on whether you're interested in the truth.
I saw a picture of Lake Pontchartrain, and the bridge was clearly curving down over the edge of the Earth. So what do you say to that?
Lake Pontchartrain, that curvature appears to flatten out as you get higher and further away from the bridge to the side. So it looks like at best they took some sort of refracted swamp gas photo. At the very least, we need to see consistent levels of curvature. If it's curved down here toward the surface, you'd expect similar, if not more, amounts of curvature as you get higher up. But it appears to flatten out as you get higher and higher up. And from the side, it appears perfectly flat. It looks like you've been fooled by the broken clock fallacy. A broken clock can happen to be right twice a day, but that doesn't mean that its general mechanism, in this case, curvature, is a general reality that is actually being reflected by the broken clock. You just happen to view it at the right refracted time, more than likely.
Did you
That
say
appears
broken
to be a
clock?
better explanation. The broken clock fallacy. You're welcome. I just copywrote it.
Okay, so here's another way to say it. The Lake Pontchartrain is 23 miles. 23 miles, according to the global calculator, should have 352 feet of curvature. Can you prove that there's not 350 feet of curvature between the two, the beginning and the end of the bridge?
Proving a negative? It's easier to prove a positive than a negative, but I guess we could infer based off of what is or isn't there. I mean, if I had to prove to you that there isn't a unicorn here, I guess I just have to show you, but there would be no negative evidence to present. I can't present to you nothing. But I think it would be easier to reach the burden of proof by showing that there's actual curvature there, rather than asking me to present something that is not there.
Yep. Listen, we shouldn't have to dance around it like this. If there's curvature, show it to us. We haven't seen it yet. That's the bottom line. Where the fuck is it?
Somebody has a picture of that Pontchartrain. It's obviously bending down. This is not, this is visual. I don't have it handy, but maybe somebody can pull it up. Lake Pontchartrain Bridge should be 23 miles. There's a lot of different photos floating around of it.
Now we're pissed. Bring that damn curvature now.
I was about to say, Glatt is getting like demanding. Damp his foot. Give me that curve.
Hey, listen, what am I supposed to do, guys?
I know. It's pretty disturbing.
Yeah.
I understand.
Hold the line, i.e., it's flat. Or
No,
fine.
shove the curve. Force the curve.
I got an idea, Glatt. You find some Globers, you ask them if they believe that the Earth is a planet, and if they say yes, you point and laugh.
Come on now. I'm a little better than that. I don't want to find Globers. I just want to talk to people who know how to think and know how to admit to themselves they've been fooled. That's the biggest hurdle. Why can't you admit you've been lied to? What the hell? Are you that? Are you that in love? Hold on. Are you that in love with your own feigned, perceived ability to not be fooled? Right? It's just an ego thing. Let it go. It's okay. All right. Jesus.
Right.
Like we can see Jupiter and Mars. Obviously, they're planets. So why isn't Earth a planet?
Because it's a shining, wandering light.
This is crazy, guys. We can put a man on the moon, but we can't prove the Earth is a planet.
But we could put rovers on Mars all day. It's just send Livestream.
Just sad, Globers, man. It doesn't bode well at all. And if you need to look that term up with Google, go ahead, because I'm sure most of you don't know what the fuck that even means.
I don't know if you remember, but I remember when they were doing the Mars rover initially, like the first day or two, there was a rock next to the rover, and then they split the camera, and then the rock was gone. I don't know if you guys saw that, the disappearing rock. And I haven't seen much talk about it since then. I suspect alien activity.
Mr. and Mrs. Not Out of Your Mind to the VC check-in one, please. Once again, Mr. and Mrs. Not Out of Your Mind to the VC check-in one. Thank you. Any or Mr. singularly or Miss, any of the above adjectives. You get it. Someone not out of their mind to the VC check-in, please.
I mean, William Shatner even went to space, so why is that a problem?
William Shatner to the VC check-in one, please. William Shatner to the VC check-in one, please.
Look, he had a heartfelt, emotional exchange with, what's his name? The Amazon dude afterwards. And, dude, that's trust right there. That's love and trust.
You know what Shatner's fee was for that publicity stunt? An Amazon Prime membership for life.
What, they paid him to do that, or did he pay? Which is it?
No, he gets to watch the really crappy selection of Amazon Prime movies for the rest of his life.
Yeah, he just keeps pulling Joe Rogan's, you know. If you show me the secret alien shit, I'll lie to my mother. So that's just Shatner's been doing the same thing since day one. You know?
Buzz Aldrin to the VC check-in one, please. Buzz Aldrin, if you thought Bart Sibrel was hardcore, wait till you get the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, yo. Bring your buddy Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong to the VC check-in one, please. Neil Armstrong. VC check-in one. Thank you. Any pseudoscience mouthpieces to the VC check-in one, please? Thank you. You know who you are.
Does anybody know if a lighter or a flame or a match will point upward in free fall? Have you ever seen that happen?
That a what will go up in free? Would that what? Say that again.
Like a lighter or a match or a flame. You know how it points up normally, up and down? If you're in free fall, would it point up still, or would it point down or sideways? Have you seen that?
Obviously, a flame would still be going upward. I do believe. I saw people lighting these bags. How you know how they have the little kites in where is that? What some Asian countries where they make this little thing like a parachute and they light a fire and it lifts up the bag. It's a paper bag and they go way. I saw people doing that the other week on the beach at night.
If the flame went up in a weightless environment or a free fall, then that's a good debunk of gravity, because the Globers claim that all the gas presses down on the Earth and it makes the flame go upwards. So if that happens in a free fall where there's no gravity, then gravity's debunked.
You'd have to prove gravity existed to debunk it. Anyway, you have nothing to debunk.
I think it would debunk their claim.
What claim?
That gas presses down on the earth and makes everything lighter go upwards, right? So if you're in free fall and the light, the flame or the torch or the lighter or the match, if the flame went upwards towards the sky and away from the ground, then that would debunk that claim, would it not? However, I don't know which way it goes. I got to see it in live stream.
Yeah, but isn't it conceded that there's greater pressure at lower altitude?
But not in free fall though. In free fall, there's no. Well, hang on. Does it matter in free fall? This is specifically free fall. Stuff that's nowhere to go, right? It's like tricking gravity.
How are you falling if you're tricking gravity?
So let's say the plane is falling, and the people inside are weightless, right? So that's like called considered free fall. So I think that would be a great example. I don't know. Maybe I'm not thinking it through right, but and if the flame still went upwards, then gravity has no impact on it.
So what you're saying is fat chicks should go up into free fall, and then there'll be thin chicks.
Absolutely. I like it.
See, it's genius. That's right.
Okay.
Or you could say the stuff that flame does on the ground, it doesn't do that in free fall. It's inconsistency. That's all.
Tricks up there when they're in free fall won't be crushing you if they're on top of you.
That's another case. You put a lot of fat chicks in free fall, and one fell on top of you. You might have some trouble. Can you even fuck in space? Like, how do you get the leverage, if you're just floating?
But you have arms for legs.
But I mean, if you so much as rested like an ISS, wouldn't you just float off towards Pluto? You know what I mean? Lose orbit.
Like I said, you have arms and legs. But I get your point. You're not supposed to, though. You're supposed to be professional there. Otherwise, you get those space herpes.
First thing I would do in space is see if a woman can get pregnant. That's the first thing I would do.
Check this out. You could take a regular balloon filled with air that just from the a regular air balloon, right? Blow it up. You attach a little gondola with a candle beneath it at the right distance, and that thing will just keep going up until either the fire goes out, or runs into something, or it reaches equilibrium.
Hey, why
pops?
Why can we not send something in space? And we connect it with the ground, kind of like a
butane stove below, something more substantial.
Yeah, like a wire connected to a floating.
Send it up with the camera. Oh yeah, baby.
The Japanese are actually planning to make an elevator before 2050 or something like that, or 2035.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could send up 100 of those things. They're not expensive at all. Just make your own little hot air balloon, send a camera out. I mean, there's no guarantee you're going to get anything back, but
Can't see that. Can't wait to see that commercial space travel, which will never happen.
There's never going to be a space elevator or anything like that. It's so funny.
I'm just saying, I read an article where they said it.
Hang on, wait a minute. Stop right there. I already bought a ticket, so there. So there's gonna be a space over there.
No, you did.
You also bought some property on what's it called, Meta, in the metaverse.
I bought a plot of land in the Sea of Tranquility. It only cost me $150,000, but I got
Nice.
7 acres.
Wow,
That's nice.
Dude,
So
once they
7 acres.
start
You could
excavating
fake.
the moon,
How big
I'm
is?
gonna be a millionaire.
You
How
want
big
if
is?
you want to? Oh, sorry. Go on.
How big is? How large is 7 acres in your mind?
Can you sail a
I can imagine
sailboat
quite a
in the
bit.
Sea of Tranquility?
I suppose you could float like the astronauts float in the air. Yeah.
Hey Godric, I will say you some parts of Polaris. You can name it whatever you want. It's gonna be like 200,000.
If you can sell me the solar rights, like put some solar panels up there, then I'll
Yeah.
go for it. Right up the
Sure.
document.
Sure, man. I give you some property on the moon if you want to.
Dude,
I already
that would've
got
been
7
genius,
acres in the
man.
Sea of Tranquility, bro. So
Wait.
What if you send a
Can you get me
probe?
some of that moon dust? I'm really feeling for some of that moon dust.
Oh yeah, man. I can give that to you too. Now right in my
that moon dust is a
closet.
shit, man. The only thing better than that moon dust is the dust on Uranus. That's a higher quality dust.
Yeah.
Maybe if it's on Uranus.
Is that a Goldilocks planet? Uranus. I like that. Uranus. We're gonna go to Uranus. That's the new Earth. Let's go.
So
Why do you think that one's raining? I don't know.
But by the time we get there, the Earth, the Uranus would be destroyed because of global warming. So we have to have the right timing on that. Do the math on that and get back to me.
Jim Carrey to the Jim Carrey to the VC check in one, please. Jim Carrey.
Yeah, true man. Truman to the VC check-in. Where did they get the idea for that moon dust? They call it regolith. Like, where did they get that term from? Regolith? Just pull that out of their ass or what?
Yeah.
Maybe they
to
pulled
make
out
up new words to support the globe model, so it makes it sound more legit.
Imagine how they came up with Uranus.
For it to fit the globe model, it has to come out of Uranus.
I like Uranus.
Look, don't say Uranus, just say Uranus, so it's not sexual, okay?
Yeah, now it just sounds like pee.
Oh.
Okay, Uranus.
It sounds like pee coming out of your ass.
We put sex in the clouds backwards just so it'll distract you from saying Uranus. You're supposed to say Uranus.
You guys got it all wrong. It's Uranus.
Uranus.
Is that a Goldilocks planet? Better than Earth?
Uranus. What's wrong with all you Americans? You speak so funny.
Did you hear there's methane gas on Uranus? You hear that?
Does that mean there are a lot of cows there with cow farts there?
Yes, because methane gas comes from cows. If there's methane gas, it means that there's presence of cows. Yes. Circular reasoning.
Where does science come from?
Listen, if you look into the historical record, okay, check this out. If you look in the historical record, right, you'll find that it's been documented that cows are actually aliens. Therefore, they could have been there farting.
Well, I think they might be related to insects.
Long before they were here?
I think insects are aliens also. That's kind of strange, though.
I just read an article.
Yeah. Wait a second. Almost done with insects. It's quite an interesting topic. Check it out. But anyway, insects appear to me to be the only thing that looks alien to me. The insects look really freaking alien.
I just read an article that
There might be a
octopus
reason
are
for that.
definitely aliens. They hopped on a comet and landed on Earth, and that's why the DNA is different. And this doesn't work out with evolution. So octopuses are from another Goldilocks planet.
Same
Keep in mind, when you push an ant off the Empire State Building and the ant falls off the Empire State Building and it hits the ground, does the ant die?
No.
No, it'll survive. The ant's fine because of what do you call it?
It's pretty much so light it would just float. It just float. It would just float on a pillow of air all the way down, then it would just go boom, just like it fell from any other height.
Yeah, exactly. So the point I'm trying to make with this is that my guess is that the reason why insects and a lot of creatures that are really that small look so very different from, most animals, most creatures that are larger, is because it's just simply with the nature of how things work at that scale. It wouldn't make any sense for them to be like us physically if they were that small.
Yeah, well, you do have a strong case for that. That's true. That it seems to be a strong case for that.
But
now, as far as the structures that I'm pertaining to, as far as these weird, and maybe this is just a pareidolia of my own, having been fed all of these freaking sci-fi alien movies. You know what I mean? That's probably what it is, actually. It's probably like this is part of the cognitive the long lingering cognitive that we're all having. Go ahead.
But maybe it's the same way as we have, technology and other things that are based on the perfectness and excellence of the creation itself. Maybe the same way, directors of movies got inspired by the let's say the humor that our creator has towards certain animals that he has created, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean everything almost we have built regarding like planes, aerodynamics in general, or many other things are purely many things of it is based on forms and shapes from the creation itself, right? From nature.
Yeah. I saw some kind of a skull from, I don't know if it was a rodent or if it was from, I don't know what else it could have been. But that looks pretty strange. You see the actual skull. Bird skulls look really pretty strange too.
When I see animals like penguins.
Let's talk about real quick. Let's talk about the praying mantis, right? If you're going to talk about creator and all that, praying mantis.
Yeah, man. That I was going to mention that back at the insect thing, but I didn't want to linger too long on the. Think about that. Yeah, wild.
Praying is they're preying on their prey. They're not praying to God.
Or you look at a sloth.
Talking
You
about
a sloth, right? Or what is the animal called? That very slow one. What is that called?
Which the slow insect?
No, the very slow animal that is like climbing on trees.
A sloth.
Yeah, in German, the German word for that animal is lazy animal.
The ground sloth.
Yeah, and I think these kind of animals are so funny. Also penguins, like literally, if you think about it, which animal would he has the animal that he has put in Antarctica? Mainly the one that many people know of, like penguins. Just look at penguins, man. Penguins are so funny.
Clay.
Yeah.
Also in Serbian, Croatian means like a lazy person.
What?
Also in Serbo-Croatian means lazy person. That animal, what you said.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's so many things where I just find it like, oh man, he has some humor regarding what he has created. Or at least that's what I pursue it to be, Maybe it's not humor, but who knows. It's just funny looking. And funny acting, like how penguins act, or You know, yeah, these animals which Sunny just posted, it's just funny. And there's so many of it. I'm probably sure I haven't heard or seen all of the funny ones, you know. I mean, they're like literally like weird birds making weird dances to impress another bird woman and whatnot. So crazy.
That last one.
Yeah, your face is definitely funny.
The great ground sloth.
Oh yeah. Lady just posted it.
Wait a second. No, I don't see
Oh
it.
man.
Oh, there it is. The great. Is that what you just put? The great sloth run. What the hell? The first ever 5K race to benefit sloth conservative.
The Michael Jackson bird.
Man, how weird. You never would have thought it. What the heck?
You know, then there are just like things like certain spiders that if that want to search for a female, like male that search for a female spider, they're way smaller, and if they do not success, the female will eat them, and if they success, the female will eat them anyways. It's just so crazy.
And then the spider world, think about that. Very alien. Look at that. Those eyes. So many eyes. Weird stuff. What?
It was funny.
They imagine a folk giant ground sloth. See, I think they imagine a whole bunch of things from that time that aren't real, based on giant human bones. But
yeah, the praying mantis is also like that is the one where I would say it's the most alien looking and acting kind of, you know.
Praying mantis. Let's put an image of that bad boy. Yeah, I used to see those in the Midwest. I haven't ever seen one in California. Ever. As a matter of fact, this entire year, I have not seen one ladybug all year here, which is very odd to me because, yeah, look at this thing, man. What? So, what is the purpose of this thing?
But man, penguins are still the ones that I admire the most. It's just so funny. Like, look at these things. They're just like running pillows. I don't know. It's just.
It's not letting me paste that. 1 second. Let's just go to treehugger.com. Oh, brother. I can't. These are just happenstance websites.
You know, maybe if you go further into Antarctica, like on the very edge, there's like the final penguin boss, and you don't want to mess with him, you know. You know, like a 2-meter tall one of these.
There we go. Okay, that's the image I wanted to paste. Yeah. That. Look at that.
Are you talking about Kirby's Dream Land right now?
Huh? What?
What?
He said final penguin boss. That's Kirby.
Oh yeah.
Two black flobes. Glad flabé. Anyway, you got 2 logins. Is it one a phone and one's a
Yeah, I got 3 accounts, one for each device.
Dang, why can't I get my phone to work? Maybe you could help me, because I can't get through the authentication. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Do you have an iPhone?
No.
Oh, I won't be of much help.
Android, yeah.
Sorry, I don't. You'll just have to Google it, brother. That's when you can actually trust Google, I think.
Yeah, I know. That's probably just laziness on my part.
You know what? You guys know how iPhones prove the Earth is flat?
How's that?
I don't know. They probably don't because they suck at everything.
Thanks. I think so. I think you're right. How to authenticate this app on mobile?
You guys know what's the most productive way to use an iPhone?
No.
Log into android.com and order a device.
Yeah, well, my dick's bigger than yours, so.
Sure about
I don't know if I care to know about the validation part of that statement, though.
Well,
so,
dude, I have photographic evidence. Hold on, I'll get it.
That's what I'm talking about.
1 second.
Don't you be posting that fucking gorilla guy sitting in a chair. Don't you
too
dare do that.
That's fucked up.
What? Wait, why are you hating on me, bro? What if that's me?
I don't know. I'm not at all. Good job. Way to be.
Yeah.
People come in all shapes and sizes, bro.
Free
Don't
will
gotta be
is
hating.
free
Find
will
yourself.
is in play.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Some people are mad that free will is taking place right now, all the time, every time. I don't know what the deal is, but anyway, no worries.
All right.
Well, Sasha, that one is also a crazy one. I think there's even ones with larger ones, or maybe these are. Like, can get so big.
All right, buddy. You asked for it. Just remember, you wanted this.
Dude, what the fuck? Hold on. I gotta get
Hold
to
on,
the...
man. It's a large file. Hold on.
I'm sure it is.
All right, there you go. Stop that.
Dude, that's not proof of anything. That's a shadow of a hot dog on the moon. That's pretty funny, though. I got to admit, that got me.
That is not
That
a
got
hot
me.
dog. That is a corn dog. You never seen a corn dog? That's not a hot dog.
Okay, a corn dog. Fine.
It is a corn dog.
Okay. It's a corn dog. Anyway, that's... I feel like that's not a bad setup, though. Well, anyway, good job, AI. You totally got me.
People, now I'm look at this. Fuck.
Yeah, that's...
Dude, why is that?
insane.
Why is that extremely tiny person holding a beetle?
Man, that's insane.
We have aliens, fuck.
Yeah, so what's new in Flat Earth land?
There is no curve.
There
is
There's no curve. How's that new, though?
For new people.
So, isn't it important to be up to date with the Flat Earth debate?
Oh, we will do.
We're like what, 5 years in, 6, 7 to this server, 5. About 10 years into the Flat Earth stuff. 7 years from when they abandoned the geometry and all this and that, right? Yeah, we still have flat earthers saying that the horizon would render at eye level. and that we see in linear perspective. Now, to be fair, some of them don't actually believe that, but they still use the language. I had to correct somebody just the other day. Quote unquote, prominent name. Okay, if we don't understand that we don't see in linear perspective, right? You know, to a degree, it's functional and analogous, but it's not exact. That's the key. People want to move on to like what's the substrate of the universe, right? What's the background in which the universe exists, right? And they haven't even figured out perspective yet.
Yeah. Maybe perspective coming after you first realize.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe.
First realize universe, and then you can get perspective.
Yep. Well, it has a lot to do, you know, how light behaves has a lot to do with perspective, does it not? They're pretty much linked to each other.
Well, for me, it's easy. I don't know. All my life, it was numbers, and it was easy, this geometry. I was like I was like I was like in high school, like happy when we have two how to say, attached class of the math. That was for me like, oh, I feel I will rest finally. And all fucking other 90% of kids was hating that class. And then look at the devil. Let's put these numbers on the paper and let's go out and find out. And then, oh my God, I was so good in math, and there is no math. That's my problem about math. My favorite class. Then, of course, other things, sea level, perspective, angular resolution, blah, blah, blah. You can go on and on and on. A little bit into physics and a little bit pseudoscience. And then you can ask yourself, is that all what I built all my life? Is that common sense, or is this some kind of knowledge, or I'm fooled again? Like, look, horizon, it's not that one. You have more of them. It's not only that what you see, it's not real one. Oh, really? How is that working now? I could not believe what people claimed in these 5 years, Globers. I could not believe. That was like also my way to not to be on that side. Like, what the fuck? How you can claim that? That's not even, that's not any, that level is curved. You cannot say, proof is not evidence. My God. What are you people saying?
Right, you're trying to say that some level can't be curved? What if it's a round table?
I think that two parallel lines can be leveled in a sense if there are the two circles, but really parallel, that bigger and smaller, let's say, circle. Maybe that I could call level, but other no. If you understand me, if you have two circles, one inside of it, and if they are perfect, that between them maybe you can call it level because the size it will be the same in all directions. You know? But I'm still not
Sasha,
sure.
I don't know if you were around back when Zanuck was pushing this idea called level curves. Not an action like saying level curves, but like a name of something, a level curve, right? He was using that as a quote unquote citation to say, level curves, because here is a level curve. But upon further inspection, what is a level curve? Right? So it's in a map, right? And a map is flat, right?
Yeah.
But on a topographical map, it has these little lines, right? That are different colors sometimes or whatever. And they have this represents 10 meters elevation, this 20, this 30, whatever, right? And so if you have a little mountain, they draw us a line that roughly mimics the shape of the mountain at that elevation, like a 2D slice, right? And that line is a level, right? So level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and it's curved, and they call those level curves, right?
Yeah, but that it's no.
Well, that's what he was trying to present as evidence that level can curve.
Because that hills and mountains curving, and we have all that elevations, but we are regarding to that only one level. I cannot get that. I told you, if you have two circles, and if they are the same, how to say, one inside, maybe that between them you can call that level because they have the same height, but still that line is curving, it's not level. You can say that it's parallel, but I'm not sure that you can say that it's level with other line. Maybe you can say.
Well, you just change the definition.
Oh yeah.
Right. There you go. Problem solved.
Because you for that you use parallel, and now can use level.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yep. Sasha, I've never encountered an argument I couldn't win by simply changing the definition of the meanings of words.
Oh.
The other person says, I clearly defeated you. I'll be like, no. When I said this, I meant something completely different than the normal standard, completely out of left field.
Yeah, and you cannot understand that even, and that's your problem. It's your problem because you cannot understand level it's curve. That's your problem, it's not mine. And then you go to the citations. I went, let's see what fucking saying for the level and what saying for the curve line. It's opposite, and I even made talk, that two citation is that okay, great. Why he two words and the same meaning? We have two words for same meaning. That is proof and evidence in Croatian. We don't say proof something and evidence something. For us, proof and evidence is one thing. You can check that even in translation. It will give you the same thing. Like what Matthew wants, like that's that I look in that maybe it's proof, but it's not evidence. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck now? How to what?
Mathematical proofs, right?
Yeah, but still, in my language, you cannot do that. You know,
Yep.
you will
So
say
perfect. So
you will say the same word, matematički dokaz i let's say prove evidence in a court, and you will say dokaz na sudu. That means you will fucking use the same word. You know, that's my
absolutely.
problem.
So can you prove mathematically that $1 million plus $2 million equals $3 million? Yes, you can prove that.
Yeah.
Now, is that evidence that I have $3 million? No, it's not. There's nothing in that math that can demonstrate that I possess $3 million, even though the math is correct.
Yeah, that I now can understand that, but in a sense, when you speak with the Matthew, I wanted to we have now 1 and 2. 1 it's evidence, 2 it's proof. I said, Matthew, let's now find out what is the, if we call number 1 like a proof for the globe, you know, and let's call that proof, that real original, or if you don't like, let's call them that evidence. Do you understand me, I? And let's get it, that one, whatever it is, or it is proof or evidence. Let's choose what is original, that what will give us, that what we will on the end get the conclusion what it is, and not to discuss is this evidence or is this proof. You know, no, give me the original thing that we will prove the globe or evidence the globe, and we'll stick to that.
And there's really only one, bro. Right? There's really only one. Sort of two, but they really are one. And that is
truth. That's what
yeah, but I mean, like you say, okay, give me the proof or evidence for a globe, right? There's really only one that they can present to you.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. There's two that they'll really present to people, usually. But I'm just talking about the nature of the argument. Is one of them is just affirming the consequent fallacy, right? And then the other one is in a different category. So the first one, before we get to the coup de grace, proof of all proof, the first one is can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore globe.
Oh yeah, that I learned. Yeah, that we learn in the school. Yeah. Both
Yeah.
going around. That I learned also in school. Yeah.
Yeah, you ask them, have you seen the Earth curve? Positive question. Have you seen it? Right? So let me change that question. Have you seen Sally? Have you seen Sally? No. Now, you ask them, have you seen Earth curvature? And they say, I couldn't see the bottom of the boat. Wait a minute. I said, have you seen Earth curvature? Couldn't see the bottom of the boat. So what you saw was not the bottom of a boat. Is that the same as Earth curvature? Let me think about it for a second. Great. Yeah. Couldn't see the bottom of the boat.
Great.
You got people out there believing and telling other people that they personally have seen with their own eyes the curve of the Earth. Now, what have they seen? They've just seen the bottom of a boat missing. So, in fact, they just haven't seen the bottom of a boat. So, what did they really see? A top portion of a boat. So, you could actually switch it to be like, saw a top portion of a boat, therefore Earth's a curve.
No, they saw the picture what they learn in the school, because you learn that in school.
Yeah.
Fuck, it's fucking true. Look, and that's it. And why? Because of curvature, and that's
Yeah. Right.
and
And
you
now
don't need to.
if that fails to sway the audience, right? Because it is an affirming the consequent formological fallacy when stated as such. So that can't be proof in itself. So to corroborate the story, they need something else, right? They need a coup de grace. They need the cherry on top.
Yeah.
And what's that? What is that, my friend? Do you know the answer to the super secret proof?
Yeah, that's both. It's going there, and then you see really how it's passing 1 mile and dropping 8 inch, and then passing and it's
I
dropping
know,
like
but
that.
nobody believes.
And then
Let's say that doesn't fly. So now what are they going to do to corroborate that? They need another thing. So they have a two-pronged attack. So if
some phenomena,
what's that?
some phenomena.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, check it out, guys. I'll go slower so you guys can follow along. All right, so they presented an evidence, so they say, which technically, by definition, is a formal logical fallacy. Okay. So the if in the if then of the formal logical fallacy has to be proven. So they now must corroborate that story that they just gave you by attempting to prove the if. And they're going to jump to one of the easiest peasiest proofs that they've been handed, right, from the top down. And what is that proof? Pictures from space.
I finally got logged in on my mobile. Incredible. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. On the end, we told that the media in and all space programs and all that stuff, you got the sphere from the space, and fuck, you cannot not believe, because that's obvious. That's fucking the most how to say. We fucking went to the space in 50s with rockets, monkeys, everything. Everybody was in that. Like, fuck, I was in that. Like, fuck, look at this space. Fucking shit, how many planets we are? Nobody. And we can maybe look. They went to the moon, and then they showed the everything, and then NASA stream live every day. You can see that curve every day. They didn't stop. They didn't stop to show the curve on TV.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can see a image on the regular for sure. I'd agree with that.
From ISS, but live, go back like 40 years ago. You have some news, and maybe you watch something on TV and say, look, they had that land or whatever, that rocket went to the space about, let's say, in 80s or I don't know, 90s. But now you have you can fucking watch even they're playing their Big Brother. They're playing Big Brother. You know that Big Brother, when they put some people inside, they don't know what to do and they speak everything. 3-4 years ago, when I watched that live, so many, I could not believe that what they are having up there, like all the uniforms with any clubs. I don't know, even a football club in USA, the tennis balls, puppets, instruments, fucking, it's fucking full of everything.
So I just got something straight in my head. Well, I was talking to Ardent the other day, remember, about the his little boat experiment, and he got me to thinking about tides. Does anybody have any gravy on tides?
Well, if you have 10 meters tides, look, you will not see horizon of 10 miles for sure.
So when I
so curvature, 110 meters high could make maybe curvature in a moment.
When I was a kid, we went to Alt Locks because all my dad's side of family, they're all Scottish. So we went round Alt Locks, and I swore when I was a kid that one of these locks had a tide. And so I just asked my mum about it. I was like, I'm sure, because bear in mind, I was like 4 years old. And yes, one of them indeed did. It was Loch Fyne, but it's not inland. So that explains it. So it just got me a bit confused. And I was like, right, I've got to straighten this up without asking the internet. So I straightened myself out. And then I just watched this. I've already watched this Eric Debate one, but I watched it years ago, and I remember him talking about the navel of the world and all this stuff, and I was like, okay, a bit weird. But yeah, I typed it into Google after I'd had that conversation with Arden, and it's like, yeah, your bathtub's got a tide, got basically, because it's so infinitesimally small, though it can't be measured. This pull by the moon's gravity. So I didn't know if you know that, but your bathtub's got a and puddles and everything. So I thought you'd like that. But what do you think, Arden? Do you have any opinion on the tide? Yeah.
Yeah. Kids shouldn't eat them.
Fair enough.
And then I get from some. Wait, I need to read. My God. Okay. Somebody called Goblin. Define level. I think that he defined it very well. I don't need to define
I just wasn't
it.
here. I came a little late, my bad. I came when you guys were just talking about like parallel.
Can you define level for me, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab you a definition of it. Level.
Is it curved? Only that.
No deviation.
I have also TikTok video if you want to watch.
Look, it's already a failure to search up the definition because they've appended a definition in the modern day.
So where'd you guys get your definition from?
I get mine from Dell. From Beyond. Sorry,
Andy.
Yeah.
Can you tell me definition for apple?
For an apple?
Yeah, because the level it's one mysterious word like apple. It's maybe.
Yeah.
Are you feeling all right today, Sasha?
No, I'm okay. I'm totally okay. If I tell you what is level, if I tell you what is level, if I ask now 10 years boy, what is level? I think that he will not tell me the definition, but he will explain me very properly well what the fuck is level.
Right. Right. So what happened, friends, is the social media sphere, etc., responds to the things that the flat Earth community does for some reason. You know, for example, congressional hearings, right? Or, for example, YouTube abandoning certain metrics that you were able to easily access because the flat Earth topic overtook all the other topics that were in hotness, right? So they said, oh, we just got to get rid of this metric. That way nobody will know. And what else did they do? They changed I believe it was dictionary.com to be one of the top few Google searches, right? And they changed the definition of level to mean adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water, right? So that's a begging the question definition, isn't it?
Which definition? There's like a million. Sorry. I'm just looking
at. Right, I just told you. They updated that one made it one of the first results that comes up when you Google in the past. It might have changed by now.
Yeah, I'm just seeing horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point, a height or distance from the ground or another stated or an understood base. Yeah, I'm not going to read them all, but there's like a bunch. But I only asked that because I came late and I didn't want to interrupt or anything.
Yeah, fair.
Really
Okay.
ask or anything. So I stayed quiet.
Sorry.
I was just interested.
No, it's
I heard parallel
it's
being used, and I just didn't see anything with parallel in any definitions. But if you guys have a separate definition, that's totally fine because there's already like a million.
sorry, mate. I thought that you were listening all what we
Oh
spoke
no,
about.
don't worry.
It's all right.
That's all good.
Sorry if I was, but
No, I'm not.
what I said I mean.
I
don't know.
get it, bro. I get it. Don't worry.
Right. So since you'll accept definitions, right? Since there's already a million, and we've already said how the definition has evolved in light of the flat Earth argument taking center stage in social media lately, prior to certain things that happened in the world and YouTube being asked by the government to censor it, et cetera, that they changed the definition of level to make it basically sound like level means adhering to the curved water of the earth, right? So since you're okay with those definition changes, I'm going to change the definition of the meaning of level, right, to mean a line that is 45 degrees off a horizontal baseline. So level from now on is actually 45 degrees. So when we're building a building next and someone says, can you level out this board between these two columns, I'm just going to yoink it to 45 degrees, right? And then when they come back and saying, no, this is wrong, I'm going to be like, dude, I'm going by my definition of level, homie.
I'm gonna look real quick, and I'm gonna do my best to find a definition of level. Which one do you properly accept, if there is one, or like what did you say it was beforehand before the switch?
Flat horizontal, nothing more than
level.
Parallel
like,
with the horizontal plane.
Would I be able to find that in like 2013 definition book or something, or
maybe?
I'll look at a 2013 one.
You know, what's interesting is we record all of our live streams, right? And we were making this argument and we were arguing with people, right? And we and them, right? So the flat earth proponents and globe earth proponents in the argument were referencing different definitions, right? And then there was a particular time where all of a sudden this new definition just became available about the surface curvature of Earth's water. And it was like, wait a minute, dudes, this is total reactionary damage control. Because people recognize what level means, friend, and that's just the truth. That's why when I told you about my, client who wanted me to level the beam, right, onto the posts, and I put it at 45 degrees, and he said, you're a retard. That's because we all understand what level means. It's just that simple.
Because we call sea level, my God. That's the whole point.
Yeah. For example, he might level the post and so then what I might do is I might take the beam. Let's say it's steel rather than wood, because wood will probably snap. So let's just say it's steel. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my skid steer, right? And I'm going to get 2 dump trucks. I'm going to put the 2 dump trucks and put the beam, and then I'm going to take the skid steer and smush it down in the center so that it creates an arc, right? Like a curved arc. And then I'm going to put that beam on the posts. And then homeboy is going to come back and he's going to go, yeah, that's totally what I meant by level. And the answer is no, he's not going to do that. He's going to call me a retard, demand his money back, telling me to get off his job site. Now, another excuse is, okay, well, if you already have an arced beam, right, which would just be called an arch, right? If you already have that, someone might hire you and say, okay, we have one arch here. I want another arch below it. And they might use words like parallel with the arch above. But they'll never say level with the arch above. You know, so they want one arch, and then they want an arch below it that matches the same arch, right? It has the same arc to it. So two arches, one above the other, with the same arc. Now, obviously, the arc below, right, has to be shorter. Like the overall length of the material is shorter. If you have the same length of material, you'd have some hanging out, depending, you know, on the way the posts are. You know, because like the interior diameter
I always thought
less
that, like,
than the external diameter.
I might just be wrong, but I always thought that level was just more about, like, I'm not level, sorry, parallel was more about distance rather than more like 3D actual objects. You know, like if you put something above it, let's say like you're talking like, I want this thing parallel. I still wouldn't think that'd be correct vocabulary. Correct me if I'm wrong, just because.
Well, I'll give you an example. So when you're working in old houses,
yeah,
okay, everything's wonky sometimes. It's not square, right?
Okay.
So the floor usually has sunk because something has rotted.
Yeah.
Weight has taken
Over
its course
time,
over time, right? And so now you're going to repair something and you're going to install something. And so let's say you're going to install a ceiling or something above that's going to have a pronouncement where people are going to notice it. So you have two options. You can level it, but then it will not be parallel with the floor anymore. And it could look weird. So you have to either decide, okay, I'm going to parallel it with the floor, or I'm going to level it, or I'm going to float the difference and see how bad it looks before I permanentize it.
Okay.
Right. And so then when I look at it, it looks overall good to me, even though they're not parallel to each other, and neither are either level.
Okay.
Now, so if the boss or whoever is the client or whoever's doing whatever comes in and says, I desire, this is what I demand to be done. I want the ceiling and the floor to be parallel. Okay, so then you need to parallel them.
Yeah, both would need to be changed, right?
Right. So you can't, if the floor isn't level, you can't go to the ceiling and shoot a level line and install the ceiling.
Yeah, because it
can't be done that way. You have to get parallel measurements all the way across.
That's true.
Or if it's a straight line, just at the end and the beginning.
Okay. That makes more sense.
But in no way does anybody come in when they're talking in those terms and the homeowner or the client or the boss comes back and he sees a level flat floor, right? Or an unleveled flat floor, and then an arch for a ceiling. Because nobody thinks that level means an arch. You would have to be in a far corner of very hyper-specific field for people to use that in common language. It's just not done.
Hey, how do you guys get to the notifications in the mobile app to turn off the sound notifications?
I'm so
Anyway, I
bad
know
at
it's
Discord
technical.
on the phone.
Hmm?
I said I'm
You
really
say?
bad at Discord on the phone. Otherwise, I'd help you.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. I just started myself, but I'm thrilled. Now I can ride my bike and talk with you guys and annoy the heck out of you. It'll be awesome.
What do you mean? What do you mean by sounded notifications? Do you mean when somebody
Like
does
every
something on
time.
Discord and it pings your phone?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It goes ding.
Right. So you need to go to settings.
Yeah, when I
apps.
go there, it just shows, here's what it shows. As soon as I go to user settings, it goes to input mode, and then it's only about auto voice and video.
No, you got to go to your Android settings.
Oh, okay. Android and
Yeah, so you go down there to apps. It's going to say apps.
Okay, hold up 1 second here. Just freaking have that. There we go.
Conveniently, they're going to be alphabetized, right? Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there 1 second. This phone's kind of slow. I'm surprised it'll even do this for this.
Then you click the app, and it goes app info.
I'm still waiting for
app settings.
Hold on. I had to turn your volume up.
That's
1
fine.
second.
It's boring to wait for everybody. So, app info, then notifications.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold up. Apps.
Hold on, you're going too quick.
I don't care. I can repeat myself.
Okay, I'm ready. Discord, right? No, go to a different app. Yeah, okay, I'm in Discord on my apps. Okay, now.
Then it's going to say app info, right? When you click on Discord, scroll down to where it says notifications, click notifications.
Okay.
And you're going to see a bunch of options. So you need to go down to
Permissions. Hold on. All I have is no. It stops at permissions. 1 second.
Hold on, I'll send you a screenshot.
It's got app info, and what it's showing is the Discord. Then force stop. Oh, show notifications. Turned it off.
Scroll down. No. You don't turn it off.
No, turned off show notifications. Turn that off so it doesn't show.
Why would you turn that off? Then you'll never know if somebody notifies you.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Gotcha.
You gotta look down.
It says clear data,
categories
clear
of
path,
notification.
launch by default, clear, no default set, clear default. There are no default set. The permissions.
Right, so click notifications. It's going to open up, and then it's going to have a bunch of options with toggle switches.
No, this doesn't have that.
What kind of phone you have?
It's old as like the Jesus. I don't know. It's really old.
Good answer.
So I'm going to take a screenshot of this screen so you can see it.
It's in another area. I got it. I can't see where. You're right. Sound and notification. Here we go. Right? Device, sound, and notification. All right. This might be it. Notification volume. Can't I just turn that on to nothing?
No, that's for the whole device, man. Another thing you can try doing is on the actual notification that you get, you can drop down the notification bar, and then look at that notification. Just press on it, and then you'll be able to change.
I don't know. You lost me. I don't even know. I don't have no idea where you're talking about.
So at the top of the phone, there's a notification bar. Like, let's say you had the notification on your notification bar. You just got it. You can hold onto that notification after you open up that notification bar.
No, I'm talking about the sound notifications
I know.
only.
Me too. So you have
on Discord.
Lord
Okay.
All right, let's try again. So you have the status bar at the top of your phone, right? You pull that down. You open up like the menu where you can adjust the different things, like adjust your
like Wi-Fi,
Wi-Fi, stuff like that. Yeah. Underneath,
Yeah, I
you should
got
have the notifications that are active on your phone.
Okay, like
See
I
that?
see one there.
Yeah, so you can hold on, and you can test it with any notification that you have right now. You hold onto that notification, just like press and hold, and then you should get a little menu for changing the alert settings.
I thought it was. What the hell? Oh, I appreciate that. Wait a second. I just saw it bring up another bar there. 1 second. I'll get
Yeah,
it.
and then you can click on settings and change it for that specific app.
What?
It basically takes you to the same screen that Arden
Here
was
we
talking
go.
about.
I had another tool, little gear setting. I press on that. Let's see if it doesn't blow up. Hopefully it won't blow the phone up.
And tune in next week for another episode of Boomers with Smartphones.
I know. Never mind. Now you embarrass me. Wait a second.
Hey,
Welcome to 24/7, where you could get technical assistance without the Indian accent.
I think it might be working. It's at 66%. The phone voltage is at 66%. I shitteth you not. What the heck?
Maybe your phone's
Boomer
possessed.
in electronic world. I shouldn't be here. How did I get here? That's wild. Just joking.
So another way to cancel your notification sounds is get a needle and stab your speaker.
Google settings. Is that what you're talking about?
Nah.
No. That is absolutely, I don't think what I want. That's what it came up when I did the notifications. When I pressed on it, it went to Google settings. When I clicked the little gear in there.
Well, that's because you allowed Percentage to help you, and so he couldn't help you completely.
Put this on me?
Yeah, bro.
I'm illiterate.
Oh, dang.
Percentage,
Well,
dude.
it's nice
So you
try.
can't actually fulfill anything.
Fucking, who cares if it's dinging anymore? Wait a minute. Let me just leave that on. Get rid of that Google settings. Back to Discord. Stop playing around. All right. Who cares what it's doing? All right. I might look one more time. Let's see.
Okay, what were we talking about?
I'll figure out how to put myself on mute here in a second.
We were discussing level being curved, I think I got.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so they have to change the definition of level in the general mindset because everybody already knows what level is. And if water is level and takes up 70% of the Earth's surface, then that means the Earth's flat. So there you go. And as I was telling my friends earlier, the easiest way to win an argument is just change all the definitions of the words. Problem solved.
Get that effect.
I hear you. Just change the definitions. That's what they've done the whole time. So
Yeah.
Why not?
You know,
it can work both ways.
exactly. So, stop
All
stealing
things
from me. Oh, well, stealing means that I'm allowed to take things from you.
Mm-hmm.
Or stop means start.
some crazy stuff like that.
Level means curved.
Pretty wacky. That kind of talk make me go cross-eyed.
Has anyone ever said horizontal is curved?
Yeah, really. Or I like that talk about level.
To the individual observer, horizontal is curved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because horizontal is an objectively straight line, right?
No.
But to an individual observer on this curved Earth, it'll be curved.
Hey,
Why
percentage. Stop. Hold the frick on, homie. I want to hear what he has to say.
It's because of perspective. Because this, like, objectively straight line is in all, from all reference points, reference angles, reference frames, it's going in one direction. It's absolutely straight, right? But depending on the observer and their perspective, if you actually had, like, a visualization of this imaginary line and like a demonstration of it, then it would look like it's curving.
I don't know. That was a horrible explanation.
It's too bad that it doesn't do that, because it just doesn't.
Yeah, but perception is reality. So for them, that horizontal line is really curving.
You can make a horizontal line curve with an optic, sure.
Yeah, with graphic artistry.
No, you don't need no artistry. You just need a particular setup of lens and distance.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. That's a horse of a different color. Yeah.
I'm not even sure the lens is necessary.
What? How can you take an image of the real world without a lens?
No, I mean, like, the lens for the light to go through, not from the observer. Obviously, the observer needs a lens to perceive everything, right? But I'm saying, like, in terms of the medium, it might not even need to go through a lens.
All right, try again, but this time speak with colors.
Okay, so let's say the medium is blue, right? And the lens is white. And then you have the atmosphere. The atmosphere is basically the same as the medium, so it's blue. And then the observer is black. And they have their built-in lens, which is yellow, right? So they're viewing it with yellow, but, oh, sorry, I should say the horizontal line is red, okay? So they're seeing red through yellow, but red is in blue, and that blue does not need to go through white to get to yellow. That make sense?
Not in any sense of the imagination, no.
That made perfect sense, actually, if you run it back. Because perspective works without, you could argue it works without a medium. We don't truly know, right? If it was perfect vacuum, would perspective work just as well?
What?
I wager it would.
What?
And so you would still, if you were observing a horizontal line in the distance.
Perspective is a necessary consequence of an angular field of view. So if you have an angular field of view, you're going to have perspective.
Exactly. So you would have it even in a perfect vacuum. That being said, if you have a horizontal line that's tangent to a point that is far away from you, and you're viewing that horizontal line from an angle, you would observe, like, you would observe it kind of converging into the horizon, like perspective.
right, we'll give it a plausible.
That's provided that you're not viewing it completely head on. It has to be kind of at an angle, like a diagonal line a little bit.
Oh. Kind of like sunsets. When the sun appears to cut a diagonal line through the sky.
Kind of.
And then the Globers say that it's a elliptical line. Oh.
You know, we need like a resident modeler, like blender capable person, kind of like Arma. We need an Arma on the flattest side.
We have one. We have one. Dan Fessler. He used to do that for us. He was Glober though.
Same with Arma. He does it for us, and he's a Glober too. We need a flat earther that that spends a lot of time in the server. Just whenever we have these kinds of ideas, they can model it.
Yeah, that's cool. Now, who's that guy? So Dr. Zach did a bunch of modeling with his team back in the day, years ago. For example, they made a planar star field above a planar ground, and then the stars rotated in a particular manner. And then they added perspective effects into the simulation and created similar star trails to what we see in reality. Right? There you go.
Yeah.
Are you calling Arma capable? That's a stretch, bro.
Man, Arma's the truth. Arma, get in here.
Dude, listen to what you just said. Hold on, listen to what you just said. You said Armageddon here. Armageddon here.
You caught it.
Oh, it's over. Don't say it 3 times in a row.
Do you think Arma could handle this server? Would it be too much for him?
Do we have a padded room?
Why, you need a pad?
Like a low volume, low sensory padded room, for the sensitive ones. See, that's actually surprising that a lot of systems don't have this, where they have a platform level volume mediation, right? That's automatic. So for example, somebody might be getting butt hurt because Quantum Eraser's yelling at them, but they'd never know he was yelling at them because his volume would immediately be reduced with the software. That's not something impossible to do, but it seems like nobody really has it that's done well.
I think Quantum would come after you about diminishing his efficacy if you did that.
I think the listener would still be.
Well, then you wouldn't know if that was true. If that were true, then you wouldn't know who he is.
I think the listener would still be able to gauge the intonation, even if the level of the audio level stayed the same.
Yeah, but it would kind of cut him off at the knees, though, wouldn't it?
So maybe they wouldn't get as mad, but they would still get, they'd still be affected.
Yeah.
Or maybe they'll think this guy gets so mad that as he gets mad, he moves away from his mic. Kind of like a singer when they go for a really.
Oh yeah. You got to storm off.
Yeah, dude, like a singer on stage.
Losing it.
Dude, like a singer on stage, right? How they back the mic up sometimes when they're gonna get really loud. He's that good at Discord.
He just throws his head back when he's spazzing out.
Well, you know what? Another way to do it is just to give everyone else priority speaker.
That would work.
Jack could do that, but the problem is that you have to press a key.
Yeah, and that entails work.
Yes. It also entails fingers.
Those pesky fingers. Always getting in the way. Try to grab something and your pesky fingers get in the way. God damn it. Alright, I'll catch you guys in a bit. Peace.
All right, now that he's gone, we can really do what we want.
Why is it that all of us are the best smart Alex that ever walked the face of the earth? Oh, shoot.
For me, it's a matter of preference. I'd rather be a smartass than a dumbass.
Amen to that. And I'm not a kidding.
Oh, here's a warrior from the field. Crit, what say you? News from the field. Nothing?
Disturbing news from the field of the Glovers. They're just in tatters over there. I don't think there's even one member on the entire battlefield that can stand up. They've been flattened once again.
Well, they come to the war with, like, you know, fucking rusty butter knives, and we've got nuclear weapons. Like, they're done. It's over. Bye.
Then sometimes they switch to pea shooters and other various means.
Oh.
They're going to try to prove the globe with slander.
Slander? Ay, ay, ay.
Slander. Commander Salamander.
So what do you guys think of the upcoming news? Let's see, upcoming news. Professor Dave wants to debate, which it gets it. Venue yet to be determined.
It's his
venue.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, it's his funeral. It's Dave's funeral. If he really wants to do that, I mean, I honestly, it's like when Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out with Eric Dubay. He probably watched a couple Eric videos and he's like, "Fuck, I'm fucked. I can't do this." So he backed out. Dave, I hope you're listening. Same thing's gonna happen, bud. You might not want to do this, but I hope you do.
Well, if they can't decide on a venue, then it's not going to happen. Fight the Flat Earth was thinking that it was going to be on his venue, which that's ridiculous.
So if the side with the burden of proof fails to show for any reason, they lose by default, right?
No.
Oh, okay. They just lose by default anyway. That would be like a double lose on default. Okay.
Listen, that's like, man, poor Dave. It's like you're not going to win. So what's the motive? And he knows it, right? He's not stupid. He knows he has nothing to bring to the table because there's no Earth curvature. So, man, if he's only doing it for clicks, I get it. But other than that, that debate's already lost.
Yeah, so he said he offered modern day debates, right? Pretty neutral. Moderator's not going to be up in everybody's business. But Mr. P. Davey was like, "Oh, I don't like him. He's not a good moderator." So I'm not exactly sure what he wants in a moderator.
Why do we need to go through any of these hoops just to see what should be so obvious, guys? Holy fuck, I can't believe they're still trying to tell us it's a globe.
Oh, let's see what else. He said that he wanted to dunk on him because Witz had offered, phased point, counterpoint, 2 minutes back and forth. And Dave was like, "No, I want to be able to interrupt you. I want to be able to dunk on you. So when you're saying something stupid, I can just poop all over you and do a dance and a backflip." I embellish that a little bit, but you get the point.
Well,
Yeah,
it
like
shows that he's not that dumb. He wants to talk to Witsit while having Witsit held by chains or something. He wants to control the conversation. So
yeah, they'll be like, "Hey, listen to Witsit, man. He sounds like he's got a couple points over there. But did you see Dave's backflip? Holy shit!"
Definitely.
hey, I thought that lion that was under Shane and his mouth was covered and his fangs were cut and no teeth. But I beat the lion.
Can I have a mic check, guys?
No mic check.
Dude, a lion with no claws and no teeth probably still mess the crap out of you pretty easily.
Yeah, but chained up. He's chained up.
Oh yeah, chained up.
Yeah, bunch of heavy chains, each leg on his neck and back. So yeah.
Man, it's too bad Professor Dave doesn't come to the arena.
Probably too busy combing his hair or something.
So we haven't ran the arena in a long. He wouldn't come do it on this server anyway.
You guys should know that none of those guys are actually looking for a fair debate. They know they can't publicly be in a debate and it be fair because they know what would happen.
I mean, they're not really that hard. Yeah, there are debates where people, trade time and they zing the other person when it's their time, right? So their 2 minutes is up or whatever, and then the other person gets to go, and then that person, berates them then, right? For some reason, like these Globers want to do it in the middle of your sentence. It's like, no, I can't wait 30 seconds. I have to do it now, right now. Or I might forget what I'm going to say.
They always seem to be in places that the moderators always seem to be very lenient towards every outburst they have against the flat earther. Anybody know any good servers that talk about like law stuff?
Not really.
Well, there's two problems. The first problem you got is that there's no globe evidence, okay? So they have a really hard time keeping servers going with information. Number two, and this works in tandem, the only thing they can do as a result, therefore therein, all they can do is start a server with anti-flat earthers bad-mouthing the people and calling them stupid instead of addressing the information. And that's what you have over at a server like Gem Pandas. It's called Debate Flat Earth and More.
I think you misheard me. I didn't say globe servers. I meant like people servers that talk about like law and stuff. Like quote unquote sovereign citizen kind of language.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about that. Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about that.
And the algorithm, like the Discord algorithm, like their search engine, is absolute trash. If you don't put the names exactly how it's written, nothing comes out. I have the worst luck with the search algorithm for Discord. Every topic is pretty much shadow banned other than like mainstream fucking topics. If it's not like science, math, or some dumb shit, everything is pretty much shadow banned.
Man, they were talking about that kind of stuff just not 3 or 4 days ago on Nathan Oakley's pre-show. So on Pseudoscience server, there's a couple of guys. It's Science versus Pseudoscience, where Nathan Oakley's show is hosted. There's a few guys that are into that stuff over there. They claim to be very knowledgeable about it. So if you go to that server and just put that in like the main chat, I'm sure you'll get a response. There's people in this server too. You could put it in one of the chats.
Was someone asking about sovereign citizenship and law by any chance?
Yeah.
I would say if you can get hold of Eggs, speak to Eggs, you'll get him over on Battle Mod server. He's a very, very knowledgeable person about the legal standings of a man against the court and against the law itself and the knowings of the law. Battle Mod server's linked in the partner servers, I think. If not, give us a shout and I can post it or link you.
Okay, how's that set up?
What's set up?
This microphone.
This mic? Pretty good.
Okay.
I think you need a new mic, Sonny. A new mic.
I know, good. I'm glad you said that. I am using a new old mic. It was old, now it's new again.
Well, you sound pretty good and loud and crisp and commanding and demanding and slanderous and scandalous.
Going outside, yep. All of the above. And talk about the sunshine.
Is that a wearable mic? Have you got a headset on?
Yeah, I'm on my mobile phone with just a wired head earbuds.
Yeah, I can hear the proximity to your mouth, mate. Yeah, it's quite clear though, eh?
Oh, cool. All right.
A lot of people in this server that you think have really good mics have the little Apple iPhone style microphone from Apple. Works great. I've got DeWalt earbuds. That's what I'm.
Yeah, man, you don't have to spend a lot to get quality shit. My favorite microphone ever in the world is the SM57, $100 mic. But you can mic an entire band with those, and it sounds really good, real crisp. Overhead mics in the kick, on the front of the guitar amp or the bass amp, vocalist. You can use SM57 for everything, and it can take the power, doesn't blow out, gives you nice, crisp, warm sound. But
Glapfo, I think you need a new mic, Glapfo. You need a new mic.
this is a cell phone. Yeah. No, you're right. This cell phone mic sucks, asshole.
So these were on clearance for $35. Normally $79. I should have bought two pairs, and I would, always have a backup already charged. Oh, you know what, friends? That reminds me. I have this headset that I bought, and I had a warranty on it, like a full replacement warranty, and I keep forgetting to finish filling it out once. So now that I've said that, I'm going to drive home and forget about it. And
Hello?
What's up?
All right. Hello. Testing. Can you guys hear me?
No.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go. So who's talking right now? Everybody silent or what's up?
You're talking.
I'm talking? All right, let me start talking. Any Globies in here? Globies?
Yeah, you.
Yes. Globy's here.
Do we have any Globies in
Dibs
here?
Globy.
I'm not gonna call them Globetards. I stopped calling them Globetards. Why? Because I don't need to be rude. You know, we were all there at one point, right? At one point we were all children, right? We were taught a certain thing in school, that the Earth was a globe, right? And we were spinning, and we just simply just believed them, and we just simply believed the authorities. You know what I mean? So at some point, I mean, if you were lucky enough to be born and raised a flat earther, then I salute you. But I'm thinking in 90% or more than 90% of the time, that was not the case, right? We went to school, we were taught about the globe, we believed it, we loved it, etc., etc. And then at some point, we got old enough and mature enough, and we had enough discernment to start questioning things and to start looking into things on our own and doing our own experiments, right? By the grace of God, I learned about flat Earth about, I'd say, like 5 years ago. And I was one of the lucky ones to be around when YouTube didn't censor all of the flat Earth information, all the the old school flat Earth YouTube channels that got banned, and then they had to create a new channel and use coding to hide, certain words from the algorithms so they didn't get banned again. I'm talking about 2016. I guess that was like what, maybe actually 6 years ago. I was around when YouTube didn't censor all the flat Earth information, when it was like a free market, right? Everybody had their channels, everybody was putting out their content, and flat Earth at one point actually went viral, right? And that was when I learned about flat Earth. It's like I was one of the fish that got caught in the net, you know? I grabbed on. I was one of the fish that just grabbed onto the net and never let go. Right? So certain people, it's hard right nowadays. It's hard because, like, if somebody wants to learn about flat Earth, what are they going to do? They're going to YouTube it. They're going to Google it. And what's going to happen when they search it? The first 5 or 7 pages are going to be nothing but anti-flat Earth content. So in a way, I'm thinking we need to be a little bit more understanding, with the new generation of flat earthers, and just understand that, like, it's not as easy for them. They're facing more hurdles. They got more things obstructing them, from learning the truth. So, like I said, I consider myself one of the lucky ones. I was there when all the flat Earth channels were popping off. It was going viral. There was content everywhere. Nowadays, it's not like that. The content has been banned, censored, right? And just completely erased. So my whole point is that we got to be a little bit more understanding and sensitive with the new age flat earthers. Somebody else can speak now, please. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with the room, King Deeks. Now, who else would like to go next?
I totally agree. I think we have to meet people where they're at, not just informationally, but emotionally. And a lot of these upcomers may not have the emotional intelligence to absorb properly the information. And there's other people who may have the emotional intelligence, the balls to admit they've been lied to, but don't necessarily have all the information. But yeah, I agree. We need to just meet them where they're at, right? Within the first minute of talking to somebody, If they're being genuine or shit, even if they're not, you can definitely pick out, kind of where to go with that. But be sensitive, right? I like that word. We're taught, just be tough. Blah, blah, blah. No, you got to be sensitive to people because people are sensitive. Thanks.
Exactly, Glaflobe. Thank you, bro. Because basically, you just reiterated what I was saying. Like, it's like we know the truth. We're one of the blessed ones. We're one of the privileged that actually came across the truth, right? But a lot of these youngins, they're still being lied to, right? They're still falling for the lies, and we need to kind of be a little bit more understanding with them. Because, like, for example, who was the other guy? Oh, the guy left, but there was some guy back like earlier today in the morning and afternoon. Some guy named Darius, and he was trying to learn a little bit more about flat Earth. He wouldn't admit that he's a globe skeptic, but I could tell that he was a globe skeptic by the fact that he was here asking questions, trying to learn more about flat Earth, etc. And I told him, I literally said to him, I'm like, yo, brother, we were all in the same boat as you at one point, We were all taught about the globe. We were all like indoctrinated in school, right? But at some point, we started questioning all of this, right? And I kind of just remember being in his shoes. You know what I mean? Where I was kind of I just started kind of questioning and asking questions, and luckily I wasn't getting shitted on the way he was getting shitted on. At that time, I was being educated, and I was basically flat earthers were speaking, like my cousins, for example, they were flat earthers already, and they were speaking to me from a place of love. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And to further that, I think people get lost in the frustration. At least I know I do. I get lost in the frustration of Globers being jerks or Globers not, trying not to understand, willingly misunderstanding things. And so my attitude will get out of hand. And I'll start getting real loud. And then when I'm muted, y'all don't hear a bunch of shit, right? But but it's understandable. But at the same time, I almost feel like it's like the thing I need to focus most on is not being condescending to those who ask for it, and instead kill them with kindness and give them the information only. I think that's going to be my coming up new approach. But it's hard. You guys know me. I'm a fucking hothead.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But yeah.
Hey, Glaflobe.
Yeah.
I was gonna follow up with that by saying that like, for example, like, yeah, we want to be kind and understanding with them, right? But at the same time, I understand why flat earthers get feel almost disrespected when there's an anti-flat earther, or when there's somebody who's just trying to argue and defend the globe when really they have no evidence or proof or any experiments done on their own.
When I agree totally. Like in the cartoons, you get your typical bully who doesn't know shit, but then finally the guy he keeps beating up on starts to like teach him some stuff in real life, and he's like, and then he wakes the bully up. That's what we're trying to do with these anti-flat earthers, I think.
Well, this is my whole point, that in a way, if you really think about it, it's like they're actually the bullies, not us.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying they're the bullies.
Right.
So let's check it out. So the cartoon goes, big, dumb bully, strong, need your lunch money, gonna get it. I'm gonna punch you every time I see you in the hallway. Okay. That's the anti-flat earther. What I'm trying to do is, because every one of those cartoon episodes ends with the bully and the bullied getting along at some point, right? So that's what I'm trying to, like, when I come across a bully, I'm trying real hard not to get, what the kids call triggered and react the way that they want me to, and instead do the other thing where, like, find out what the bully's interested in and then get them to talk about some shit and open up, and then oops, all of a sudden we're having a genuine conversation between two people that respect each other enough not to call each other names and listen. And so, yeah, I'm with you, bro, 100%. I got to get back to painting my room here, but that right there is my favorite part of the day. Thanks for talking.
Yo, thank you, man.
Yes. So, problem is, we've got a socio-cultural issue, right? Which is there's so many flat earthers engaged in the conversation that they can't be patient enough to wait to let the other person speak. They can't be patient enough to listen to know where the argument's actually going so they can follow along when the floor is yielded to them. And this creates a frenetic pace, and it also creates fog of war where the person doesn't know who's speaking to them, what point they're following along, and it puts people in essentially a fight or flight symptoms. They start to lash out as if they're being attacked because their body is confused and doesn't understand whether it's being attacked or not. Now, this is just a consequence of the nature of the platform that we're in. Could be solved by everyone calming themselves down and actually following some type of internal protocol and patience and all of these other types of virtues. Or it could be enforced mechanically to where nobody's allowed to speak, right? And then one person's unmuted, one person's muted, but that's tedious. Somebody has to volunteer to run that, right? So it's not as simple as it sounds in a form like this. Although it can be done, it is possible. But simultaneously, in enforcing such a stricture where turns are yielded and protocols, etc., people will lose interest. And the reason is because some people crave the fight or flight. It's like an adrenaline junkie. They want to be the one to pounce on the Glober and Sigma. They like the anticipation of waiting for the right moment to strike, which is always in the middle of somebody else's sentence, right? Usually their own teammate. You know, in the old days, not that it was perfect, we had differential ranks, obviously, and we had differential pecking order, obviously, and then differential skills and talents. People kind of recognized who was who and what was what. And they would back each other up. So while one person's making an argument, the other person would be thinking where it's going and giving the information that goes along with it, right? Or doing things in the background, like maybe, sending a link to this person or that. And the other person would notice where the person missed saying something, and then he'd wait for them when it ends, and he'd say, "Oh, I just needed to remind you that you forgot to mention this." And the other person would be like, "Okay, that's great." Right? There was a time when somebody said a question to a person, there would be a floor yielded for that person to answer rather than 2, 3, even 4 people interrupting each other after the floor had already been yielded to the person who's actually the target of the question. Or they would hear somebody in the background speaking up, asking a question or saying, "May I interject?" Right? And rather than continue on, they would wrap up their point and then yield the floor to that person. Whereas now, people are clearly listening. They hear that somebody wanted to speak. They hear the other party yield the floor to that person. And for some reason, they think that that's the cue for them to speak. Because now it's a pause, right? And it's a pause, and so I can do whatever I want with a pause. Because what I have to say is just so urgent and so important that I'm going to interrupt the flow of the conversation, interrupt the argument, derail. Not that it's always those things. But all of this pushes the pace of freneticism to where everybody's frothing at the mouth and nobody's behaving themselves. And if the shoe fits, wear it. Everybody does it occasionally. For example, there's crickets on here lately. Well, that's because a lot of Globers who otherwise would be willing to participate, even take abuse, for some reason they're not here. And part of it is not because of them misbehaving, it's because the flat earthers here can't behave around that person because none of them are willing to yield to the floor or to the other, right? Because they have to be the one to sting that particular guy because that guy's got some kind of status as a glober. So for some reason, they want to get their shot in while he's on the ground. Right? So we end up playing a lot of tried audio that we've played a million times. We end up talking about silly topics. And then the occasional Glover comes in and we have good conversation. And also the occasional Glover comes in and it's train wreck. And simultaneously, when the Glovers aren't here, that's plenty of time to soliloquy about our points of view. Right? So, for example, somebody so inclined, the voice to speak and the will to do so, could talk their way through the argument from the beginning all the way to the conclusion. Right? So whoever's listening might benefit. And that includes the audience out there as well as the audience in here. Because like Homeboy just said, a lot of people are new. They're novice flat earthers and they don't know all the arguments. They don't know how to string it together. Right? So what are we to do? Are we to enforce a uniform code? Roger that. Over. Blue 2 to Blue 3, your turn to speak. Over. Roger, Blue 3, my turn to speak. I yield the floor to so-and-so.
Well, the judge is the moderator sometimes too, man. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, I'm always right, obviously.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You need to be just like, you decide who speaks and fuck everybody. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
It's not that simple, okay, for logistical reasons. Sometimes people can talk right through you, even when you're trying to moderate, which requires logistical controls, which requires activating your device and using your fingers and not dying in a car crash and other types of things. Right? And then we got people with rank who have logistical powers who, for some reason, don't know how to use them. Fair, maybe they haven't had training, but they also don't have the will to use them either. Not everybody's a go-getter. That's fair. But it's like I was saying before, in the old days, the ranked up people were able to, teach the younger ranked people, and they had an interest in doing it. Everybody was facilitating each other logistically and etc. Like the other day, I had to end up banning a kid because the people who were in the live stream allowed the situation to get so frenetic that he spazzed when it should have been nipped in the bud. Somebody should have recognized that this was going down a railroad to a crash and just said, bro, you need to sit out. And then made it happen where he sits out. I mean, yeah, obviously this takes time out of people's day. It is a lot easier to just have your device sitting over there while you speak, wait for your turn to speak. And don't get me wrong, a lot of this drought also is because a lot of Glovers aren't interested in the argument anymore. But just like Homeboy said that there's new flat earthers all the time, there's new people from the globe all the time that are interested in the flat earth. For example, we had a bunch in here the other night. Mickey was speaking to approximately 15 to 20 new kids simultaneously, and he was able to hold the room. Occasionally, there was 3 to 4 people speaking at the same time from our side, right, which got a little bit out of hand, but it was very quickly dealt with. Another problem too is a lot of us are veterans, right? We've been through the debates, we've been through the grit and the grime, and almost all permutations of every one of the arguments. And it has gotten a little tedious. Repetition ad infinitum, right? It's actually getting bad around the flat Earth community, to be honest. Certain people that have shows or that do things on the regular are basically repeating themselves so much that they're starting to make errors. They're not even able to keep the rhetoric straight because it's like a copy machine on copy. Constantly each copy is a little bit degraded from the last. There's a lot of lacking originality. So, that being said, who has anything new to speak about? Something new, not old, new. Anybody at all? I realize that's a hard ask. Something new in this discussion. It's a tough one, isn't it?
That was tough one.
What is the maximum flight distance of a commercial airline? Who knows?
Maximum flight distance?
Yeah, of a commercial airline.
That's
What's the
too
longest flight?
that's too base of a question.
Too basic of a question? Come on.
Yeah. What if there's aerial refueling?
Well, no. That's my question. Is like, how far would it get without refueling? I guess that's my
Without
line.
refueling?
At the Johannesburg, so South Africa, to their refueling stop to then hit Chile. It's not Chile, Chile or South America to South Africa to South America. But there's a refueling stop that takes place in crap. Shit. Has anyone seen this flight path? The tip to tip? Anyone else? Can someone back me up on this? There's a refueling stop, right? Identify. I'll be back.
Sounds bogus to me.
You're trying to say that the flight is a straight line instead of a big old curved one, and the shortest stuff between 2 points is a straight line. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, that's the thing. Like, the observed flight path from Johannesburg to South America goes through North America, but
you got to keep it simple. You lost me, dude. What are you trying to say?
On a globe, it would be an A, an upside down V, if you will.
Yep.
But on a flat plane, it's a straight shot.
Right. Yes. So the shortest distance, right? So
yes.
Yeah. And why would you fly an extra? Holy shit, that's a lot of extra flight to go refuel. That doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Doesn't make sense.
Are you saying that we are using shorter distance? That's ridiculous.
Bro. I'm trying to say the proposed flight path on a globe is literally an A, an upside down V, versus on, like I said, a plane, it's a straight shot. I'm gonna see if I can get a screenshot of it. Hold on. I don't know. Did any of you guys take in Dubé's last piece on flight paths?
No,
Dubé still makes videos?
Bro.
I thought he died of emaciation like 2 years ago.
Listen. Dude's still cranking out stuff like this. Hold up.
Dude, I thought he was just a yoga teacher that took too much acid, bro.
Oh, no, that's not it.
No,
Nah.
he made a movie, God. On that.
That's what I'm saying. Let's not even talk about the teacher.
Oh man,
He's done some
I'm
stuff.
cool with
Nah,
it.
man. Nah, man. That's the number one thing in my life growing up. All my friends were like, Julian always says, nah, man.
Well, here's the thing. Eric Dubay stuff woke me up to flat Earth. Help me get started on it, right? So I'm never gonna bash the information, but that dude is just interesting. Let me say that it's interesting. He's a very unique guy.
Right. So check this out, Holmes. Where did a lot of his information come from?
Teach me. Teach us.
Books, man, that have been around for decades upon decades upon decades, right? Which is interesting because those books have been around, but we never even heard of them until we heard Eric Dubay, right?
Yeah, and the Forgotten Books series is pretty much all that stuff. Like, hey, they actually know what they're talking about, guys. Here's the Forgotten Books that have way better shit in it than your history or science books, kind of deal.
Okay.
That's a dirty
I think I got
customer.
it. I think I got it. There we go.
I got that book.
Hey, let's go. Screen cap that off of YouTube and pull that in and dropped it in the chat.
Wait, I have a 4 hours.
I feel old when I do stuff like this. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. See the chat.
Oh man.
And that's the first time it hit me. I'm like, oh, that's what they did. And like they fixed north being the point, and then they just took the flat map and wrapped it around the basketball like it was going underneath the Christmas tree. They're like, Merry from Santa globe. Did you guys look at it? Any feedback? Am I alone here? Like, hello? Bueller?
Jamie, we ban anyone who likes Eric Dubay around here. Sorry.
Oh, come on. It's
That was
not
nice
the
knowing
man,
you.
man. It's the
Nice
information.
Ben Kiwi now.
Information.
Ben Kiwi
Oh,
now
man.
immediately.
We're just teasing you, bro. We're just
I
teasing
know,
you.
I'm saying. I even saved you guys from sharing the link. So I just shared the screen cap. I plagiarized, damn it.
What? That's not what plagiarism is.
I know, I'm just being... I'm being dramatic. It's just... Yeah, it's... Never mind. Just look at the screen cap. Let me know what you think. Love you.
Let's see. Where does it say? What was it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, what's the whoop-de-deal, bro? I see pink lines and I see green lines. What's up?
Well, it's the midpoint. So, hold on. Let me go back to it. So if you check out the midpoint of the flight path. So let's take the starting path being in South Africa. South Africa. Nope, wait. Sorry. South America, Lord Child. Bear with me. The starting point being in South America. And then it cuts through North America. And then it goes to Australia. Now, if the world were a globe, it would be the left picture. But it's actually the right picture. So it's a straight shot. See what I'm saying? Side by side comparison. I'm just saying.
What's your point?
My point is it's flat. You said you want to talk about something, so I gave you something to talk about. But no, that was my original one.
Look, even on the one on the right, it's not straight. It goes down to Cali,
Mm-hmm.
and then hooks to the Midwest, right, the top of Texas, and
True.
then goes down to South America.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, the Earth is a raptor.
The Earth is a what? Raptor?
Yeah, Raptor Earth. You never heard of that, dude?
No, I've never heard of
It's
Raptor.
called Velociraptor.
Oh,
Velociraptor.
Oh yeah.
Well, Toronto is the home of the Raptors, so and that's where I live. So there's some Canadian dad humor for you. Oh boy.
Yeah. So
tough crowd.
Yeah. So we've been talking about these flight paths for years, bro. Right.
Yep.
And way back in the beginning, there were some quote unquote pilots, right? Who were like, I'm a glober and I'm a pilot, therefore I'm correct. Because
No.
only pilots are the arbiters of truth. Right? And so we challenged this so-called alleged pilot. Maybe an actual pilot, who freaking knows, who cares? Supposedly he's a real pilot. All right, let's just say for the sake of argument, he's a real pilot.
Very.
So he claimed that he could prove that the flights are taking a certain thing because obviously on a flat Earth, if a plane raises an elevation, right, then levels off and then flies to its destination, and then lowers an elevation till it lands.
Yep.
That's a particular path, right? It's basically going to fly essentially a straight line once it reaches its altitude, right? But if it was flying over a globe, the entire time that it's doing that, it'd be following an arced path. Necessarily, it would have to.
Yep.
Right? And so the claim,
I think it's half a
that they were
degree for
making,
every 10 kilometers or something like that, but it's definitely a
who
noticeable
knows?
change.
It's a constant change of attitude of the plane, right? Which would be theoretically recorded by the black box. It's attitude information. So he claimed he could provide it and prove that the plane took the arced path. And lo and behold, I don't know what it is now, 5, 6, 7, 300 million years later, and we still don't have it.
Mm-hmm. So another question is, don't pilots and public quote employees, public figures, all take an oath to always tell the truth?
What? No.
Right?
No.
I found it interesting that people who can sign passports have passports, like engineers. I thought pilots could sign passports, doctors, all these people. I thought these people had like this code of ethics or some kind of crap that they had to operate by and live by and so on and so forth. So when you ask them things of that nature, right, that they would have to answer to the question to the best of their abilities. I realize that obviously liars run amok among us. However, I'm asking from a standpoint of like holding people accountable to a higher state. No, state? No, that's not the right word. To a higher.
Dude, pilots don't take no oath.
Okay.
Right? You go, okay, we're going to graduate the pilots today. Okay, raise your right hand. I swear to tell the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and fly this plane. So help me God. No, that doesn't happen.
Right. My bad.
Yeah, so something new would be like the attitude data for scrutiny. Although, it could argue that it's not the real data, that it's faked, or that the machine inside actually logs it in a way that's expected for the path that it's taking based on a model, right? But at least having the data would be a start.
Do you think they would have to lay the runway so that it was advantageous to the plane's momentum? Or the Earth's momentum, if it actually existed? Like if I was designing a runway and I was like, okay, well this bitch is spinning, so I may as well like go for gusto and like launch it like they do in the cartoons and like throw a slingshot behind it, so to speak, slingshot effect. But I don't know. Runways all seem to run every which way they want to, so to speak. Obviously, they're designed according to maximize their layout. But if this place were actually moving, this surface, I would want to take advantage of that.
I'll get you, Gadget.
Something like that.
What was that?
Dr. Claw from Spectre Gadget.
Spectre
Anyway,
Gadget.
keep going, Kiwi. Listen, I agree with you. I would never try to build a runway for a plane I would never be able to tell is going to land in the same spot.
It's hard enough to land a plane, far less if a runway was moving. Lord have mercy, child. And that's the other thing. Like, again, we're told that the Coriolis effect is what makes this whole thing work, whether you're attached to the surface or you're like, I don't know, 10,000 feet above it. But I don't know. I still want to know, like, where does this magic leash kick in and this magic curve kick in?
Yeah, like, listen, do we take the plane off and then catch up or slow down to the speed of the rotation of the Earth? And if we do, show us how the fuck pilots need to do that. Thanks.
What? Was someone else getting in there? Sorry, I missed something. Before Glatt. But yeah, no, that's it's confusing. Try to figure that out. My coworker said to me today, so why is it takes me X amount of time to fly to so and so place, and on the way back it's shorter?
This poor bastard. He's got to take both flights with you to be able to talk with you about the empirical data you're both discussing. I mean, come on, fuck out of here.
Again, it's such a loose grasp to say, well, the air flight time is different going versus coming.
Like, is that how they prove the globe?
Tailwind, it doesn't matter. But yeah,
is that how they came up with it? They're like, oh, different flight times, therefore globe. Oh, and it's got the specific radius too. Okay, we got it. That's what we'll put in the textbooks.
It's hilarious. So yeah, I mean, airport design, airline or runway design would be interesting if this place was actually spinning. That's one thing. Again, guys, coming at it from a structural standpoint, I obviously observe them flattening the land site so that they can build, but there's no observance of any of these things we're told about. And there's such a good. I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Logie. He made the point earlier this week. Just the fact that you literally have to sell out your own senses, your own self-balancing, the fibers inside your ear, your eyeballs, your brain. Like, you sell out your whole system, send it all up the river, because some dude on TV told you that space is real. It sucks. What's your system called? Your internal system? It's your cardiac system. No. It's your...
What are you asking about?
Your actual internal system. That's your actual
nervous
vestibular.
Vestibular, that's it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Bingo bango. Yes, vestibular. You're selling out your vestibular system for a tale that you heard.
Yeah, they're like, it's half rate, it's second rate, cut rate, it's just, third shelf. It's not the best mind vestibular system, so it's like, you sure? Okay.
God didn't make it. And I get it. I was taking in the piece earlier about God and light and everything else, and there's a lot of stuff there to that we don't know. There's a lot of stuff that we can unpack about that. But yeah, I don't see how we, as divine as we are, under our understanding and just taking a minute to realize who we are, us as individuals, that we could believe this story that we were sold. I think what gets at me, we were talking earlier, Glad, you mentioned, what your triggers are when you're listening to people talk about their stuff. And, Darius earlier coming in and really, beating up on him. Like, listen, you're going to come to, again, this place, right? And again, I'm going to kind of just be real with the talk of it. To be real about the talk of it. You come to this place seeking understanding and growth. At least that's what we hope you're here for. And you present gravity, and we tell you why gravity is not functional. It's befuddling to me to listen to somebody 2 hours later still engaging on the same term of gravity when we've established that it is irrational to apply irrational to apply an average measurement to a specific item. That's an explanation of gravity. Whatever that number is, 9 point or 8 point, whatever, per meters per second. That is an average. So we give you very much accountable reasoning as to why gravity is not a worthy thing to entertain. And then we ask you to engage and entertain another aspect of how you can look at gravity. Another way to look at what gravity is, if you will. And the idea, again, and I'll take it myself, the idea was put forth by myself, is observe buoyancy. And then began the lesson of Newton and the apple falling from the tree. I think it was Larry who put that forward. And then if the apple were to fall into a bucket, which was filled with water, and then you were to drill bucket, put a hole in the bucket, the water was drained out, and the apple would still stay on top of the water, but would just come down with it. And that was an observance of buoyancy, and we can tie that to everything because we believe that we are in a gas-filled system, closed gas-filled system, and it's stable at that. So, I don't know. I find a tangent. But with relation to design and structure and building and everything, guys, I can't unpack where this magic curve kicks in and this magic leash comes into play, and how air now you know what I've realized too. Not only is the water sticky because we're thinking it was salt water, but I think now that we're realize that the water is actually made of sugar because it's sticky. And I'm also realizing now that they're telling us that the air is also sticky because the air sticks to the globe, right? The air holds the other air in. Love you. Would that not still be sticky water?
Water is its own container.
Bruh. So wait, water. What if water operated on the same? No, that wouldn't work. I can't do it. I'm blowing a fuse. I can't think. It hurts to think stupid. It really does. I can't. And the other thing is,
Air
like,
can't contain itself. Water can't contain itself. And yet people have a hard time when we tell them, why do you think that water and air is uncontained on the outside of the ball?
and Elijah, throw this in for quick consumption. You ask somebody if they've ever hung a TV on their wall, and they're like, "Yeah." Like, did you observe level? Everybody observes level at some point in their life, right? Am I crazy?
No. When you drink water, you see the water is level, regardless of the orientation of the bottle. Perfectly level.
Oh man, kiwi fall off the edge or something?
They kept going up. It left me behind. The floating pizza. It kept going up straight in the air. It left me behind. Gravity left me behind because I was stuck on buoyancy.
Well, and you know why the Globers have such big attitudes, right? You know why they're so sad all the time? It's because gravity's bringing them down.
Forget that. 3 points. Let's see. What else is new is going on around Flat Earth?
Okay, so AI. I'm gonna ask it again because I'm gonna ask it because I'm annoying. So if I'm in Australia, can I see Polaris from Australia?
As far as I know, but I don't really know. There's your answer.
So there's
That depends. That depends. Okay.
Tell me.
So we,
I have my
yeah,
cataracts are
bro.
Tell
Okay,
me.
you ready?
Go.
So, remember the Bisland's calculator had like a 40 million mile effective radius? So I wonder if you put it into Bisland's calculator and you adjust the slider, you could get it.
I can monkey around with it to get it just right. But in terms of like observable astronomy from Australia. There's a lot of Oz in that. What are the sky phenomenon? What are the notables that are in Australia that are like, okay, that's weird, notable difference?
Some stars.
Shit. Where'd those come from? Those are different than the northern hemisphere. The stars. Damn. Okay.
Yeah, apparently when you're in one portion under the sky and you're in a different portion under the sky, kind of like if you're in one portion under a ceiling and in a different portion under a ceiling.
Yeah.
The stuff above you doesn't look exactly the same. Imagine that.
The popcorn's sometimes different in one side of the ceiling than the other if the contractor was drunk. Yep.
Yeah, these globers be like, when I look up, I see something different. Therefore, my ceiling's a globe.
Your part that you see, bro. Guy moves, you don't move. Can you imagine if both things were moving? I think we've talked about this before, but holy crap. That'd be nuts. There'd be a lot of accidents. A lot. Planes would be hitting the ground a lot.
Go to the FAA, man. Go to any fucking flight tower at any airport, especially fucking, what do we call, aircraft carriers and shit. Dude, nobody's accounting for the spin. Nobody.
And where's it published that, what is it, where they make planes that they have to account for a non-moving Earth or some shit? Like that's in the manufacturer's specifications, isn't it?
Yeah, man, it is. Well, shit, I don't know. I don't know that, but I will tell you that it's of my understanding that naval vessels, aircraft carriers, they have it's difficult, but they can do it. But it's very trying to even account for the motion of the ocean and then landing on that. Let alone something like the Earth. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I looked at the amount of work that each motor or engine has to do on a or I don't know, it would be an engine on an aircraft, and based on its weight, like a commercial 747 is basically about like 950,000 pounds, I believe, and each motor does it can do 250,000. I think it's 250,000 pounds of work. So 4 times 250 gets to million, which makes it to the weight of the plane, I believe, obviously, because there's a million. Now, those thrusters... No, wait. Let me work at this out again. No, the weight can't be a million, because those things would be working at 100% capacity if that's not right. Disregard that. I have to go back to the my numbers on that, because I'm not remembering them correctly. Okay, here's my question. If the surface was moving and a plane had to leave that surface, would the plane have to work harder?
Is it going against the motion or with the motion?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because again, if
it was going against, you'd imagine that it would have a harder time. If it was going with, you'd imagine it'd have an easier time.
Yep. Slingshot effect. But yet, the motors are all rated, or the engines are all rated for the same amount of work. And you would assume that if they were, I guess, designing a motor, they would say, okay, well, if the runway is laid east-west, then you must have the motor designed for... No, they would design for worst-case scenario if I was designing a motor. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm going to shut up now. Bye. We're rambling too much.
Guys, only 2 more days till Saturday. Or is that 1 more day? Yes, you could look at it as 1 more day till Saturday.
I would say that is less than 48 hours to Saturday.
You gotta do it like little kids. It's 2 sleeps for me.
Bro.
1 sleeps tonight, 1 sleeps tomorrow night, and then it's Saturday.
Have you ever
2 sleeps.
done brushing your teeth? I used to get desperate like that when I was younger. I was like, I need to brush my teeth once tonight, once tomorrow morning, once tomorrow night. 4 times, yay. Because it gave me more stuff to count, right? BS, I've counted sleeps in the past. To your original point, AI.
What's up, guys? What's on
Is that
Saturday?
Iggy?
Yeah, what's up?
What up, my brother?
Hey, what's going on?
I'm chilling, you know.
We're trying to figure out what's new, actually new, in this flat Earth versus globe Earth arena.
Yeah, we had a nice little group that came in yesterday from the Divergent. That was all right.
Yeah, it was very productive. Not too much cacophony and not too much tumult.
Yeah,
Definitely not too much sassafras.
Yeah, that's usually we can get a lot of sassafras in there, but we had you have to jump on it early, kind of before the leader of that group actually starts doing crazy things, and then you get a train that's out of control situation and runaway train. But no, it was really it was productive.
Hey, when was the last time you guys talked to India?
He's alive. He's alive.
We have confirmation that he's alive, so I guess that's good enough, right?
That's really that's actually like what I'm asking. I'm just making sure he's all right.
How about you? What you up to, man?
We got a new house, so I've just been moving in, putting all kinds of stuff together, moving in, doing some renovations and stuff, you know.
Still hanging out with the flat Earth thing, or
What you mean?
do you have your channel and all that stuff you got going?
Yeah, I've taken like quite a break. I'm not sure if you know, I'm sure you do, but Kai's pregnant, so we got married.
I know that.
Yeah. So we got married March 18th, and then She got pregnant within like a week. So she's pregnant. She's 21 weeks tomorrow. So kind of just doing that, and then figure out where we're going to go and stuff. And then when we moved into this house, I'm setting up a stream room. I'm like building a little stream room. And then, yeah, I'm going to relaunch my YouTube channel. So it's kind of been on a pause.
Well, it's good, man. You got some time to kind of really get together and do the family thing and get ready for the new arrival, which I'm sure you're anticipating.
Yeah, I think it's a baby girl.
Oh, you think it's a girl?
Mm-hmm. I think we're going to name her Aaliyah. We actually got the test that says it's a girl. She got a blood test.
She's going to be a chip off the
old. Boring.
I actually agree. I think it would have been cool maybe to just not know, but maybe next time.
Oh, you got to do it cool. Like, oh my goodness, you're all of a sudden interested in eating mint. That must mean it's a girl. And then next week it's like, oh my goodness. All of a sudden, your feet are swollen. Oh, maybe it's a boy.
Yeah, dude, we heard every freaking wives' tale there is.
Oh my goodness, you have a sudden interest in watching sci-fi. Maybe it's an alien.
Of course, I originally wanted a boy, but I'm like super excited about a little girl now. I guess she has her 22-week checkup or whatever soon, and it'll kind of be like confirmation. But yeah, I think we're gonna name her Aaliyah. So cool stuff.
No, congratulations.
Sure. Thank you, man. There's a lot of learning about to take place,
Well, that's going to be a truther household, man. So,
Yeah. Witsit.
Oh my goodness.
Witsit, that's my sister's name, Aaliyah.
Nice. That's a pretty name.
Yeah, it's a great name.
Yeah.
I want to name all my
Truther's
children with
household.
Ya at the end. Truther's household, we got chickens in the bag. She's going to grow up with chickens. She's never going to even step foot in a public school or any school.
Nothing wrong with that.
So that's why I posted this meme. I'm seeing a lot of broken heart back to school posts today. Sad mothers who miss their kids, wish they weren't going to school and wish they wouldn't grow up. It's not meant to be this way. Mamas, raise them at home. The sadness you feel is there for a reason. Bow.
Man, so now you got a pun for a name that you could use at appropriate times. Don't be a liar. Aaliyah, don't be a liar. Pants on fire.
Still trying to figure out middle name. I think middle name might be. I think Kai likes Faith. Our boy's name was going to be epic. We were going to name it Legend. And then my dad's name is Jerry. So we were going to name it Legend Jerry. I swear we were.
No, you should have made his middle name. Wait for it.
Had a dream that the second time she's pregnant, she has triplets. So that would be dope. Of course, not all dreams come true. So.
is that running the family? Having triplets?
Yeah, so my birth mom has not been in my life since I was like 5, but yeah, on her side, there are twins, quite a few sets of twins, and then in her family, there are twins and triplets. So maybe so, yeah. But yeah, I haven't talked to India in forever. Sorry, what'd you say?
I was just gonna say, you could always take some of that sweet sauce like Octomom. Whatever that stuff she was on. She was on like that super fertility drug.
Oh, yeah? I didn't know that. I don't know many details of that. I will say, some of the best fertility sauce is prayer, man. Not to sound all corny, but like I'm super blessed, man. I know everyone's heard me say it like a million times, but it's like my testimony. But like I prayed for a wife and children, bro, for like the first time in my whole life, and like sincerely like wanted it, and then opened up the Bible and it said the Lord said to Hosea, take a wife and children, and then like the way that Kai and I happened was really wild, and we hung out, and it was like we knew each other for years. Like it was insane. Like our first date, we had deeper, more blunt conversations than like probably people that have been married for years or something. It was really crazy. And then we get married, and bow, she's pregnant. And I find that to be of no coincidence, you know. So it's, I'm just gonna trust him, you know. I don't get that. Every time I tell people, like, it's like it never resonates with people. Like, it's like, am I tripping to think that that's like incredible that I like immediately opened the Bible to, and the first thing I read was like the Lord said unto Hosea, go and take a wife. Right after I prayed for a wife, like with specificity. Like, I mean, that's pretty crazy, right? I mean, I even like analytically tried to figure out what the odds were in a way. There's like 2,000 pages in the book. You know, it's pretty crazy.
I think, man, somehow you earned that blessing, and now you get it. Like you worked for it already at up until the point where y'all met and everything. You put the work in, and out comes the gravy.
No, yeah, I really do feel like I felt like I was like at a big. I don't want to make this the Austin show, but I'll just say I felt like I was at a big like point in my life where I had no excuse. I had like abundant clarity that I was supposed to go out into the world. And like abundant clarity, bro. Like it was like I knew it. And then this opportunity manifested in front of me, and actually, hilariously enough, by way of Nathan Thompson of all people. And I didn't want to do it for obvious reasons. And I prayed and like felt like I was supposed to, and like that I was kind of supposed to try to, I don't know how to say it, like show him some stuff and maybe learn myself. We'll say it that way. But anyway, I just knew I was supposed to, and I knew that I just didn't feel comfortable not doing it. Like that's how strongly I felt it. So anyway, I did, and yeah, like you said, man, I got blessed. It's awesome.
Yep, I dig it, man. Hey, and Legend isn't a bad name for a girl. No, I'm just kidding.
Now that's the first son's name. It's reserved.
Yep. Roger that.
Oh man, and then his wife can call him my liege.
Don't get it.
It works too well. Okay. Or are you gonna say with it? Don't get one.
Yeah, I didn't get his joke. Yeah, it's always over my head. Why are you so smart, bro?
Someone's got to be.
It's all that sweet spray and pay lates.
I remember AI was one of the first people I heard when I found the server. I was like, damn, this server's got some home run hitters in it. Don't make it gay, bro. I'm just saying. Like I remember hearing AI, and let's see, that's when Jedi was here. So like AI, Jedi, Indio, Meme, like everyone was in here. And I was like, damn, this place is legit.
Yeah, Witsit, you were one of the first I heard in the server when I first started listening that perked my ears. I was like, what? He won't stop talking, and he's not stuttering, and nobody knows how to respond because it's too much information for their feeble mind. I can barely keep up, but fucking hey, he's dropping some science. I was like, shit, man. I was like, okay, I'll keep listening.
Yeah, cool, man. Now, when I first got in here too, I would just stay on here for hours and hours, late night, talking about the subjects that are considered taboo in this room now. But like, I was infatuated with basically like the electromagnetic field of the Earth, and kind of an attempt to grasp the orthographic view of that, and then how it all ties in with what Tesla had said that had been buried and blah blah blah. So like, dude, I remember I had just got a gaming laptop, and I just stayed on. I worked and stayed on Discord. Worked, stayed on. Just like I was like addicted to this place when I first found it.
Yep, I'm still addicted, but I wasn't. See, you put so much work in, like in a concentrated manner that I saw, and I was like, man, I gotta at least join up and start talking with these cats. It was right around. It was like 3 or 4 months before y'all recorded. Why would they lie? So it's about the same around that time.
Oh man, dude, I can't even listen to that. I hate my verse so bad. It's like,
Regardless, it really like I said, it perked my ears up a lot because that, if you listen, and I'm a music producer, man, I've heard the best and the worst, right? So I wasn't really focusing on any of that. I was more just like, holy shit, they're fitting a lot of info into this song, and it's funky. I liked it.
yeah. No, I think it was good. Like the hook was good. I just like my part was terrible. But have you heard Kai's song Matrix?
Yep, a bunch. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that song's a banger, bro.
If not my favorite from her, it might be my favorite of hers.
You've heard her song "She Made to Me"?
The orange juice.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That's nice. I like that too.
Yeah, like apple juice and sunshine or something like that.
Oh yeah, apple juice and sunshine. Right. Sorry.
Yeah, it sounds like she says orange juice in there, but she's saying orange shoes because whenever I was on tour, I would wear my like orange Westbrooks that were real vibrant.
Yeah.
But
how about that?
But yeah, so I took out a bit of a business loan to get like some real nice stuff for the stream room because I want to try to create like a professional level podcast type thing, right? Because I think Flat Earth's kind of missing the mark on that. Anyway, so I think I may have told you, but I got like a Shure SM7B mic. And so we're going to see how that works for vocals because I hear it's good for vocals as well. And
Yep, it's a good one. It's the one with the pad on the one half of it, right? And it's cylindrical, comes shorter on each end. Yeah. That one's nice. Works best for like more high end things. That it just picks up a really nice spectrum is what I'll say. I won't. I'll let you figure it out. It's a quality mic for sure.
Cool. Yeah, like I've never recorded on a good mic in my whole life, so it'll be better than anything else.
Are you going through a preamplifier with it?
Speaking out of my league, but
no problem, man. No problem.
I mean,
We'll figure it out. Google has your answer on this one all over the place because I've been doing this a long time, and the internet has helped quite something fierce on audio engineering. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so I got a Razer audio interface.
Yeah, that's the right. That's what it is. So you got an I/O, an interface to plug the mic into, and then plug that into the computer, right? Interface for the computer.
Yep.
Okay, then you're good. You're golden. That's
Cool.
called a preamp, by the way. It's preamplifying the it's preamplifier. So like it's power preamplification, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. It's ringing a bell now. But I knew you had to have one for that mic because it's
Yeah,
that
you
color.
do.
Yeah.
And there's a phantom power switch on the mic too that you'll figure out what that means. It took me a long time.
Dude, I was so blown away with all this. I did not know that this freaking world existed, bro.
Yep.
Like monitors and hertz and freaking blah 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 blah.
Yeah, man. And you got the mind for it too. You're like you're with it, right? You get it. So you might fall in love with this this subject as well.
I will do because I've wanted to make music. He should probably get a Stream Deck. Got one. Got the Stream Deck XL. Like I said, I took out a business on him, dude.
So you'll be good.
But,
yep.
Yeah, like I got two. I don't want to give it all away, but
I'm gonna
I
come
got
to
some-
your
I got some
place.
nice
We'll make some hip hop. I'll come to your place.
All right, cool. You got to be willing to let the chickens out.
What do you guys use for your workstations, respectively?
I'm Pro Tools and Reason.
Okay, and what do you use, Austin?
For my workstation?
Yeah,
Digital
for
audio
your
workstations. What program on the computer do you use?
I don't even have a computer yet.
You can probably just start with GarageBand or anyway. Go ahead, guys. I gotta do some stuff.
Oh, for music we used GarageBand, which is
Yeah.
like obviously
Got it.
very low tier. We know.
Dude, you can do just fine on GarageBand, though. Trust me. We had a class at school on specifically how to, if you can only use GarageBand to record a session, how you would do it. And you can get, as long as you have the right mics, preamps, and artists, GarageBand's just fine.
Yeah, we're gonna evolve the Pro Tools. I think that's what I've heard suggested. I guess there's Pro Tools, like a Fruity Loop or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna do Pro Tools. Ableton, yeah.
Pro Tools has the biggest history. Not a lot of people like learning it because there's so many commands. You can do everything from the keyboard or the mouse or both. But Ableton's a little more user friendly. You might like that. But like I said, the internet has so many audio engineering. What is it? Yeah, videos. Anyway, go ahead.
Pro Tools.
I think Pro Tools is
has
best
moved
for
to
edits.
subscription. They've moved to subscription and everybody's complaining. Just look up the forums and see how it's going. I think they fixed it, but Ableton or FL Studio, way more resources and very accessible. Go ahead. Sorry.
Can you still
No,
get
I
an
agree
old
with
copy
that.
of software?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, you got to buy third-party stuff if you want Pro Tools, and it's big money. And they don't give you any like breaks really. Avid's kind of like a asshole company, but it's the best software for editing, I find.
Yeah, but can you buy an old copy and it still run? Or do they make it to where they're going to screw you once you go online? You're going to be like, uh-oh, now you have to pay the subscription, sucker.
Well,
They try to get you to do that. Yeah. Like they won't let you like upgrade. Yeah, they try to get you to cross grade basically to go from your permanent license to a subscription. Yeah, they really want you to do that.
Dude, who the heck would do that? I mean, at least get both. I mean, why would you keep a permanent license? I don't get it. Because then if let's say poor for a couple whiles, right? In the old way, you'd have your hard copy. Now you're screwed.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
Yeah, I'm kind of upset that Photoshop and Adobe Suite did that as well.
Well, they're not going to make any money if they don't do that. But my godfather, he's also really good with Pro Tools, but he had over a decade. I think he's still running it. Pro Tools like 9.1 or some shit, super old. And because he didn't get any of the other updates, he just kept his money subscription with Avid. He's doing just fine. It runs just fine. His plugins are, he doesn't download any new shit. He uses what works for him and what has worked. And lo and behold, he can get things that sound the way he wants anyway, regardless of what kind of Pro Tools he had.
Yeah, that's the thing. It always works, and it always did.
Yep.
It's super reliable. The only time you really need to upgrade is if you get a new system, and then the old version you have won't work on it, and then they screw you that way.
Hey, Glad, do you think it's feasible to like record drums through a 4-input Scarlett, or no?
Well, just kick and snare, sure.
Yeah, I'm about to like get all that stuff too, like the audio interface and the DAW and everything, and I'm just trying to figure out what to go with. I'm thinking the 4-input Scarlett because I do want to do live drums.
I'd go for it.
Foreign language, man.
Oh no, believe me, I'm just like learning about this stuff recently too. Like I didn't know what a DAW was until like 2 months ago. So I'll do it as well.
Yeah, like I went the more like streaming content route, and then we're gonna kind of try to slowly over time build it into a little studio. So I'll have to be learning this stuff, I guess.
Yo, who's Kai's influences? She's got a real distinct like voice, really super talented. I mean, you both are. But does she like name any influences in particular?
Nothing off the top of my head. Let me just ask her that question. See what she says.
I don't know. Usually people are born with their voices, I think.
I mean, I was.
Where'd you get that voice? I got it from my mom.
She says she doesn't know.
It's a hand-me-down.
Yeah, it's a hand-me-down voice from her mom. That's what it is.
No ballers tonight, eh?
She said she's answered it before, but she can't remember. She said pregnancy brain. That's her excuse for everything. She said a little bit of Mana Del Rey. Whatever. Yeah, is it quiet in here?
Oh, any progress on Professor Dave deciding to pick a forum?
No, not yet. He just said he's open to suggestions, so we have to figure one out. I figured that maybe I can, using his name and sub count, maybe I can get a big one, but I really wanted to show loyalty to MBD, even though I know a lot of people don't like him, but he's saying no chance. So,
yeah, but what's his reason?
He said that James is a shit moderator, quote unquote.
Right, but what does he expect a moderator to do?
I don't know.
Be like McToon and constantly berate the guest. Is that what a good moderator does from Glover's perspective? It's like, oh yeah, a good moderator will be on my side and we'll beat you up together. Well, kind of like a clothesline where Red Rover come over and we just chuck your head between our arms.
Yeah, like clearly that's the unspoken truth here is that they want a moderator to just moderate one way.
Good is subjective, isn't it? I mean,
Okay, well, whatever. Obviously, when you have a debate, both people have to agree on terms. So, and then I said, okay, well, they have different moderators. I said they have different moderators, and he's like, no, I'm not supporting his channel. And then I said, well, I know of a way we could, of course, effectively remove the adequacy or efficacy of moderation from the equation by just having 2-minute segments, right? So it's like you make your argument, I have 2 minutes to respond back and forth. And he said, no, I want to expose you and your lying tactics, and that requires live interaction. I want to dunk on you, then back you in the corner, watch you squirm, and dunk on you again.
Who said that?
Professor Dave.
Moderator.
Professor Dave told you that.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair,
that guy definitely needs a moderator, of course.
There is a famous basketball player known as the Professor, so maybe he has aspirations to dunk. Short man syndrome is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that dude didn't make the league though.
Bro, hey, with it. So I was watching a video with Professor Dave and Dearth, but it was like, man, is there any way to get that guy? One of the 24/7 people that are in here needs to go in there and like work him over, because I think he's been running his mouth kind of like that smirk that he's got on. Somebody needs to wipe it clean off his face, man. With just eviscerating him, I mean, people need to see him just like really stumped and stymie because he was doing the same thing, as in like he was a flat earther doing it to a globe earther. He was doing that same tactic to dirt.
Yeah,
He
I
was
mean that's what we're talking. Yeah, like he's agreed to debate me, but we just have to figure out a forum.
that FTFE is a clown because I saw what he put there about you. Like they're waiting on you, basically. Oh, we're waiting on Witsit.
Because I'm not an idiot, and I'm not gonna. I told Fight the Tight Shirt like 2 years ago that out of principle I will never, ever be on your channel. Period.
Dude, who would go
Yeah,
on their
someone
show?
super
I
desperate.
mean, like, why? You know, I understand why John went on McToon's show. It was specific to the challenge that he issued, so he would have to go. Otherwise, it would be pointless. But it's like he went expecting McToon to be McToon. He wasn't expecting McToon to moderate between the two guys necessarily.
Right.
But it's like you basically like would be signing up for a clown show. It's like, why would you want that? It's like you want to actually have the debate.
Yeah, it's an ambush.
Yeah.
You're walking
The one time that I had jumped on McToon's channel. Okay, so before I ever started my YouTube, I debated him because of on Facebook we had an interaction. I was like before I ever did anything, and then I ended up going back on there one other time because my friend Trevor Missler, I don't know if any of you guys know him, but his cousin's like this like sunken in depravity atheist, like hates God, Glober, blah blah blah. And he obviously won't listen to Trevor. So like Trevor asked me as a favor to debate him. And so like Trevor's my boy, like we know each other in real life, you know. So I'm like, okay, I got you, man, if you insist. And the only place he would do it was McLooney Tunes channel. And so I told Trevor, I don't think I can do it, man. And so he's just like, all right, but please do, you know, please reconsider. Because he wants to wake his brother up. Like, he has good intentions. He wants his brother to, like, ditch the atheist nonsense, right? So anyway, long story short, I talked to McToon. I'm like, look, the only way I'm going to go on here is we're going to have to, I need your word for, a few parameters. Like, I'm debating Seth, not you. So you don't jump in the debate no matter what, no matter if he's getting destroyed or not. You don't mute me. You don't jump in and insult or scream over. It's not 2v1. It's me versus him, and you have to just be a fair, neutral moderator and no jumping in or muting. He said, okay, you have my word, I promise. And he did literally all those things, dude. He every time that I started destroying Seth, he jumped in to try to save him, started screaming and cussing, muted me, kicked me off. I mean, it was crazy. So like,
Oh wow.
long story short, he
I
literally
saw that,
so
but
like,
even with the bias moderating, you still made an absolute fool of him.
yeah, for sure.
Hey, Austin.
At least he gave you his word.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations on everything. And yeah, if you ever are available on Friday night, you can come on Vader's show. I'm on Vader's show on the new Discord channel he created. We're talking about the prophets right now. And we also do current events too, probably once a month. I know you're good friends with Vader.
Yeah. I met him in real life as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, he created a new channel on Discord, and I'm sure you're invited to it. Yeah, just come on any Friday night you feel led to. We're talking about the prophets. We went through Jeremiah this week. I think we're still in Jeremiah. We did Isaiah last week, so and it's a real good conversation. We have a lot of fun too.
Cool, yeah, man.
So if you feel like getting your feet wet, jumping in, come on in.
Yeah, bro, I'll have to swing by sometime.
Yeah, and again, I just want to say congratulations on everything, and just create the best life you can imagine for you and your family, my friend. You have Yah's blessing.
Thank you, brother.
Yes.
Yeah, and then so I guess FTFE's been running around with the narrative that I'm scared to debate him because I refuse to go on his show.
I seen that on a post. That's why I was mentioning it. He's running his mouth too, but he's doing it. He's really just doing it to get people agitated from the flat Earth side, so we can be backing you. Come on, Whitsett, you got to do this challenge. Like it's a debate tactic. He's doing that just so that other people can rile you up. That's why I told you what he put up there. It's funny, dude, because they still use these idiotic tactics. You know.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
if Professor Dave does back out because of the forum, you could always just clip other things that seem like debate points and just do the point counterpoint yourself with a chopped up thing and just publish it and be like, well, since Professor Dave is too fickle to pick a fair forum like Modern Day Debates, which is perfectly fine and adequate for the task, then I'll just do it this way.
yeah, he's already stepped in it because he agreed to do it. So now I have like DM and email proof that like he only agreed on a objectively unfair platform with Fight the Flat Earth as the host, McToon as the moderator.
Man, what a clown!
What the heck?
Yeah, dude.
That guy's a freaking clown show, man.
Like, dude, it's so funny that they thought they could pull that off, and they resorted to like, oh, if we tell everyone he's scared and that we set it up and he won't do it, then he'll do it. Like, nah, buddy, nah, I'm not that desperate, bro. I'm like, the only reason I'm even taking the debate is because I know someone needs to knock that dude down because he's propped up by the algorithms.
Look, it works both ways. Okay, so he has a crew, right, that watch him, right, and they want to see him, you know, stick your head all the way around the Earth's refraction and back up your butt. They would love to see that happen, would they not? And if he doesn't accept a fair platform like Modern Day Debates, then they're just gonna be like, dude, just do it already so we can see Whitsett, you know, sliced in half a la Fatality out of Mortal Kombat, right? Or else you're the pussy, right? See, you could play that game.
Why didn't he agree to Modern Day, man? Like that's a pretty good forum for you guys, the medium. I mean, it's not the best.
Well, what's funny is I wouldn't want like a staunch flat earther to be the moderator, like because I genuinely wouldn't want any excuses. I'd want it to be fair. Like that's the truth, right? You see that we're just on two different spectrums here. Like he had no problem with having McToon and FTFE on there, and of course FTFE is the one that feeds him his flat earther answers when he needs them. So he kind of knows it's not the same as debating Dave White, you know. But like I already said, this is all kind of on the record. So I guess he thinks, well, he has such a small channel, he can never get the word out there. Think again, buddy. I got some connects, so I'll get the word out there if I have to.
Yeah, but I'm serious about my angle that I just mentioned, which is like to appeal to his crowd to pressure him because Professor Dave actually thinks that he's something, and like you're being graced with his presence, so he has the cards. But it's like, dude, your guys that watch you for you eviscerating flat earthers, they want to see you eviscerate me, right? So I mean, you're basically letting them down, not me. I mean, I could go to sleep at night, you know, with my beautiful wife while you go to sleep at night in your basement, and you know I won't think much of you. But your fans are going to think you're a loser for not joining in a pretty fair platform. You know, your excuses are just, you know, petty. You know, see what I'm saying? You can play that game.
Well, they get the audience hook, line, and sinker with focusing on debate tactics instead of the information itself.
You better believe it. They've been doing this for years, bro. Years.
Yeah, like you got to think about it like this. So he's on record saying that his show is basically him just repeating curated content. Like he's just a mouthpiece, like an actor, basically. It's like he has no. I mean, yes, he has popularity, but he doesn't have any like real credibility. You know, it's like if he was a title fighter, right? Nobody would want to fight him. Nobody would care. You know, Dana White and the UFC would be like, "Hey, you want to fight Professor Dave this weekend?" And the dude would be like, "Dude, I wouldn't waste my time on that guy. He's not even a contender."
A wet noodle,
right? Yeah, it's like I'm not going to do that. And they'd be like, "Yeah, but we'll give you $50 million Then the guy be like, dude, how about you give me $5 million and I'll attend the event, not fight him, but I'll just be in the stands. It's like nobody cares. It's like you're not a real fighter, dude. Like he's like he's a charade, you know. It's like I said, an actor.
Well, he admits that, right? Like you said, he's on record. I have the clip someone sent me where he literally says, I mean, I'm not an expert on these things. I don't know most of the things I talk about. I just reach out to the experts. They write a script and then I read it.
Kind of like Bill Nye back in the day.
Yeah. Yep. And he would tell you, like, he's proud to be the modern day Bill Nye.
Oh, for real? He said that?
No, I'm just saying, like, you know that he knows that's his role, but he like takes pride.
Yes, I was about to say that myself. It's like he fancies himself that guy. You know, it's like I'm the guy. Me, I'm the guy. I show up to debates in my bathrobe. I'm so the guy.
Dude, this dude has an ego unmatched, bro. Like, his DM to me 2 years ago was, I'm not letting you bait me into an interaction to propel your career. And be clear, he really thinks that's what I'm doing, right? Like, that's how he views the world. So he can't really fathom something outside of that. When, of course, my intention was not that at all. I just get triggered that he pops up every time you type in flat earth. But, like, that's how he views it. And then he said, okay, I'm done. The only reason I'm responding to you is because I'm procrastinating. That's why I'm on Instagram. That's enough time wasted on an ant. So, like, this is how he actually views the world, right? Like, he has such an ego that it's, like, really kind of hard to fathom.
Yeah, I know. It's tasty, dude. It's like, man, you sometimes, man, being in the position, man, you just like, oh man, if I had like an hour just, to parade him around, tar and feather him, just so everybody can see what an idiot he is, because he's built himself up so much with pride.
Yeah, I think basically what I'm gonna do is like just stick to my guns. It's like modern day debate or bust. Like, I'm obviously not gonna go on FTFE. Now, Fight the Flat Earth, he messaged me because he's a tough guy on the internet. He's like, well, either the debate happens on my channel or it doesn't happen. So just so you know, either you're debating him on my channel or it won't happen. He said it like 4 times. I'm like, wow, are you this guy's handler or something? Like, what are you talking about? So I just went and DM'd Professor Dave myself, and I'm like, so you're afraid to debate me unless it's on some biased, unfair platform with 2 anti-flat earthers moderating and hosting? He said, see, it's lies like this that I'm going to expose when we debate, and these stupid little tactics you're not going to be able to get away with, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, to be fair, I'm just going based off of what Fight the Flat Earth literally said. And he said, I never said that. He said, I never said that. So, like, Fight the Tight Shirt, we're just lying. You know what I mean? Because he wants the clicks,
So let's analyze this. So we have somebody who allegedly reports himself to be the intelligentsia, right? And he wants to debate people that he can destroy, right? But he needs the people to show up. So we have a dilemma. Okay, I want you to come so that I can punch you in the face. Now, in typical fights like boxing, they pay the loser. Like they pay both people, right? Quite a handsome sum, like $50 million to the winner, $20 million to the loser. So that person's showing up knowing he's going to get something out of it, even though he's going to get beat in the face. But the point is, he should know that he has to get you to come in order to actually have the engagement, and that having a biased platform, right, is not going to be appealing to you necessarily. And so he should have already preempted this by saying, hey, let's get a fair platform. It should have been his idea.
Yeah, well, let me say this, right? So I don't think he wants to debate me. I think he was comfortable debating Dave Weiss because that's not what Dave Weiss does. And he doesn't want to debate me, but this is probably one of the most requested debates in the Flat Earth Forum in a long time. Like, I know for a fact that he's been hit up many times about it. I've been hit up hundreds of times about it. Every time that I'm on Modern Day Debate, the chat's flooding, talking about Professor Dave and Witsit. I get emails saying I'm on the fence and I think the best the Glober has is him and the best the Flat Earther has is him, blah, blah, blah. as you, and we should like. It's very, very requested, and I think that I showed the DMs online. I said, well, he's scared to debate me, so stop asking me. Go ask him because he's the one afraid. I've tried to debate him 2 years ago, and so I think he just kind of feels like he has to. He can't like publicly shy away from it anymore, and so he's trying to find a way out, and that's what I think. And so we'll see how it
you
goes.
know what?
Yep.
So based on all the things that I've just said, there is no way out. His audience is going to know. Well, let's put it this way: a large portion of his audience is going to know and see that this tactic is just pathetic. And now that I've breached the ether sphere with this idea, right? They're going to figure it out. They'll be like, Professor Dave, why would you not just accept a neutral platform for one of these, big quote unquote debates? I mean, what's the deal? You're letting us down, because that's what's really happening. He's letting his fans down.
Yeah.
And
So don't you
by the
agree?
way, his fans are why he's where he is. So if he lets them down, he's a scumbag.
Yep.
Yeah. So don't you agree? I should stick to my guns, right? Because I agree 100% with what you're
Yeah.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, look, I'll put it to you like this: debating him in directness, like back and forth, yeah, that would be great. But you can debate him in video form. You can answer all his points, right? And you can then wait for him to do a rebuttal video. And so you, by doing so, control the situation and all the cards. Because if he doesn't answer them, his fans are going to be like, you need to answer him. Professor Dave Witsit just, poured sour grapes all over your face. What are you going to do about it? You're going to respond? Oh, I'm too big to respond. And they're going to be like, dude, respond. You already backed out of the debate like a wuss. Now what? You can't even do a response video? So just hold your cards. Tell them you do it. Tell them this. Okay, one of us has to be a man. Since I already am one, I'll let you know how this is going to go, and then just make your claim, and that's the end of it. And he can just suck it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
I'm going modern day debater, but sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Modern debate or bus, I agree, because he's ambivalent. He doesn't, that moderator doesn't really care. He just wants to see the show. So, what I was going to say is, no matter what anyone does, you, me, the Pope, whatever, Earth is flat. So, the biggest thing he's going to have to come to grips with is that it doesn't matter how well you can debate. You can't change the makeup of the Earth.
Yeah, but he can't even debate that good, So.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Well, it's weird because it's like they're forcing us to go into a debate about something that there is no debate about. So it's weird.
But like his interaction with Dave Weiss has 1.5 million views, and his Globebusters response has like 10 million views, I think, or it's 5 million. I can't remember, but. So that's why it is important in a way, right? Because like when someone's like, man, my cousin just told me the Earth's flat and he's smart. What the hell is he talking about? And then go YouTube it. That's who pops up. And when you type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, that's who pops up. So it's like,
With it, but
it's
you know
important.
why he gained a lot of traction with that video? Because it was a video used against flat Earth. So it's propaganda really. But it was spun. It was spun so that his audience can look like how he's destroying flat Earth. And so in the video, he doesn't have the evidence. What he does though is he starts to shame, shame him in the video. It looks like he's talking about space. No, you don't know what you're talking about. And so when you're talking about something that's imaginary, he's gonna win because nobody who's gonna win when you're talking about some imaginary thing. So you don't know like who can be right or wrong. It's just the way he's saying it real smugly. So that's what's the outcome of that's going to be looked at as like who made the other one who shamed the other one more. So that's how he won that. He didn't win by like his logically consistent argument. He won just because he shamed him better. And so that's why I was like, oh man, this sucks. Like I need somebody in here that's gonna belt him, like in the mouth with real good, like solid structured, I don't know. I just felt like because I know what he was trying to do, taking him to space and like the way things are, and and he was just like, "Well, you don't know what you're talking about," and he said like basically rhetoric, and using that, he just like everybody was like, "Yeah, it's exactly what we know." It's just, and so the Globers were all about it, man. That's why it got more hits, because he's basically saying this is how I destroyed flat Earth. So I think that he's got it coming. He definitely has it coming.
Yeah, well, like the reason I think the Globers love that type of content so much is they need something to like cradle their fragile ego, and they need confirmation that flat earthers are stupid. And so like any condescending confirmation of that is like, just right up their alley.
Yes. I mean, that's great, but let's be more base. What they need is Bubba on the playground in the sandbox, right? To stand up for them and tell the smart kid, off, basically. It's kind of kindergarten tactics when you really think about it. So you should treat this Professor Dave just like Bubba. Be like, listen, Bubba, after school at the flagpole, be there or be you.
Yeah, like
Remember that? Once you lay that out for his audience, like for example, the kids at the schoolyard. It's like once you're done playing the game and you just turn to Bubba and say, after school at the flagpole, Bubba, be there. It's that simple. And Bubba don't show up. And then everybody sees Bubba don't show up.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so Professor Dave is going to be the one not showing up. It's that simple. If you just say, this is fair, you could even contact Modern Day Debates, bro, and say, hey, what's some of your other moderator that might be willing to do it? That would be more fair.
Who set the server the other day? Bob, the science guy, set foot in this server. It was in the morning, actually.
Focus on.
I didn't even know he still was doing something with it. He's got 22,000 subscribers. This guy has on YouTube. Bob, the science guy, he's still doing what he's doing.
Steal his audience. They'll be like, "Hey, Austin sounds like."
Seems like he might be, a little low on cash, if you know what I mean.
Well, hey, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Bob scheduled an appointment to come in here and show his curvature measurements he did last summer. I don't know why he didn't just do it today in the chat, but yeah, he's scheduled for next Wednesday. He says he's coming in. He's going to do it.
Oh, whatever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Work the crowd.
He just volunteered to be the stand-in for Professor Dave if he doesn't show to Modern Day Debates. So, Dr. Bob, you've been officially forewarned to be prepared as the second string quarterback.
That's right. Should we call it sloppy seconds, or is that not adult?
Oh, that guy, he's worse than Dave, if that means anything. Way worse than him.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't know if it can.
It's too far gone, bro. It's Modern Day Debates with this moderator, or let your fans down like the gamma beta quadruple soup sandwich that you are.
Yeah, exactly. And I have nothing but time, bro. Like I'm about to launch my YouTube. I got lots of content I got to make anyway. And James reached out to me a few weeks ago, and he was like, "Dude, I've never had a debate requested so much as you and Professor Dave recently. So, like, dude, I would be ecstatic to host that and to make sure it's a fair debate. So just keep us in mind, and if you can just have it on there, I'd even pay you." And I said, "Well, I don't want any money, bro, but I got you, right?" And James is a cool guy, bro. Like I talked to him off the air, right? Like he's actually a cool guy, and he's a believer, and so yeah, I mean, he has to stay.
I don't know. You could donate the money to Professor Dave so he could buy something other than a bathrobe.
Yeah, but that dude makes money on YouTube, bro.
Yeah, he does.
But yeah, he
does.
So like I mean, he goes and rents studio rooms for his content and stuff. Like,
yeah, dude, this is inevitable with it. This is inevitability. This right here. It was going to happen one way or another. It still is. He's not gonna get away from it. Like even his fans won't let it down. They're
Yep.
gonna want to
Too
see you
late.
have a debate with him.
I agree.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what it's
Inevitable.
like? It's like Conor McGregor, right? Saying, "Oh, you know what? I'm not going to fight that guy because it's going to be in Las Vegas versus New York." Oh yes, I'm so tough. I'm Conor McGregor. Look at me, everyone. I'm Conor McGregor. I'm the greatest fighter. I fight anybody, anytime, unless it's in Las Vegas.
He seems to think he's so much smarter than everyone, but he's clearly not. He already stepped in it. Like it's like you said, the reason that he stepped in it is because he showed that he would debate on Fight to Flat Earth, which is undeniably extremely biased. And anyone that goes and looks at his channel is going to see this dude's not just biased. He is a textbook gamma and incredibly toxic and unfair. So he agreed to do that, right? But he won't debate on a neutral platform. So like that makes
Anyway,
it so much worse for him.
yeah, but anyway, this gives us a segue into another project that you do, which is a cooperative documentary on the life and times of the modern gamma, right? And you could have scientific. There's tons of people who speak about this stuff, right? With the whole behavior patterns, how they're easily controlled by statist agendas, all this kind of stuff. And you could just make him the poster boy of it. Be hilarious.
Oh, I was thinking that too. He's a poster child for this specific topic here, so he'd be the perfect. Yeah.
I bet you he's listening, maybe following Austin around. Is he listening right now?
If he were smart, he'd be watching his every move.
He needs to set foot in here just once, man. One time.
Listen to YouTube or
Well, people would get way too worked up, probably.
I don't think I get a word in, man. Well, you know what? We had, like, see, AI. You'd probably have to take that one, man, because you'd have to hold me back, dude. Because I've been wanting for that just one time to be in a room with that guy.
Yeah, Mickey's gonna no. Mickey won't
Oh
take
my
it over.
god,
He's
dude!
gonna take it over.
Yeah.
Well, like
Mine.
it's the reason it's so funny is because everyone is suggesting me to him. That's why he can't really squirm out of it. They're like, "Oh, well, debate him." The flat earthers act like this is their guy or whatever. So debate him, and show everyone that he's an idiot. So it's like he's stuck.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'd rather you not debate. I'd rather you totally ignore him like he doesn't exist, like the piece of shit that he is.
Oh, so you'd rather me not take the opportunity to dismantle the guy that gets millions of views on YouTube, regardless.
Right. I'd rather you focus on baby music,
got a point.
Miss Wife. You know what I mean? But that do you, man. I'm not telling. That's just me.
Well, Bong's
I
got a
agree.
point, and
Hold on a second.
it could be
Everything works out.
realized.
Okay? Yep.
Bong's
That
point
pride
could be
doesn't come
realized
in.
by just putting your foot down with the terms and letting chips fall where they may.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I already decided that's what I'm gonna do. I told Kai yesterday that's what I'm doing.
I agree with Bong, but most of me says, give that motherfucker what he's been asking for, dog. Shit.
Hell yeah!
Catch me outside.
That's the tip.
But the other side of me really wants to punch him in.
Okay, let's do a mock debate. Guys, we're going to do an impromptu mock debate. All right. Witsit will be Witsit. I'll be Professor Dave. All right. You guys ready?
Oh,
All right.
I can't even.
Okay. Photos from space, satellites, the sun, shadow angles. You're gay. You're so gay. Oh my goodness.
But that's all back in the question at ad homs, but we falsified the radius value. Do you have any physical measurements of Earth curvature to verify that claim?
You can't measure surface curvature on the surface of the Earth.
Well,
you
what
gotta
else
slow
are
down.
you gonna measure,
You gotta
right?
slow down. You gotta slow down, Austin. Some people can't follow. Every word you're saying so fast. You know what I mean? You're saying big words fast. You gotta let
Why
them.
don't you go to bed?
What is this avoidance of the surface curvature? Surface. Here at the waterfront, Spanish Landing.
Is the mouth in your throat?
Use
Is the mic
the
in your
rapper's
throat?
timing. you know how when you rap, use the timing. You know that. Breathe. Let the beat breathe. You know what I mean? Go ahead. I couldn't even follow that. I was like, what?
I can try to see if he'll debate you, bro.
Me?
Bring him in here. I'll freaking
Wait,
debate him
me?
myself. Bring him in here.
I
Bring
would
him in
love
here.
to talk to that.
Bring him up.
I would love to talk to
Sorry.
him. I would love to pick it, take him apart.
Bong, he ain't ready for your table flip, bro.
Take out the eyes, take out the ears, take off the nose. Like move down to
He
the
ain't ready for your
toe.
table.
So smart.
Can you guys still hear me? Can you hear me still?
Oh, you sound like crap.
Yeah, Sonny, you're coming in hot, bro.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Coming in hot. Hold on a second. I'm riding on my bicycle, two-wheeled right now. Amazing technology. How does that balloon keep right overhead like that?
I know you can't resist the
It's
urge.
still hot.
I am strong. I can resist.
You sound like Elijah when he's riding on his bike trying to talk.
I just want to punch you in my face,
It's a
Austin.
hot mess.
Face. I just want to punch my face. I'm Professor Dave. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna be tested like that. I think so. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't go to.
Hey, guess
that's why I
what?
don't
Guess how
argue
this
with
is going to
people
go
like that.
down, friends? How this is going to go down is if Professor Dave doesn't show up, we're going to laugh at him ad infinitum. And his crew, who have already been telling him to debate Austin, are just going to keep telling him the same exact thing. Go debate him, go debate him, go debate him.
I think if you're gonna beat up somebody in front of his audience, right? I think showing mercy to that person is gonna win the audience over because they're gonna see that you're a better
Yeah,
leader
but
than him,
that's
and they're
assuming
gonna follow you back.
that's assuming the audience can use their brain to think about stuff.
I'm trying to turn my mic off. Sorry about that.
Like say, but if you crush him, it will soothe your ego, right? But the crowd are gonna be like, "Wow, Austin is more ruthless than this guy." I mean, Austin kind of loses control and just lets it out. You know what I mean? Like it can be
Drop the ball, Bong.
just like when I overdo it on somebody, it offends people. When you keep punching somebody when he's down, right? It does offend. I'm just saying, Go ahead.
Well, I don't think Witchett's going to drop the ball on that aspect. I feel like, it's my opinion, he's going to he's going to be the calm one. He'll be the good cop, and it'll drive the other person absolutely bonkers. That's what I
agree.
Give him just enough. Because then pride easily works its way into the dough. You know what I mean?
Nah, it's a long time coming though. It's inevitable, man. Like this debate has been worked up on the internet for a while now, and his fans won't have it any less, other than debating with it. Like they won't have it any less.
Yeah, but he'll probably back out. So
he's gonna lie, cheat, steal, dishonor. He's gonna do all the dirties, and they're gonna let
and
him.
like
And it's
someone
gonna
was
be
saying,
permissible.
it needs to be on your terms with it. Do not agree to anything he says.
In the world. You know what?
It needs to be televised too. That'd be great, right? Put it on mainstream TV on Netflix. That'd be great.
Hey, bro, this needs to be pay-per-view, man. People,
Get what's his name? What's that dude's name? The UFC guy. Get him to sponsor it.
oh shit.
Dana White.
Dana White and Joe Rogan, the host.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah, this is gonna sound crazy, but I actually had like this. I like felt that I knew that was one of the things that was going to happen here soon that the creator has me doing. So I actually like kind of look at it like a foregone conclusion. I know some people think I'm crazy, but I'm just throwing that out there forever. That resonates with. like before it was talked about, before it was like set up or anything. So that's
It
pretty.
is your destiny. It
There's
is,
more
dude.
destiny coming.
Well, the YouTubers had to fight for that position on YouTube, you know. And I
I
guess
don't
it's
really
been
get
passed away.
nervous. I don't really get nervous for debates, you know, like especially since I went on tour where I'm like, you know, freaking NBA finals, 100,000 people, like. But part of me, I was in the shower and it hit me that like I was gonna debate Professor Dave. Seriously, this was a few weeks ago. But part of me was like, I guess the word would be nervous in a way, but just because I don't want to let the community down. You know what I'm saying? Like that's about it. But I'm not really nervous to be honest. Like,
Yeah. I'm
I just want
nervous
to
too
like
for that.
I don't want my ego to get in the way at all. I don't want to take the bait and like let Flat Earth down. You see what I'm saying? Anyway, where I'm like, you little gamma bitch, you know, I don't, which I would never say that, but I'm just saying I don't really want to take the bait and like get in this like dick measuring contest with him or anything. I just want to like stay real calm and cool, be like charismatic, and you know, to the third party audience, that's just
Okay,
like, dang, I want to be on that guy's
perfect.
side. Not, I don't.
All right, here's how you do it. It's very simple.
Yeah.
While he's speaking, you have your eyes closed the entire time. And you stay inside yourself and you listen to what he's saying. And you let the ideas come to you about how you're going to respond. And you know, work out your responses in your head.
Imagine an 8-year-old is talking to you, and you have to respond to an 8-year-old, an angry 8-year-old, right? You still have to respond like an adult. So the 8-year-old
It is
learns.
funny. It's funny because he does have a very punchable face. So closing my eyes might really help.
Yeah.
No, I just don't want to see that smug look on that guy's face, man. Because I see it like, man, it's just cringe, dude. So freaking
And the
cringe.
more I think about it, he's going to be very perturbed on the fact that you won't look at his spectacle. Now, interestingly enough, they just came out with this movie called Nope, right? Which is about spectacle. And it's about an alien that if you look at it and admire it and try to gawk at it, it gets offended, right? And then it kills you. So I think there's
What
something to
movie is
this
that?
not looking at him. It's called Nope, Nope.
Oh, that stupid ass shit that Kim.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to
Sounds
make
good
is
on paper.
that not looking at him, it's going to offend him. In my view, I think it's going to offend him to the point where he gets perturbed inside. And see, like when you're closing your eyes, you're reflecting. You're communing with God, maybe. You're finding peace, right? He has none of those things.
What's going
Right?
on?
So
What's
he's
he
going to be
doing?
jealous. He's going to be jealous and pissed off that you're on another level.
All jokes aside,
And
like his
throw off
ego
his
probably
mental
really
game.
would get mad via ego. Like, how dare this guy not freaking stare at me and take in my show? He's obviously just going to try to get me flustered by trying to take digs at me, and basically his preparation for the debate is just going to be like what personal stuff he can come up with to say.
What could he come up with?
You know, go get arrested again. You're a crazy person screaming on the mic. Go get arrested.
So that's all he's going to do. So basically, he's just going to start listing off all the trouble that you got into legally, and focus on that to his audience. That's probably what he's going to do. 'Cause what he's going to debate you? I don't think he has anything. That's probably
And
you have to discredit these flat earthers, you know. And
right,
look,
and that's the
Professor
time.
Dave. Go ahead.
That's the time for a moderator to be like, Professor Dave, I'm going to mute your mic for 2 minutes because you're going into ad homs, and Witsit is going to gain the floor for free for 2 minutes because you can't compose yourself. When he's done and I unmute you, I suggest you compose yourself. Otherwise, Wit's going to get the majority of the time. And if you continue to do this tactic, as a moderator, I must inform the audience that you're most likely doing this intentionally to avoid the topic. You see, that's how a moderator does it.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
Because that is a legitimate debate tactic. Well, you know what I mean. It's not legitimate in that sense, but it is a tactic that people employ.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what he does. Like, he even did that to Dave Weiss, right? Like it was a bad look, and Dave will be the first to tell you, like, he did not shine, you know what I'm saying? But he was still doing that same thing. He was just like, it was just sophistry 101, right? So,
Did you watch it to the end?
I couldn't.
Okay, so at the end, the quote-unquote host, right? Because I don't really know what he was. I guess he was the host. He wasn't a moderator, let's say, but he was the host. He, at the end, even though throughout the whole debate he was kind of seemed like he was more on Professor Dave's side, and he was smirking and he was enjoying the get and get. But at the end, he said, "Listen, guys, debates are thus and so, and there's a tactic called ad hominem that was being employed in this debate, and here's some videos you can go learn about it." Right? And it might be the case that some of Professor Dave's fans went and learned, wait a minute, a lot of what Professor Dave was saying was just bad argumentation, ad hominems, et cetera, et cetera.
Wow, he said
So
that?
some people got woke up from that, trust me.
Wow, he actually said that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. Because he looked like a real douchebag to me. He was like enjoying that shit show, it looked like.
Shit, maybe he got woke at the end.
Yeah, Dave was just, I mean, in a way, Dave was still kind of like hoeing him. He's just like, don't be a dick, Dave. Don't be a dick. And then just go right on to talking about something else. But he just kind of got flustered, you know? Like, you can't freeze up. Like, when you have somebody with decent response time, it's bad optics to freeze up. And so that's kind of, in my opinion, what made it look so bad was like the freezing up, and then a couple of times where he got him right where he wanted him, and Dave didn't really know what to say back.
That's what I was talking about with it. When I was watching it, that's what happened. It was just optics, you know. It's not that he had a logically consistent argument. It's just that he pounced on the chance, and then he kind of just shamed him at that point. And so it just looked like from the outside that he's telling him off, you know, like he don't know anything. So
That's it. Can I suggest you something?
No, Sasha, no.
Why not?
I was just fucking with you, dude.
I was also. Vincent, you know what you will say, where you don't know where the question will go or something. But I think that if you slow down with your, with your speech, whatever you wanted to say, what, for example, gas pressure, you know how you know to be, but you go like this: gas pressure, normally, slow, not slow, but normally, total like a one good line of speech, and take that line of the speech all the time. Even if you are talking, for example, if he makes some at home, and then you start again. Look, man, now I will tell you that you made this. If you want to hear that, and keep that, that line, and I think that's it.
Can't be done, Sasha. Can't be done. Let me explain. Okay? It's called Train to Fight. Or what is it called? Actually, that's not what it's called. It's called something similar to that. Okay? The amount of processing time that he wastes on trying to limit his speed is going to interfere with his ability to respond.
Yeah.
So if he tries to do that, right, he'd basically need like a year of training. It's just you've been trained to fight in a certain way. You just act it out. It's muscle memory, and to counteract that costs resources of the brain and the mind and the body, and you just can't spare them. So yes, I understand. Like for certain members of the audience, they need it slower, but Witsit can't operate that way. If he tries to, he's going to fail.
I would just say dumb it down for the dummies that are gonna be listening. That's
I'm not
about it.
saying he can be relaxed, because your arguments are there. He can attack you. I don't know, but don't. I mean, don't fall in any that you are starting to be. I will tell you now. No, tell him like, okay, you know, you're saying that, but my point is this, you know, and I'm touching the argument. Now you're attacking me. That's all right if you want to do that, blah, 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 without any, you know, feeling that he saw that you're something like, you know.
Well, the thing is, he's talking to the audience, not that dude. Who cares?
He cut.
Yeah, you gotta, with all due respect, man, like, if people don't like the way I debate, they can just go debate, man. They can go do like,
Of course, you can go and be your, you know, with it on the street, you know, and tuck, 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 and go away.
yeah, like I just can't, like, AI kind of nailed it. Like, it's actually like a bit of a issue I have. Like when, like I have to try to catch up to my thoughts, and then they kind of just like da 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 in my mind. So like I have to catch up with them, and like when I try to backtrack, I start to lose the ones further down, right? And it decreases coherency. So it's like kind of a problem. It's not like something to brag about. It's like I've actually tried. I've tried. So I'm not very good at slowing it down a lot. Like I tried.
But I can see what will happen. That will be appeal to authority and ad hominem, but for sure, nothing else. I maybe some hope.
I just don't think the audience is gonna know what the fuck you're talking about. That's what my concern is. They're not gonna understand a damn thing you say. That's all I know.
Oh, that time I was so afraid. Yeah,
Yeah, but I mean,
I
okay,
write
but
things
so I
down.
should fulfill the stereotype that flat earthers like have like low IQs, and then they talk like water flat.
Level C.
Yeah, you should talk like what was it, Chris Tucker and that
Speed, radio.
with
Speed.
what's his name? Can you understand the words that are coming out of you speak English? That's funny, dude. Nah, it's gonna be all over their heads, man. There's just nowhere they're gonna understand because they understand him because that's what they believe. They're not gonna understand you.
But yeah, like so, whenever I say something that he goes over his head and he just calls it word salad. Personally, I'm perfectly content with that because it just objectively wasn't word salad. So the only people watching that, like, yeah, word salad, are like the anti-flat earthers you can't reach anyway. And then the other people may have to 0.75 it and look up a few terms, but you know, I mean, it is what it is. Like I'm a package
That's
deal.
awesome. I get that all the time, bro. Well, you're bad because you use big words.
What?
Oh my goodness.
What did he
Like
ask?
seriously, I'm not joking with you. People who like actively are trying to make arguments to impugn my character or cast any shade on me in different venues. Like, yeah, you're looking down on me by using big words. I'm like, what?
Yeah, like go get a thesaurus, bro. You know, sorry your vocabulary.
Well, there's also there's a third option too, which is okay. You didn't understand what I just said. Okay, so
Well,
as someone who wants to be taken seriously,
he's talking.
But then what about big words in the Samoan language, right? I mean, what about big words in Chinese? What about small words in Russian? But I mean, why English? Why do we have to do it? Why do we have to use big English words? Why can't we use like a more efficient language then? Because I don't think it's about big words. I think it's about communicating, right? The lies and exposing it to these people who don't know big words. Yeah, these people who are listening are all stupid. Who are we communicating to except the liars that are lying? Those are the only people that recognize that you got them. But everybody else is going to see that you're using word salad. They still got the people. You know what I mean? I'm saying like we're talking to stupid people. Yes,
yeah, we should definitely speak a language we don't know to people that don't understand it. That's the solution.
Okay, like Witsit said. Okay, Witsit's Witsit. He has to operate like Witsit. If any of you think you can do what you want to do, go do it. You can't change what he does. He's not going to change.
Look, The way to do it is to write our thoughts down. Look, we sit here. This is what I have. We all have to do this here
No,
every
that's the
day.
way for
We have to
you to
wait
do it, Bong.
because
That's
no,
the
we
way
have
for
to
you to
wait.
do it.
You have to wait for me. Your thoughts right now, Witsit, have to wait until I finish saying what I'm saying. So while I'm waiting, I write these thoughts that are all the way down there, right? And these thoughts up here, I'm dealing with the guy talking, but I have to write these thoughts. The thing that I wanted to say, I write it down. So I'm giving you the solution that you can use. But
No, that's how
trying to
you do it.
automate it all the time, is a mistake, right? And you're going to have a hard time trying to chasing your thoughts. But by writing them down, you structure them and you never have to chase them because now you have it memorized, the structure of all these thoughts that you've been building. You've got a tree now that you've memorized. It's inside your heart. That's what I'm trying to say. Writing these things down. God writes things down for us and tells us to read it with our kids. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to say,
Okay.
it's just.
Okay, but that's not how I work. Like with music, it's the same way. If I try to I'll come up with crazy witty lyrics in my head. If I start trying to write them down and write a song, my brain just shuts off. So not literally, I can still communicate, but it's just 90% of the efficiency goes away. So it's just who I am, man. I mean, if you can do better, just go do it.
Bong, he has
This is
everything here.
called.
Don't worry.
Listen, this is
Do
called the
better at what?
modalities of
If I can do
learning.
better at what? I can't. I don't
Why are
know.
you
Oh my
so mad,
goodness. I don't
man? Why
know.
are you so mad?
Maybe do
Because you're
better at not
saying that you're the
interrupting
one out
everybody.
there doing all these things, and we should just, if we're not doing it,
Holy
then we should
crap.
at least just let you do it. And if we can do it better, that's not. We're trying to support you. I'm praying that the enemy, the evil one, doesn't win that night. It doesn't, because of all this pride and knowledge. Remember the tree? Remember the fruit? I'm just,
I understand what Bong's saying with it.
I
Even if
hate that this is about to happen.
whatever
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, this was really support. Bong, good support. No, really, I'm
Okay,
not
I try
joking.
to very respectfully
Anyway, I
say.
forgot what I was going to say. So could someone remind
Bong,
me?
what the hell are you talking about? That's what
Bong fucking giving support. Come on, people.
Well, I
I'm
don't
saying,
dispute
fuck
that.
Anyway,
Professor Dave doesn't deserve this much energy and attention from us, our time and everything. But whatever. I'm just
it's
oh
saying
my
not
shit.
him.
goodness.
Go
It's
ahead.
not
It's,
about
it's
Professor
Bong.
Dave, for
It's
goodness
the
grief.
audience. It's the audience you're trying to reach. That's what the whole
Yeah.
purpose. Who
What
cares
kind of
about 10 people?
audience does Professor Dave have? Oh man,
He
probably
just said
not
a
the
million.
ones
He's
we
got a
want.
million
Okay, hold
followers,
on,
right?
hold on,
He said to get a million
hold
followers, right? That's a lot of people to
hold
reach, bro.
on, hold
AI's
on.
talking.
Okay, Professor Dave has a myriad of viewers, right? Well, let's say that he has 1 million viewers. Let's say that 100,000 of those are a certain type of people, and 100 of those are a subset of that type of people who might actually be interested in what Witsit has to say in light of his discussion with Professor Dave, and they could be reached in a venue where they otherwise wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe there is
That's
5,000 people,
that's who his audience is.
200.
Now,
You know.
anyway, speaking of the logistics of this is just the way it is, okay? Some person says, oh, writing things down. Another person says drawing pictures. Another person says sounding it out. Another person says visualizing it in your mind. Now, each person has different adaptations to these modalities. These are called learning modalities. Not everyone excels in certain areas. In fact, they're deleterious in certain areas if they try to use them. As Witsit explained, he said, if I try to do that, I will not be able to function. It's just that simple. Okay.
Yeah.
This is I'm going to use the term loosely. This is science, right? The way people's brains function. Not everybody functions the same. That's why it's called 5 modalities of learning. Now, some kids need 3, right, to really get it. Some kids only really get it through 1, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the problem with that is that when you have someone who's hyper specific and capable in a certain modality, sometimes they're going to go right over the audience's head. That's just the way it is. But asking someone to be proficient in 5 modalities simultaneously when they have no ability to do so, I mean, it's just too much to ask.
Just be careful, man. Be very careful. like the biggest anti-flat earther on YouTube. He has, Google support and like NASA.
And be moderator also. If moderator make mistake, tell him, look now, like a moderator, you need to do this because of argument.
No.
No?
It's very rude.
Rude. Okay, so in some good way.
Okay?
Like, listen.
That's what super chats are for.
Oh, fuck! I learned that if everything what you say in I sentence, it's your right to say. And for example, I will use I sentence. That means I don't like I when you say this. That means that I said it what I don't like. About. But that is not saying you need to you need to. When I say you, that means that I'm starting to. If you use I sentence, you will be okay. Whatever you say, of course not. I don't
think that's bad advice.
Really. I learned that in
agree?
I learned that in social education, but doesn't matter. Okay.
I'm kidding.
It was working for it was purpose for non-violent communication and conflict resolution. But doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
check this out. So, but I should probably send him flowers and hold his hands. So, LeBron James likes to drive the lane. LeBron James drives the lane. He doesn't really like to shoot long range jumpers. Okay?
He's also a
If
flopper.
someone that doesn't go in the game buys a ticket and screams from the crowd and says, "LeBron, stop driving the lane. We need 3-pointers." So LeBron literally starts shooting threes and shooting bricks so he can appease the guy who doesn't understand he has a specific playing style. I've explained it in many ways, as respectfully as possible. Like, I have gifts and aptitudes, but they come as a double-edged sword. Okay? I can't do certain things with my brain because it kind of like shuts down. All right? So I understand I talk too fast for some people. I understand I talk over people's heads, but it is what it is. That's why we should have many people doing it, because there are different approaches that reach different people. And I have got literally hundreds of emails saying that watching a debate of mine is what woke them up. So to each their own. I have many people that say, I had to pause you and look up what you said and blah, blah, blah. I thought it was word salad until I looked it up and I'm like, oh, that's not word salad. That's a real thing. So it just is what it is. And especially in this environment, I promise you, if I'm like, hey, Professor Dave, I love you, bro, and talk real slow, it will be a shit show. And I will not be able to get my point across at all.
Okay.
Yo, but LeBron been working on his threes, though.
Yeah, yes.
Shoot the trees then. Fuck it.
Yeah, man. Fact, do your thing, man.
Yeah. Be you.
I know you guys are coming from a good place. I humbly take the critique. I don't disagree with it, and I have actually been trying to work on it. But only to the point where I don't sacrifice my efficacy. So I'm trying to find the middle ground.
Play your game, man.
Totally respect for you, man. Total respect for you. From my side. I know what
LeBron is a flopper, though. I'm saying, like, that guy's always flopping and traveling.
No, Bonk, for example, I will tell you something. In the 90s, I was outside, I dropped the weapon in the time that you cannot drop the weapon, and that's what it now it's doing, and very fucking good, even better than me. Okay, it was more dangerous in the sense of the war, but anyway, he's outside, and I appreciate that like hell, like
well, like it could be a lot. It could be a lot worse, right? Like his primary tactic is that flat earthers are stupid. So I think it could be a lot worse than me being too like high level with my debate tactic. When his primary tactic is to say that we're incompetent, it could be worse than everyone seeing that he clearly just doesn't know how to follow the actual argument, right? So it's like it'll be okay.
Man, do you want to? I will tell you now. Today, my wife is not in flat earth. She doesn't want to look. She has so much. She's doing that I can be here. I can say. I told her there is one guy outside, and he exposed himself totally, and I respect that because he exposed himself and he doesn't fucking care. And there is so we need to do almost all of us that thing in, but okay, that's the. It's not like I don't know. I was in that situation. I know how is that. It's very fucking difficult, but okay. But I totally respect you. I cannot be. I don't know how. I don't have words for you. You know, you are for me too good.
For me, Austin, the problem, reaction, solution thing. I think flat Earth. When I first came to flat Earth, you know that this isn't just the CIA created this. This became not flat Earth, but this flat Earth becoming a thing. Flat Earth society, and now we got a community. I know this is the reaction, right, to the problem. Whatever the problem was, hey, the Earth could be flat. We don't have time for flat society. So I know they're reacting to this and going out and reacting to it. Is probably something that they want, but the way we react to it, though, I think is, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm just saying, like, just be careful because it is. I think it is a controlled like release of information for whatever purpose. Maybe it was for to take attention away from something or bring attention to something. All these crazy things started happening after. So that's why I don't like react in public. I do it. I talk to people, but I'm just giving my opinion how I'm living it. You know what I'm saying? I want to say that. Thanks.
Just a second.
I don't like the word flat Earth. You see how they use the word, how they sing it on the internet, especially these globers, these like Professor Dick, these flat earthers. Hey, you forgot to say flat Earth societyers. It's flat Earth societyers. Like they say flat earther. The word alone, is like some kind of trigger. And we've taken ownership of that word. Now that's why I say, how about in real IRL Earth or real Earth or
So
truth?
I'm sitting here at this place. I'm sitting here at this place outside, kind of a little east from San Diego Harbor, where 38 years ago was the San Diego Naval Training Center, where I was a recruit.
You're a squid.
And now, yeah, when I was a little squid, I was marching on the grinder right across where they have the flag, right across where that picture I took. Now it's like a picnic area and playgrounds, and soccer is played there, and they have a bunch of monuments for like submariners who perished. But the grinder was right there, and the playgrounds were right there. The guns, sometimes they had gun salutes. The guns are right over there where I graduated boot camp.
The ocean?
And I'm still here, motherfuckers. I'm still here. That's amazing.
Time travel.
It's a trip. It is like time travel. I'm serious. I could go there and it's all overgrown and shit in some areas. And like, I was running around, had to salute higher officers. If in that situation, if you weren't with your company, you had to run. You had to go double time everywhere you went. If you were by yourself, you had to go double time. So you had to run if you weren't with your company. That was strict ass fucking situation, man.
Why do people call it time? You know what I mean? Instead of calling it like experience travel.
Yeah, that experience travel. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. And what a place this is, man. I'm looking to the east, and Wow, I can see the mountains way off. I don't know if you could even see them, but on a trip, man. This is going to be a fantastic place to get shots of mountains and stuff that aren't possible. Even just right here, standing, I'm about 15 feet above the sea level.
Who was Professor Dave before Flat Earth? Was his channel about something? Was he always a YouTuber?
Was he always a weirdo?
He covers like a mainstream
Flat
science.
Earth made him. Flat Earth made you, Professor Dave. Always remember that.
Was he always kind of a pervy kind of weirdo like that?
Ad hoc moderator.
Wow, this looks like a good place to swim, man. Holy shit, it looks like sunken freaking city down here. Wow, what a trip, man.
Only I can.
Whoa, bros, I should go swimming right here.
So was he like was he just a normal YouTuber doing science stuff before Flat Earth, or did he pop up?
The fact that you have to ask that question means he was nothing before Flat Earth.
Well, of course, it was nothing else. I would have watched his stuff. Like I watched Vsauce, I watched Khan Academy, all these other cool big channels about science. But this guy, I was like, who's this guy? Did he have
Who
a
the fuck
small
is that?
channel? Is he like PewDiePie?
Professor
Did he
Dave.
like? Yeah, start playing
Professor
Minecraft,
Dave
blew up?
Professor Dave was nothing before Witsit. Anyway.
Facts.
They could
Facts.
shut the fuck up.
Not an animal.
No.
Just facts.
Dude, just to give you an idea where this guy is, he even did a video on the whole get genetically modified angle
Oh yeah, that's appealing, isn't it?
and the specifics of how the air is going to kill you and all that. So he just does videos on the mainstream narrative.
Well, I can't wait till they get plugged in. I'm willing to wait and watch and be patient, wait and see what happens with all that. I mean, it's kind of sad, but Jet, sorry. Oh, I guess it's not too bad.
Couple hundred souls just landed safely. Good job, pilot. Love hearing planes land. It's like,
Yeah. Also, this is right near Limburg Field, where Charles Limburg, used to practice his new aircraft before he flew over to New York, and then from New York to Paris, a famous so-called flight. So right here is a place called Dutch Flats, where the central post office was here in San Diego on Midway Drive. And there used to actually be a recreational airport around here. Like this was when this was wide open territory. There used to be this airport. You could go on the weekends, go recreational flying. Oh,
it's awesome. I'd rather go sailing though. Flying is like weird.
Yeah, so there's jets flying right up off the runways right here. It's a pretty interesting place, man. Right off into the Pacific. Whoa, here's the sun going down.
Sailing lets you enjoy the journey and fishing and swimming. All the water activities. But it's about the journey, right? You know how computers, you see how we're connected? There's no distance anymore. You're here, I'm there. No journey. Screw journeys. Time is money, right? How about that?
We got a Steel City in here who's not here to learn. We're not reality denier, broken mic gang. Steel City, are you there? And by the way, if you already have the role broken mic gang and you've come back still with a broken mic, you do not belong in the VC.
Steel City talks.
What?
And it'll be that Steel City talks now. Hello, City. How are you?
If he's there.
And now's the perfect time to talk. We're all hyped up about eating Professor Dave for breakfast. So Steel City, please pipe up. We'll promise we'll be calm.
I think for a bong and a beer.
You
Steel
just need
City
a
is
beer.
cool, dude. Especially
Steel
if you get
City, I
talking
promise
about
you.
law. He knows his
I
stuff.
promise you, if anyone abuses you or treats you wrong, or even raises their voice a 0.5 of a decibel, I'll spank them.
Spank me, Daddy.
Except for him.
Who is your daddy and what does he do? Kindergarten class, I guess. Anyway, Steel City. You there, bro? Is he unmuted?
You know, maybe he's just away from his computer.
Yeah, I think he's just away from his mic right now.
Or he don't want to talk to you.
Dude, that's kind of like Obama on vacation.
He's not like the worst Glober though, or definitely a worse Glober.
That's good. Hate to be the worst Glover. Think about that one.
Oh yeah, I mean he does he definitely toes the party line. Like he toes the party line though, right? Like he will say any and all of the absurd arguments.
Oh, man.
Isn't that amazing? It only took me 2 years on Discord. Well, yeah, 2 years this month to be able to get it on my mobile and be riding around. But it's pretty cool. Now I found the right cable and I wired up to my
Wait a
battery
minute.
so I can have it charging all the time. I'm out on the
Wait a
field right
minute.
now.
So
This
this
is
whole time you've been
exciting.
using a computer?
Yes, the whole entire time.
Oh, okay.
This is the first day I'm out with my bike doing what I love to do outdoors, taking pictures and seeing the sights and riding around. Now I get to do it. Well, I'll learn how to do it better because I'll get probably some earbuds that work right. So,
Yeah, cool. Well, Glatflobe volunteered to pay for them for you, so just send them your stuff and
What
you'll
the
have one
fuck
shortly.
did I just hear?
What?
It's recorded, bro. You totally did volunteer.
Wait, what did
Yeah,
I?
I heard it. You said you'd buy him headphones.
What did I say about
No,
headphones?
not headphones, man. Like something like.
Earbud.
Well, I guess you could call them headphones, but headphones kind of connotes some kind of cord in my mind, so it can't be corded.
Now it's cold to swim.
And it can't be any off-brand
headset?
nonsense either. Yeah.
Steel typing. Steel City's here. He's typing.
Actually, I think he
Well,
told you that he would. Sonny, didn't he tell you that he would buy you some Beats?
Who?
You know what? I
That's
didn't
a
hear.
waste of
To be
money,
honest,
dude.
Yeah, actually, they're
I
not even
cannot
good.
tell. I cannot tell a lie. I did not hear that.
I like Sennheisers.
Well, I
Sonny,
could tell a lie.
It's called logical introduction. It's where I introduce new logic. So, Vlad said you're not allowed to be here unless you have a good mic. And being the benevolent actor that he is, must fix that issue for somebody less fortunate than him. And since Glatt is clearly a millionaire, he's going to buy you the best one on the market.
Hey, I don't even need the best one. Like, it could be just like a mediocre one. I'd be happy with that. Just something that works.
Did
Like, you know how that's.
Did you say Glatt was a millionaire?
What the
I
fuck,
don't want to take
dude? Don't
advantage
be
of him.
going around saying that about me. I literally have about $34 to my name. That's so. Don't be doing that now.
Well, yes. Listen, that's what somebody who has all their money in a corporation that they're the primary agent of would say to
What
hide it from the
corporation?
IRS.
What corporation?
Your shell
Exactly what a millionaire
corporation.
would say.
This is a Thursday night.
Man.
You get like a dollar salary or something like that, right? You're in there, right?
This is
So
your
What,
Thursday night
what
roast. Wait a
corporation? That's
minute.
exactly
Wait a
what
minute.
someone with
You didn't.
offshore accounts would say.
Yeah,
So I saw
dollar
this
ship.
submarine, Vlad.
You
What?
guys didn't do introductions. Wait a minute. Do introductions
He's got so
first.
many
Wait a
corporations. He's
second.
like, what
What?
corporation?
Yeah, dude. Exactly. I keep all my
Shut,
money in
shut.
a. I keep all my money in
Exactly.
an old Russian submarine. Nobody can even fucking see. So
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
So
Welcome
I saw
back to
this
the Thursday
submarine just
night
built
roast glad flobe night. Roast glad flobe night on Thursday. This is where we're back. Go.
It's like for the low price of $3 million, we can have like a full-on submarine. Just need a crew now. Just kidding. Flat Earth submarine. Be cool, wouldn't it?
Listen, if y'all want to make me a millionaire, I am down.
Captain Nemo.
All right, start
Oh,
turning
make
tricks.
me a millionaire.
You up?
Okay. For $250,000. How
If
much
you
is
up
blue?
that, sorry.
A, an orange. B, avocado. C, sassafras. D, all of the above.
What was the question?
I know
How
that'd
much
be a
is
perfect.
blue?
That'd be a perfect. How much is blue?
Yeah.
That'd be a perfect question for Sean Connery. Here I am. Yeah, that's right. Never mind.
The quick trick
No, I
question.
got that reference. I got that reference.
Good. Yeah.
I didn't.
All of the
'Cause
above.
I'm not a bloomer.
So
It's an
yeah,
old SNL skit.
back to the roast glad flobe night on Thursday on Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. Here we are.
Dude, well, what was weird? Did you know I was named after Sean Connery?
No, I did not. No, I didn't know that.
Wow.
Really?
Did I? I think I told y'all that at one point.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I've heard you say that.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I was like, bro, how is it you just started talking about that, bro?
Yeah, because I don't know. Intuitively, that stuff just pops in here and then, just says,
Well,
takes a little visit. Hey, everybody.
We were all meant to meet. I know. I believe that. So there's that.
Or met before, or maybe even met before, and meeting again.
Sure. Yep.
Do you believe in fate, Neo?
Yo.
Not yet.
No, because I don't like to feel like I'm not in control of my own life. I know exactly what you mean.
I know
I'm
exactly.
Lucifer in the analogy of the Matrix.
Don't think so, actually. Don't get that impression at all.
You are a slave to your mind.
Morpheus is the right. So Morpheus is like, "Do you believe in fate?" He said, "No." He said, "Why not?" He said, "Because I don't like to feel like I'm not in control of my own life." And he said, real serious, "I know exactly what you mean."
That's
Then
right.
he went just like how Lucifer, basically the idea being that he felt like he didn't have his own free will. Why do I have to, fulfill the appointed order? Why don't I get to do my own thing? I want to do my own thing. And then he said, "You were put here with a veil over your eyes. What if I told you that I can remove the veil?"
Exactly.
Would that freak you out? Would you need mushrooms first?
I remember
Now that
you
you're
saying.
mobile, hold on.
Did you see what
Now
I
that
was
you're
talking
mobile,
about,
guy.
or were you looking at the woman in the red dress? Pause it.
My goodness. Anyway, Sonny, now that you're mobile, you need to practice better mic discipline.
Okay, I
You need
will.
to learn what you're doing with the wind, with your cord, if you have a cord. And it also helps to not have an open mic when you're not speaking. Because like brushing your mic against yourself or the wind or all of that sends spikes into people's ears. Don't get me wrong, we're all guilty of it occasionally.
Just turn your sensitivity, so it doesn't pick up those things. And when you want to talk, just speak loud, so it picks
Actually,
it up.
there's a little microphone icon. If you just tap it, it'll solve all these problems.
Yes, that tapping that little microphone is the way to go. But the problem is actually I need a better mounting system. Once I get that wired up, then I'll get a mount for it.
Cool.
Technology is so convenient. It's so inconvenient. It used to be convenient, but now, like, hey, did you know they're gonna put they want these things in our bodies by 2030? This doesn't have to be the whole phone, just the transmitters, the little things that make it work. It's like 8 years from now.
I like being mobile and having like all the comforts of home and stuff with me, or just the very basics actually, but all the right stuff.
Like a sofa.
Yeah, like superb water. Like I have the best distilled water. That's right.
Why is your distilled water better than mine?
Because it's mine. and it's here. If it was yours, it would be over there with you. It would be over yonder over there with you all.
Hey guys, check the voice text. What do you guys think about the new picture we posted in our living? It's coming.
Mm.
It's the first thing you see when you walk in our house.
Cool. I love it. It's one of those like hyper detailed ones too. I heard you talking about it.
Yeah, it's cool. Like we were just gonna get it printed, but we're like, damn, it costs this much, so we just bought like the legit one. I just think it's pretty cool, like pretty unique vibe. And like if a normie comes in there, like say a normie from our family, they're just gonna think, oh, it's just some map, you know what I'm saying? Like it's pretty dope.
He could be like, this is the Hyperborean region. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
It's Middle Earth. I mean,
It's
it's
where you live.
Narnia.
That's just a portion of the earth that has seemingly crazy sacred implications and was completely removed from you, and you're not even told about it. But anyway, here's the bedroom.
Exactly.
They're about to blow taps over here at the anti-submarine warfare base. It's where they train anti-submarine warfare cadets.
Well, some globes that you can find have massive grommets or collars, whatever they're called, at the top and the bottom that the pins go through. And they might be the globe might be 10 inches and the grommet thing is like an inch. And it's like taking up a ton of the space. And you have to ask yourself, well, what if there's something there that I need to see on the globe, right? Shouldn't it be the thinnest possible pin? Or shouldn't that grommet have writing on it that says, lands are underneath this spot too?
Right. Like, ironically, the kid that was like, wait, there's a giant stick on the earth? He was onto something.
What if that's actually what this whole debate is about? That the Earth actually has a big skewer through it, right?
Wait a minute.
Steven,
Big what?
like the
Like a big
what's it
skewer.
called? You guys know the Tower movie? It was a Stephen King novel, and it was like Dark Tower.
Dark Tower. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Is it worth watching?
I wouldn't say it's worth watching. It's just like there's a couple parts of it that are interesting. Like I never watched it. I just saw like clips, right? But at one point he's showing him it's all about this dark tower in the center of the Earth, surface of the Earth, and he draws this giant circle and then puts the tower in the middle, and he's like, "Here's where you live." You know, he draws a giant circle with a giant tower in the middle.
Well, it's not a globe.
Oh yeah.
That's what he's saying. Is it also? It's also the same as the tree from Norse mythology, right? That the
Yeah,
Thor.
Brazil.
Yep, that one. That's the same idea, yeah. Mount Meru, center of the.
One thing I like about that Dark Tower movie is I thought it was nice watching Matthew McConaughey play the bad guy for a change.
Is it actually a good movie?
No.
I don't
Maybe
watch
I'll
movies
watch
anyway.
Pretty mediocre at best.
I
Yeah, you
know.
would have had to really sell it for me to even consider possibly watching it. Like, I can't stand movies.
Yeah, it was actually a really kind of stupid movie, but again, I just liked it because I like watching him be evil for a change.
Except in real life, of course.
But what about
Yeah, but it's
reviewing
like
them for?
he is the evil guy in the movie, but that's just so corny, man. Like the interactions between the good guys and the bad guys are just so corny.
Well, he's
You know,
like a bad
it's
guy in
almost
another movie.
like, yeah, but it's almost like, hey, I'm a bad guy today. Oh, you're the good guy today. Oh, yeah, well, I'm gonna shoot you. Okay. I mean, that's the movie. There you go.
I'm a black good guy today, and you're
Well,
a
wait,
white bad guy today. So,
but he's
bang.
also a bad guy in that movie with Zac Efron, right? Where he's gay.
Okay, so I got it, bro. The Dark Tower is like it's like a movie you watch with children, and you're there as the adult, right? Because like if you just watch it as an adult, it's like not really enjoyable because it's so corny.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know. I just want to let you guys know that if it's not pushing every single left-wing dogma, then I'm not interested.
How virtuous of you.
I'm fully with crypto on that one. Fully right. Absolutely.
You can't just
It's interesting actually because I was just having a chat with a friend about this, and hello, how are we doing? Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was just having a chat with a friend about this, and it's interesting because I think a lot of people when they watch like especially superhero movies and you see like Thor and he's ripped, right? People don't realize how because someone mentioned Zac Efron. The only reason I'm saying like you see with his top off in any movie ever is on steroids. Just making that clear now. Tom Cruise is 60 in the latest Top Gun film, and he's got his shirt off and he's ripped. That's not achievable naturally. Just dispelling that myth. You know, Chris Hemsworth can't look like that without drugs.
Yeah, listen, I look
Zac Efron
amazing.
can't look like that without drugs.
I look amazing, absolutely astounding. The musculature is awesome, and I'm 40, and it's all because of pharmaceuticals. It's kinda though, kinda.
What about
The Rock? They get touched up too, right? Of course, they have like
They get touched up. Well, The Rock, dude, The Rock's been on roids his whole life, and that's the name of the game. You can't look like that consistently. You can look like that every now and again, but you got to cycle off the steroids too. Otherwise, the body just goes to shit. You have to, up and down. All that.
Wait, is that dude's physique considered like looking good?
No.
Nah, it looks unnatural, man.
Look, whatever. All I'm saying is that if you want to look like a superhero, then you've got to look like a superhero, and that means not looking natural, like a human, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's just
Yep.
interesting how some people, like especially younger people, they look at these people, they look up to them, and they're like, "Oh, that's how I want to look." Well, you're not going to look like that without drugs, bro.
Yeah.
Well,
It's just
what
funny, man.
superheroes? Are you talking about DC comic superheroes or Marvel comic superheroes? Like,
Oh
what
my gosh.
depend?
Oh, God.
What about One Punch Man? I mean, he's pretty awesome.
So you need to take steroids and maybe a little baby blood sprinkled in.
I'm just
You could
kidding.
just do 100 push-ups every day. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm a fat slob and I don't get any exercise, so that's why I'm here all the time.
I was like, what does a superhero look like?
Here's a
A
question: Why are
superhero
the
looks
Karens?
like someone who's gonna. A
Why
superhero
are
looks
the
like someone's gonna save your life. Okay, it doesn't matter if he has muscles or not. He's a hero.
I have a question. Why are the Karens and Darrens the ones moving their mouth so much, with sounds coming out?
I don't know, but don't choose the juice, kids.
Christopher Reeves did not look like a superhero, right? I mean,
No, he
kind
did
of like
not. He just
it's
stood
like,
up straight.
really?
All I did was stand up straight. They're like, "Hey, if you want to be a man, look like a man, stand like a man." Like that's all they had to do. You know, John Wayne.
Yeah.
He just had a
Michael Keaton.
presence.
Michael Keaton was the best looking Batman. Don't you agree? Don't you guys
I
agree?
agree.
Yeah.
This is getting really gay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm
You're
just,
right
I'm just
with
kidding.
it.
I'm
You're right.
sort
No,
of
you're right. Even if you're
Sure.
kidding, you happen to also be right.
I think superheroes. I mean, to be honest, to be serious, are these gods? You know, are the old gods? You know, the
Yeah,
superheroes
the
in the
fallen
era.
ones. Yeah.
Yep, are the gods. The
Yeah, I
fallen
agree.
ones.
Actually, they've conditioned us to like basically idolize the idea of some like supernatural entity.
Yep.
But I mean, that's kind of conspiratorial, of course. I mean,
Well, you throw in a little bit of science, a little bit of AI, genetic engineering, and yeah, right.
Just wanted to mention that my favorite Batman is actually Bong Sao.
Hey, yes, yes.
He shoots
hey,
his
Bong,
horn.
Bong, did I ever tell you that like growing up, that was my nickname?
Really? Damn.
Yeah, like my granddad to this day calls me Batman. He literally does not use my real name ever. It's like I guess because when I was young, I would like turn into whatever movie I saw, and I loved Batman movies, and like so he would act out like the Joker, and I would be Batman, and I'd like chase him around because he would like shoot a flashlight up in like the sky, like a really powerful flashlight, like and like coming off the trees and stuff so you can see it, and I'd like run and get my cape. Then he'd be Joker, and I'd chase him around and pin him down and give him like the medicine or whatever it is. And so yeah, it's just funny because like literally to this day he calls me Batman, and I get like Batman pajamas every Christmas.
That is the most wholesome
Yeah.
story I've heard in 1 month or more.
Yeah, you're the real
Yeah,
Batman, man.
your granddad sounds based as fuck.
He actually super is. Dude, one of his favorite phrases that he says like all the time is "I'm the star of '63, back when men were men and women were proud of it."
Oh,
Dude, he says it all the time.
damn, dude, that long ago, hey.
Well, yeah, that's his like when my mom was born, I guess. And so I got him a shirt made. Yeah, I got him a shirt made that says that, and he wears it around, and he wears it into town.
Hell,
Does he know
yeah.
Does he know the Earth is flat?
He's actually like he was the most receptive of all of it, and he just didn't really like care. He's just older.
Didn't surprise him much, eh?
No, not really. You could tell he just kind of like bit his tongue to avoid any type of like further contention with anyone else. He just kind of like received it. It was like, and then that was it.
Well, he's a wise man because my favorite saying about wise men is a wise man once said nothing.
Yeah, like when my mom and dad got real triggered because I was like kind of harping on it when I first came across, like really to my dad, and my dad would kind of get triggered sometimes, and so my mom was like, "You guys have got to stop talking about this in the house." And so my mom like was pretty serious with me about like not talking about like not pushing it on people in the family. So just like out of respect for her, I tried to not do that. And so it was just in passing, it was somehow relevant. And my granddad just was like, his eyes got kind of big for a second. He thought, and he was just like, like he didn't like fight it or anything.
I think he was
He's
open
funny, man.
to it.
He's like a movie character, bro. Like he says stuff like he likes to cook barbecue and stuff, and it's really, really good. And he'll be like, whew, Batman, I'll tell you what, that barbecue right there is so good, it'll bring a tear to a glass eye. Like he just has these sayings that he says all the time.
Old school.
Ugh. Like this dude is like, your classic Southern man, like was working in the shop until like 85 every day, 6 to closing. Anyway, just thought it was funny that you talked about Batman.
Yeah, Batman. He's the man that can kill God, right? Superman. He's the guy people trust that works above the law, behind the law, in the shadows, protecting everyone. He's part of a secret society called the League of Nation of Shadows. There, and his grandfather started the Freemasons in America. Yeah, that's the story of Batman. Right? That's who Batman is. That's who people worship. I think Batman, yeah, I mean, he doesn't exist, right? Like, look at a football player, right? Football player, especially somebody like a lineman who's always getting banged up all the time, right? They play a couple years and their body gives up. This Batman guy, what the hell? So maybe he is a superhuman. Billionaire playboy. On the outside, right? So Batman tells us that people are the exact opposite of who they portray themselves to be, especially on
I
public
just always,
relations.
yeah, he was always my favorite because he was a real person. You know what I'm saying? Like he didn't have some like godly superpower. He was just like a dude that had a bunch of technology and like would beat people's ass. Like I just liked him because he was like the real guy.
Yeah, yeah, me too. But then when I really thought about it later, I was like, but he's not really like a real person because no real person can really like, okay, be that smart and all that, have that side of things down. But then the physical, the martial arts, you know what I mean? I was like, okay, man, yeah, he's a real guy, but still a real guy that can't exist. It's like putting Tesla and the world's greatest martial Bruce Lee and Arnold or something like that together. Well, not Arnold, he's short, but somebody a little taller. Combining all these.
Dude, Arnold's not short. He's 6'2".
Yeah, yeah, he looks taller. Right?
No, he's 6'2". That's not short.
Yeah, it's tall.
That's what a short guy would say.
Yeah,
sorry,
nice.
I'm talking about Samoa. I keep comparing people to Samoans. Sorry, man.
That's okay. Witsit, you got me. Got him.
Yeah, I'm just kind of kidding anyway. I'm 6'1", but like I don't really consider myself that tall.
Oh, you're tall.
Yeah.
You're tall.
If you want to do an
Anything
interesting
above 6
study,
feet.
check this out. If you want to do an interesting study, start finding out the percentage of the population as it gets over 6'1" for females and males. And then start figuring out to yourself, wait a minute, how is all these tall women going to have guys as their spouses that are taller than them if they desire men that are taller than them? And then try to figure that math out, and then your head will explode.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like just thinking about it right now, I need to go put my hands over my skull and make sure it doesn't pop out. You know what I mean?
Well, I think
right,
that's
bro.
bullshit. I think that saying that women want taller men is bullshit. These women also, when they
What?
meet a shorter man that blows them away, all of a sudden their preferences change.
True.
So
Dude,
I
I
think,
promise you that women want taller guys though, bro. Like
Of course,
Like if you,
of course,
yeah.
of course. I want a woman with bigger boobs and a bigger ass and a prettier face. But I would never choose that over my
Jesus
wife.
Christ. Can we change the
You
topic
know?
now, please?
Sorry. I'm
Yeah.
just
But
just
yeah, of
trying to.
course. Okay, we get it. Yeah. Like real love will change things.
Hey, you see it in
Yeah, of
her.
course,
You
yeah.
see it. Yeah, you see it in Kai, man. Like I see you. I see you guys looking at each other. You know, I watched the
No,
trailer.
yeah, like I'm truly, sincerely in love with her. She's my soulmate.
Yeah, you see it. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm glad it turned into soulmate talk because Bong, you were going down a road, partner.
On a lonely road.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. Are we really pretending like attraction doesn't matter? Are we really going to do that whole pretending thing? Because it clearly does.
Of course it does.
It matters until she
Okay,
opens her mouth, and it's like, oh.
And this is where I bow out.
But like, I mean, I know plenty of women that I get along with really well that I'm not attracted to. They're called friends.
Yes.
Is that really so? I just feel like the room just went quiet as if I just said something really mean.
No, of course. It's just everyone knows this, surely.
No, but like some people, they'll kind of like talk around it or they'll deny it or whatever. Come on, man, let's just be honest about it. We're humans. We are attracted to some humans and not attracted to others. It's not a problem.
Yeah,
it's not an issue.
and then what some people will say is ugly people need love too. I'm like, yeah, that's why there are other ugly people.
Yeah, right.
Well,
I'm trolling. Don't get triggered.
If I'm kind of weak if I see a woman that's really, really attractive and I like her personality, I could try to get away from her, especially if she's married, because I'm married, you know what I mean? And I know I'm weak, you know, like guys, you know, we just want to, you know, all the time. So it's like, better not put ourselves through that risk, right? Isn't that,
I think
should I
guys
face
can
it?
pull it off. I think guys can pull off like out of their league much more often, right? Like, yeah, like a guy can pull a girl that's out of his league, like, just the physical, like, attractive skill.
Is it worth the effort?
that would
Trouble?
require that men and women's scales are equivalent in the factors that they consider to be attractive.
Yeah, touche. That's a
Like
whole.
you see a short, ugly, bald guy with supermodels all the time, and the reason is because they're powerful in different arenas, whether it be finance, decision making, all these other things that are way more attractive to that female for various reasons than his physical body.
Yeah, for sure. Hypergamy certainly overtakes six pack a lot of the time.
Yeah, don't females have like a primal instinct to choose a man that can provide for her and give her young a better chance, you know, isn't that like something that they naturally would, and somebody with a lot of money fits that
Yeah, of
bill?
course. Yeah, and guys naturally want a younger girl that's fertile.
Yeah. Well, you know, younger girls are not as experienced, so it's not much to talk about. So I prefer a little bit older, 30s. Not that they'll be available for, right?
I prefer a girl over her 30s, female, my wife. That's what you meant to say, right?
Well, like, of course, there's the whole thing. Like, even the physical attractiveness for the guy comes back to fertility, like hips, right? Like wide hips, like curvature, like is a sign of fertility. So, like, our subconscious kind of knows what that means.
Question: why is this conversation being had here?
Sorry. Oops.
I don't know. You want to talk about something?
I'd prefer the topic, you know, the real topic.
Well, then why don't you introduce one?
Okay, sure.
Curves. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, not the place for that kind of curve, you know.
Damn. Okay, I forgot you ran this place.
Curves only work on a flat Earth.
Who runs
Yeah,
the
that is
world?
Look, do you want to actually introduce the topic, or like it just seems a bit dry to me to chime in, moan about the topic, and then not want to kind of steer the ship, so to speak.
I thought that's what I was doing though, to bring it back to flat Earth.
Okay,
Cool.
go
What do you
ahead.
want to talk about?
Okay, so question about the refraction thing. I got sent a video the other day where it was like, here's how you argue with a flat earther. And all of it was about refraction. So I'm not too keen on it. Like, I don't fully understand what refraction is. I haven't been paying much attention. But I think the basis of the video was we see too far because of refraction, not because the Earth is flat, but because of refraction. And boats go over the curve, yada, 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 because boats just disappear from our eyesight and all this. But I know that's all bullshit. But I was wondering, could someone give just a basic explanation about what refraction is, real quick?
Yes. Yes. What are you
Refraction is
talking about?
defined. Oh, go ahead.
Terrestrial refraction or just normal refraction? Go ahead, Austin. You take it.
Well, she's asking. All right, so like refraction is technically Snell's law, which is like the bending of light. It will say from one medium to another. Like if you put a pencil into water and it looks like it bends, that's technically refraction. Whenever they try to make
Yeah.
excuses for the Earth being flat, they talk about terrestrial refraction, which is a version of basically like a subcategory. It requires a differential equation, but anyway. So they just try to say that the light bends around the curve to show you things that would otherwise be obstructed. And it's just
Right.
a vague, unfounded claim. So basically, what they do is they have like a standard number, which is 7/6R. It's just a standard rate of refraction. So roughly 15, it'll make the Earth look 15% bigger than it is. And so the way they got that is they go out and they make observations, and the average that it's off from what it should be is around 15%, meaning like typical atmospheric conditions show that the horizon is roughly 15% too far. So they just label that standard refraction. It's actually worse than that. They just have a predetermined window, and they don't take any data beyond that. So they don't have like an actual like definitive equation or anything. They don't have like, oh well, this much humidity and this much temperature fluctuation and da da da. It's literally just like a vague number of
Yeah.
percentage. Yeah, so it's literally just like it's a unfalsifiable excuse, and that way, no matter what you see, they can just do the math and say, oh, it must have been refracted that much. That's pretty much what it is.
Right.
It's just yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe Witsit didn't glue these two things together quite as much as I'd liked, but the vagueness it lends to the unfalsifiability. They're not just like kind of independent things. So they're keeping it vague because they don't want to have to make any specific claim. They just, oh, well, light bends, therefore it can bend as much as I need it to, or infinitely if required.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like they have to keep it super vague. They can't be like, well, you factor in this much humidity over this much temperature difference, blah, blah, blah. They have to keep it vague so that way it can't be disproven, because we could just go out and be like, oh, well, look, we saw too far and those conditions weren't there, so therefore globe debunked. So they just, yeah, like you said, they have to keep it vague so it's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, so my friend, have you ever used an Earth curve calculator before? Being KJ.
Oh, sorry, what?
Have you ever used an Earth curve calculator before?
I don't recall. Maybe once. I don't remember.
Okay, so how busy are you right now?
Like at this exact moment?
Yes.
Not that busy. I can pull it up.
Okay, are you on a mobile device or a computer?
I'm on mobile right now.
Dang it. All right, so maybe you can do it on mobile. You just have to be careful. when you do this one, if you touch the center of the screen, it's going to adjust the sliders on you. So you have to have your finger all the way to the right when you scroll up and down to go to different parts. So I just want you to search up Walter Bislin Earth Curve Calculator. I actually have screenshots for this, but I don't know where the heck they are. All right, while you're doing that, I'll see if I can find the screenshot. Yeah, so it's the one that says Walter Bislin, Bislin, I believe.
Yeah, I'm on the
There's the link.
website.
Okay, so I'm gonna can't find the screenshots, but it'll be good enough. Okay, so I'm gonna open it as well. Okay, so I'm here. I'm waiting for it to load a little bit. All right, so I'm guessing what you see at the top, it says Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, right?
Right.
Okay, then you have like this little grid system and a target object in the center there, and the purple grids below.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it says 10 meters. Okay, so la-di-da-di. So let's scroll down. Remember, avoid your thumbs touching the sliders as much as you can while you're scrolling. It's kind of hard
Yeah.
the way they did on the site. So you're going to see there server height 2 meters, target distance 12,000 meters, target size 10 meters. Okay. Now you're going to scroll down. Hold on, I gotta rotate. Sometimes you got to rotate your phone depending on how it works to get to see the entire website because it's in the landscape mode.
Oh, I pulled it up on my iPad, so I got the full view here.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
So keep scrolling down. And you're going to see, keep scrolling down. Okay, so you're going to see in the first group of things, it says nearest target data. In the bottom right corner of those things to choose from, it says the Sagitah. You see that?
Yes.
Called the Sagitah. Okay, so you know what a bow and arrow looks like?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the Sagitah is named after Sagittarius, which is the bowman, the constellation. So you imagine a bow, right? It's a semicircle. It has a line, and then it has an arrow in the center. So the Sagitah is the arrow. The very top of the arrow where it touches the bow, that's the Sagitah, the highest point of the curve, right? All right, so we scroll down some more, and you're going to see a thing called radius of the Earth, right? And then you're going to see a parent radius. They're the same number, okay? So just keep a note of that, 6,371 kilometers.
Right.
And you're going to see a graphic right here. Okay, on this graph, you're going to see the eye height on one side, and you see the target on the other side, and you see what's called hidden, which is in orange, and visible, which is in green. And then you can obviously see the bow that I just described, which is the Sagitah in the center, the bow, which is the arc, and then the chord of the bow, right, which is the line from point A to point B. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so where it says hidden and visible, that is the key point you got to focus on when they're talking about these observations at a distance. Because it's not just where the horizon is located, they're really primarily concerned about as much as they are concerned about the hidden right there. Okay, because what's hiding things in their worldview is the curve of the Earth, correct? An obstruction, right? Things can't disappear from the bottom up unless the Earth is curved. That's their claim.
Right.
So when they don't see the bottom of something, right, they put it into this viewpoint in their minds. And this is what they see in their mind. That the bottom is hidden below that hidden height off of the quote unquote horizon. And you'll notice that it's not exactly at the Sagittah, or that little dot there, but for lack of a better word, that's the geometry of the Earth from this observation point. So let's go up. Okay, up till you find the red slider that says refraction. Okay.
I see it. Yeah.
And above that is something that says STD, right? It says refraction STD. So give yourself an STD by pressing the STD.
I don't see an STD anywhere.
Okay, it's in the very top row. It says basics view, target 2, refraction.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Okay, yep, perfect. So now that you've clicked that, scroll down back to where we were before. Okay. Now go back to where it says Sagittah, and I want you to tell me if the number is different than the number it was before. Okay, if you can't tell whether it's different by your memory, I assure you it's different. So go back to the red slider and just pick a different amount of refraction by moving it to the right. Then go back down to where it says Sagittah and look at the number has changed.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Right, so as I increase the refraction, the Sagittah gets smaller, correct?
Right.
Okay, perfect. So now we scroll down some more. And I want you to look at radius, Earth, and apparent radius. And I want you to tell me if those numbers are the same.
They're not.
They're not. And very interesting. So let me ask this question. Did the Earth change size?
No.
Okay. So the Sagittah is derived, right, from point A to point B via a chord, and the midpoint where the apex of the arc is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the problem is that we go out into the world and we see the bottoms of things that we shouldn't see based on the geometry of the globe. Now, their excuse, aptly put by our friend before, was refraction. Okay? Which the impression is that that has to do with light. Okay, but when me and you just did what we did, what were we doing to the Earth? Were we doing anything with light, or were we changing the size of the Earth?
Yeah.
Right, now you're laughing because you're like, wow, that's stupid.
Right.
So check this out. So here's the argument. Now the Sagittah is the apex arc between point A and point B, correct? The high point. So what they are doing by increasing the radius is they're lowering the high point down to make it so that, the hump is lower. That way you can see the bottom of the thing.
Yeah.
Now, when they say terrestrial refraction, they're applying a geometry to the circle in the circle segment formula in order to lower the Sagittah by increasing the circumference of the circle. So they're not applying optics to this at all. What they're doing is have their hand on a dial. Imagine a dial that you're turning left and right, and a circle in front of you is getting bigger and smaller, just like it would in Photoshop. And you just keep dialing it until those straight lines match the observation that you're currently observing. Now, if 7/6R, like he said, fits most observations, it makes them acceptable. But if you go back up to your slider, friend, up here, you can just slide it all the way over to the right. Right? And now go back and look at the apparent radius of the Earth. And read that number off for the audience.
63,710,000,000.
Are you sure about that? I think it's 63,710,000.
What I'm getting is 63 billion.
Well, maybe I can't see the end. Hold on. Maybe part of my screen's blocked off and I don't see the other 3 digits. Either number is ridiculous, is it not?
Correct.
Right. So, for example, if I show an image of Tete Garnaseer and the Canigou shot 255 miles away in infrared, which mitigates refraction, right? And the top of Tete Garnaseer is 12,000 feet. And no, sorry, the top of Tete Garnaseer is 7,000, and the hidden height is 12,000. That makes the topmost part of Tete Garnaseer supposed to be 1 mile below that hidden height. If you go back to the graphic where it shows the hidden, right? So if you're a glober, how do you solve that problem? Oh, it's very simple. You just go up to that little refraction slider and you just keep on sliding, just keep on sliding till it matches. And then you say,
right.
I've proven that this works on a globe of 63 million miles in circumference. Now, you see the charade in the bait and switch.
Yes, I do.
Now, they will tell you that this math has been derived from true optical phenomenon and it's just an approximation. So, this idea of enlarging and shrinking the Earth, it's just a convention that we use to portray the way light travels. But no, what they're assuming is that the light is straight and the Earth is changing size. So when they say terrestrial refraction, they're not talking about light. They're talking about terrestrial, terra, the Earth, and refraction, which means broken. So when they say terrestrial refraction, you need to hear from this point forward, broken Earth, because that's what they're doing. Every time they make an observation in this manner, they're breaking the circumference of the Earth to force it to fit. They're forcing a square peg down a round hole and telling you that this is legitimate, as if they went out there and for those 255 miles measured something or traced the path of light. No, this is a post hoc explanation. It's an excuse. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Category error.
True. It's also a category error.
Well, thank you for that. That was great.
That'll be 3 easy payments of $99.95.
Yikes. Got lawyer rate.
I didn't sign up for this.
Now, you need to tell our friend Kiwi that it's billion, because he thought it was million, and so did I, because we were doing it rather quickly. But if it really has 3 more zeros, then yes, it's billion.
I can send a photo of it if you like and post
Man,
it.
I believe you. It's not like I'm questioning your integrity.
Well,
Although
here,
you
I'll
are
do it
interested in
anyway.
black flow. You should be suspect.
Wait, I didn't catch that. What'd you say?
Nothing.
Oh, geez. Okay.
And I've already deleted the live stream, so don't even try it. Yes, but the point is that this is a ridiculous method of trying to solve the problem. And it's obviously ridiculous on its face. We had Homeboy in here the other day. Okay, Mr. Go Fast Rocket Sauce, right? Saying that a church, right, that was 100 and I believe 30 miles away from the observation point at the Canigou shot, right? Right, but that wasn't even true. So basically, the whole church should be below the hidden height at 137 miles. And so he applied standard refraction, right, and he got it down. So I'm going to try to remember the numbers.
Yeah,
5.
I made a meme. I'll try and find it while you talk.
It's like 5. So the church, I believe the church was 528, and the hidden height at that range was 7 something. No, 1,200 feet. It was 1,200 feet. Yes, the other one is 12,000.
1293 or something.
Yeah, there you go. And
Notre
then the
Dame
church
did
was
guard it.
like, yeah, the church is like 520 tall, right? At that point, or maybe even 700. I can't remember exactly. But when you apply standard refraction, it doesn't match. Like it's still 58 feet below the hidden. So the kid said, well, it's within 9%, so that's acceptable. Now, notice what he did there. He got a refraction from standard refraction that didn't satisfy the observation. So what did he do? He just said, oh, well, that's close enough. I can just assume another 9% refraction to make my model work. Now, if you've been paying attention, an additional 9% would only put the very tip of the church above, right? See what I'm saying? So he wasn't even being liberal enough with his own observation, but he could have just, as he pulled the 9% out of thin air, just pulled the additional percent he needed out of thin air. Well, if refraction can do this, it can do everything. Now, not only can it do it, it must do it. If the Earth is a globe, then refraction must be the reason why we see all of these supersedery observations in their view. Therefore, it exists. I need it to exist for my bologna sandwich excuse, therefore it exists.
Yep.
Now, rumor has it, this whole idea of mumbo jumbo refraction doing all these things, especially in certain ways like atmospheric refraction or celestial refraction or whatever the heck, rumor has it that it was a post hoc excuse for the Selenelian eclipse. That they quickly realized that this is impossible, and so they had to come up with a refraction to bring the sun and the moon up higher than they actually are in your field of view. You notice how that works? If at first it doesn't work, just make up an excuse after the fact that's not quantified or measured. And then refer to the thing you pulled out of your butt as if it's the evidence of the thing in the first instance. You'll notice that in a lot of the globe arguments, that's what they do. They have what essentially equates to a logical fallacy. And then they borrow the conclusion from the end of the logical fallacy as the proof of the premise to input into the beginning of the logic. Yep. So I rest my case.
Yeah, when I made that meme, I actually messaged the guy. I paid him $20, the photographer, and he gave me all the dates. So we could go even further and get the conditions.
Yeah, AI. In formal logic, that thing that you were just talking about is actually called a modus globens.
Oh, very, very good.
Modus globens, and you can use it again on Halloween.
So tell me if this is right.
Modus globens.
Tell me if this is right. Yeah, modus goblins. Anyway, damn. No. Oh, okay. So here, tell me if I'm right about this. The Globers say refraction is bending light upward to make everything appear really long and really flat, right?
Downward.
Sorry, downward.
Yeah.
You're right. But they're saying light bends to make it look perfectly flat uniformly everywhere, right?
Well,
yeah, pretty much.
The first base is that your frame of reference from your observation point at such a small curve rate renders it to you apparently flat. Now, on top of that, they have a claim that in this apparent flat rendering that you see, there's a big hump of Earth curve that you just can't tell is there. And the only way to tell it's there is because the bottom of something disappears. And you're like, aha, that big hump of Earth curve I couldn't see 5 seconds ago. Now I all of a sudden see it. Right? But the problem is that the rate at which things disappear from the bottom is never accurate to their model. Never. Never, not once. Never, not once. Keep in mind, I've said that. Yes, I've said that, Glovers. Not once has it ever been accurate to your model. Never. Now, that being the case, they then need an excuse of why that's true. So, for example, if something should be a mile below the hidden height, yet I see it, the Glovers need an excuse for that. Enter light that just leaves the target object and just knows exactly where you are to shoot you in the eyeball.
Science.
And what are you clanging over there?
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah. Oh, Mikey.
Oh, my bad.
I mean,
like
I'm in your
making-
living room. Of course I can hear you.
I'm cutting out these little acoustic phone boards. That's my bad.
Wow, I guess that sound wrong.
Cutting out like hexagon shapes in these acoustic foam boards with the box cutter on cardboard.
Sounded like you're field stripping your.
So, for the benefit of whoever asked the question, that's the dealio. It's a compound problem that they have. One, the Earth appears to be obviously flat, so they need an excuse for that. Two, the only ground-based visual that curvature is present, in their view, is the bottom of something missing, and the assumption that can't see the bottom of the thing must be obstructed by a physical object in between me and it. But the geometry don't fit. And you know, like they say, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
So what you're saying is, they say that boats disappear behind a physical obstruction of Earth curvature that we see in front of objects, but we can never see it.
And that's how you know they're there, because you can't see them.
Hey, do you know about the Earth curvature? Well, yeah. Oh, okay. So you've seen it? Oh, no, I haven't. Oh, why do you believe it's there? Oh, because a lot of smart people say it is. So, and who am I? I don't know any better. I'm just Joe.
And in fact, the fact that you can't see it is only possible because it's there.
Right.
Yeah, me and my friend, Coffee Pro, we made up this one the other day. So, you cannot see the curvature of the Earth at low altitude, right? Which is easily accessible with the amount of money you have, right? You can only see it high up. So, if the Earth was a globe of the dimensions they say, you couldn't afford to get high enough to see it. You can't afford to get high enough to see it. Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
Hey, what do you guys think about this? So, their gravity is an automatic refutation of their heliocentric paradigm, in that relativity cannot be applied to singularity, and yet they have to invoke a Big Bang, i.e. singularity.
Yep. Very interesting.
It literally doesn't make it past step one, bro.
Yeah. There's just so many holes in But what's funny is that as you start pointing them out, they're like, it's almost like instead of having like one. So like we would just say for many things like, oh yeah, the Earth just doesn't move, bro. Whereas because they have to have the Earth moving, it's almost like they've got an arsenal of excuses to explain all of the different scenarios where the Earth would be perceived as moving but isn't perceived as moving. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're like an action hero, like reaching for the grenade. Oh, okay, yeah, it's Pocock's pendulum. They have to run out of grenades, and they start pulling the swords out, and then they pull the gun out. And, they can't just say, actually, no, I don't need any weapons because the Earth's not moving.
Yeah, their attempt to prove the globe is like this constant explanation of how you could never prove it.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. Is like their excuses are like, here's why you can't detect the Earth's movement. Here's why you can't detect the Earth's curvature. All right, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yes. If my imaginary girlfriend was real, you wouldn't be able to see her. You can't see her, therefore she exists.
Yep.
Now,
And no,
according to Brenda, that's legitimate physics.
and the only reason that you don't understand it is because it's so profound. You know, their actual the number one cop out I get when I bring up stuff like the singularity problem is, Witsit, you're an idiot. That's how science works. We don't have everything figured out yet.
Dude, I legitimately was watching a physics lecture where the guy was talking all about the Big Bang and all these other things, and he basically said we now have reached the point where we fully understand the beginning of the world, whatever the heck he said. He obviously didn't say world, but he said something like that, And then, not one paragraph later, he said, "We don't understand." He's like, "We've reached a point in human history where we fully understand how the beginning happened." And then, 3 sentences later, "No, we don't fully understand how this happened." It's like, dude.
Just what?
Oh, you ready for what the other thing that he was talking about? So a lot of these guys, they're searching for the God particle, the base unit, right? The fundamental building block from which all other things are created, like the singular Lego piece that you just keep clicking together, and now you have a helium, and you click it together this way, and you have a hydrogen. So his premise, and I don't think it was his, it was somebody else's, he was just presenting it, that not only is there one base particle, for example, you might call it a yellow Lego brick. Let's just call it that. Makes it easy. So everything's made of yellow Lego bricks, right? Salt shaker, made of yellow Lego bricks. My t-shirt, made of yellow Lego bricks, right? On a very small, minute level, of course. So that makes sense, yes. There's millions upon trillions upon billions upon Googleplex of yellow Lego bricks that make up the structure of reality. So he went a step further. He said, not only is it all made of yellow Lego bricks, but to solve all these certain math equations and, satisfy certain phenomena that we interpret, that yellow Lego brick is actually only one brick. It's not that there's a million of them. It's that there's one of them in a million different places simultaneously. But it's not that they're there simultaneously, because it can't be here and there. It's that it's going through time and space at a rate that is unfathomable. So it exists in all places at all times, everywhere, to render the world that we experience. So this particle goes back in time to be the sandwich you ate yesterday, goes forward in time to be the door you're going to walk into tomorrow, and it goes left and right to become the floor as you walk. But it's all the same particle in every single spot, in some kind of not a superposition, but like an ultra position.
Oh my God.
Now, the necessary consequence of this, my friend, is what? It's very obvious, and if you don't get the answer, you're fired.
Retardation of globe.
No. The correct answer is the multiverse.
Yeah.
The necessary consequence of this is a permutative multiverse in which infinite amount of universes exist. And the principle as such is everything that can be must be. Now, I want you to follow that. This is a physicist, right? Who's on a stage being recorded by a camera, which technically makes everything he says true. So, his conclusion was all things that can be must be, and all permutative physics must be in this infinite multiverse. Now, that means that if globe physics is true, that reaches you the conclusion of the omniparticle, that reaches you the necessity of the multiverse, that reaches you the necessity of infinite permutative physics in which all different worlds are possible. And that means if globe physics are true, there's one universe of a necessity in which the Earth is flat. So if globe physics is true, the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
Yo, another conundrum is they operate under the idea that math is reality. Now, of course, we have the soundbite from a Glober actually saying that, but they all operate under that implicit idea, right? Okay, so math is reality. Yet, whenever gravity, quote unquote, is applied to this universe, quote unquote, the math doesn't work. Ergo, it isn't reality. Like the math doesn't work. Like it doesn't. It's the math shows that their theory doesn't work. Therefore, if math is reality, their proposed idea is excluded as a viable explanation of reality, intrinsically within their own worldview.
Well, the correct answer from that view that I just described would be that you just don't have the correct math for the correct universe. Your math belongs to a different universe, and your universe belongs to a different math, right? Now, this pushes the can down the road into infinity, to which all plausibility becomes necessary, just as the physicist who's on camera, and therefore everything he says is true, clearly stated. So again, if your math doesn't match reality, then that means that in one reality, the Earth is flat. Therefore, if your math is true, the Earth is flat. If your math is false, the Earth is flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
Yo, and exactly what's so funny is like once you get to invoking the multiverse, which is actually like the most popular idea currently because they have a fine tuning problem and all kinds of other stuff. But anyway, what exactly is the difference between that and what they have coined the God of the gaps fallacy? What's the difference intellectually? Because they will critique the God of the gaps as if it gives them intellectual high ground, right? And it's the epitome of human stupidity and arrogance and incompetence. But then they will invoke the multiverse, which for all intents and purposes is synonymous, right? I mean, because that's what it is. It's infinite possibility, thus unfalsifiable, like to the like the epitome of unfalsifiability.
Yeah, exactly.
Which wouldn't be a word.
However, God is too clever for such a ruse. In order for this infinite permutation to exist, right, it can't obviously be present simultaneously. It must exist as a field of probabilities, right, which has no space, no spatial dimensions, no intrinsic energy at the moment because it hasn't been yet manifested. In a field of information that has no physical properties, right? And we know information only comes from mind. That means, ergo, an infinite mind is preordinate to the manifestation of the physical world. So, according to this physicist, who is a physicist and was on camera, and therefore everything he says is true. But if globe Earth physics is true, then the Earth is flat, and an infinite mind is preordinate to the flat Earth. So, in other words, if globe Earth physics is true, according to what this guy said, then God pre-existed the flat Earth. Therefore, God exists and the flat Earth exists. I rest my case.
Also, another conundrum is if you invoke the multiverse, you then have to address, was it ever existent? Meaning you have the Big Bang, quote unquote, but that's within our universe. So did the Big Bang birth all the universes? Or did they simply forever exist? And then within this universe, the Big Bang created what we perceive. It's just an intellectual shit show. It's so funny, dude. But see, the people that think there's a globe and have heard all of the flat earth arguments, all this goes over their head. So they then must self-project, that we are inept.
Yep.
And so with all these that I've come up with to try to present to them, they always say like something to the effect of like, oh, well, Witsit thinks that because we don't know literally everything, then the earth is flat. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's how science works. We don't know everything. Or they will say things like, dark matter 100% exists. We know for a fact that dark matter has to exist, but we don't know what it is. So, how could you know it exists?
Oh, there's a gap, right, that needs filling, right? So they have to fill it with something.
Yeah, literally. Well, not literally, but they actually have to literally fill, which is funny.
Well, why do they have this problem in the first place? It's because Newtonian gravity doesn't work on a universal scale.
Doesn't
So
even work on
they
the
need
solar
a different
system scale.
Yeah, maybe not. But
like with Venus.
But the point is that they had a problem there, right? So they had to fix that rather than an infinite universe, they had to fix it with an expanding universe. Then they ran into the problems, right? That the universe is expanding in a manner in which their predictions don't account for. And so they have to create an extra force in there to match their equations out. And so if you need 50, somethings, right? You just borrow them from, the Bislin refraction slider, carry the two, and Bob's your uncle. You solve the problem.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, so like a random number generator in video games. So me and my friend were playing with the refraction slider, but there's also the RNG number generator, right? So you have a math equation that fits in the globe Earth paradigm, and you're missing something, and it's not balancing because something's going too fast, or it's not orbiting the way it should, or this or that or the other, right? So you just click the number generator. It takes the number, it runs a couple of sequences, and then it gives you some bullcrap excuse. So you're like, I need 72 of something, and then it goes dark matter. Then you go, dang it, I need 62 of something else, and it goes quasons. And, let's go with a big number. You need 1 billion of something. So it goes boobity boobity boop, super quasons.
Like they have so many paradoxes. It's so crazy. It's like, so everything is expanding, but it's expanding. It needs to be expanding 10 times faster than it is in their paradigm. Therefore, there must be an immense amount of unidentified energy that fixes the problem. It's so bad that you literally just come up with words as a fix-all, like you said. And that's just really baffling that we are in a paradigm where we're treated as the ones that are stupid.
Yeah.
Or like something else, right? Like they can't decide if the universe is flat or not. But most people seem to think that it's probably flat. Like within their fairy tale, the universe is flat. But of course, then you have a paradox there with like the all-encompassing warping and curvature of space and time itself. And in order to mathematically figure out relativity, you actually take space in little small increments treated as flat, get the math, and then extrapolate a curvature on the macro scale. Similar to what they do with surveying, right? They basically do planar survey. Of course, it's not the same. It's not real, but they take their small planar survey to even be able to do the math, and then they apply a calculative presupposition of curvature on the macro scale. Then you, of course, also have the problem to explain black holes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which again, relativity can't be applied to singularity, so it can't explain a black hole even mathematically. Simply, their entire paradigm is nothing more than mathemagic. So, postulations built upon the presupposition of the validity of their math, but their math doesn't work. So you can't make it up.
Oh, yeah. Got that in here. Let me read that. Let's see. Oh, man. What the? Stinky poo-poo. Never mind. Anyway, it was from Helmert. Mathematical and Physical Theories of Higher Geodesy, Volume 1. Though we can't access the entirety of the surface of the Earth, it's been made possible to get a general shape by incorporating a law of transform, in which the factors of the law are the gravity and the centrifugal force. Right? So just assume a sphere with gravity and centrifugal force, right? For some reason, gravity and centrifugal force has to do with measuring the surface. Weird. You know what? I'll post that. Hold on a second.
Yikes.
All right, so let's see. GEO DESY. Oops. Hold on. GeoDC.
Geodesy. Maybe. I hate that word though.
Yeah, no, it's
Ooh,
perfect. So you see this bottom of something, right, that you shouldn't see, that should be buried below a mile of hidden height, and you say, gee, odd, I see.
yeah. Probably
This
one of the
book is
best,
just
most damning quotes I've ever found, actually, and it just disappeared. Was like he was called the father of geodesy, just point blank saying that you have to assume that the Earth is flat and stationary and negates, like all variables of a spinning globe as your fundamental starting point.
what's the name of the guy? Do you remember the name of the guy?
I don't, man. And I remember Q was asking me to find it. I couldn't find that freaking thing to save my life, dude. And I used to have it on my old computer.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
it
be surprised
sucks.
if Indio has it, or me and him talked about it in the past. A lot
Indio
of
is the
things
one that pointed me to it, yeah.
I just pull out searches in the past where we have discussions. Like I don't like a lot of things I post search as previous posts, so they're stored in the server rather than in the computer. All right, so here's the one quote in the book. It might even be from this book. I don't know.
Oh, that is the book. Oh my gosh.
Exactly. Now, Q, Wyman Racer, you're busted.
Wow, that's dope.
You know, I was making a point with this on Nathan Oakley's show, and rather than something wise being said after the fact, Quantum Eraser was like, I already got that quote. I got it from Witsit.
Yeah. It's damning, bro. Like that freaking dude, what he says at the beginning of the explanation of geodesy is so damning.
Well, let's just read this quote since it's the one we have available with this squiggly plumb line. In spite of the fact that the surface of the Earth cannot be reached everywhere, it has been made possible to have a general knowledge of the shape of the Earth through the existence of a simple law of formation of the shape of the whole body of the Earth. This law of formation, of which the factors are the gravitation of mass particles and the centrifugal force created by the rotation around an axis. Ooh, that's a lot of assumption in there.
Yes. Point blank asserted as such.
So back to the whatchabahoots. What was it called? The Earth curve calculator that me and Home Slice were working on earlier. Yeah. You see, you just have a premise that must be true. And then you just shove math up its butt until it explodes and get you what you want. So that book, if I remember correctly, is 2 volumes, 600 pages each, of mathematical formulas and principles to take flat measurements and shove them up a globe's behind.
Yep. I don't know who all in here saw it, but I found a letter from Einstein that he wrote to Ernst Mach where he said, my sincere, paraphrased, of course. He's just being a little Gamma fanboy in the letter, and he's like, my sincerest apologies for any of the unwarranted ridicule you may have received, for I have now discovered that your explanation of the fact that you would get the same phenomena of a quote-unquote Coriolis effect if the Earth was spinning, or if it was stationary with the universe spinning around it, like my sincerest apologies. It appears that you were correct, and effectively, I must absorb that principle to even continue my work on relativity. long story short, like for him to even propose relativity, he had to incorporate the viability of the principle that you would get all the same effects attributed to Earth spin if the Earth wasn't spinning. And here is a quote from Ernst Mach, the person he wrote the letter to. And it says, "The inertial effects of any system are the result of the interaction of that system and the rest of the universe. According to this principle, which has never been denied, in an empty universe there would be no inertial, Coriolis, or centrifugal acceleration. In gravitation, physicists Missner, Thorney, Wheeler proved that the inertial forces produced by a gigantic rotating bubble, equivalent to the rest of the universe, quote unquote, spinning on a stationary Earth, produce the same Coriolis and centrifugal accelerations as the conventional ones of Newton with respect to fixed space. Ultimately, the result of the Foucault pendulum experiment leads to the same."
Yeah, I was watching this other physics where there was a chick who was talking about it, and she basically said, it's like a lot of people don't realize that when they accept relativity, they abandon the idea that they can prove that the Earth is doing what they say it's doing.
Yeah,
something along those lines. She's like, it's just like, okay, you want relativity while simultaneously saying as a fact that the Earth is doing this, when you just accepted a framework in which it could be doing all of these things and you would never be able to prove one or the other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Like, in fact, there's another quote from Einstein built upon this same idea, in which he explains that the primary difference would be that if it's the Earth spinning, that it will be fictitious forces and acceleration, as opposed to if the sky is spinning, they would be actual. Can't even make it up, man.
Interesting.
Wonder which one's more viable on his face. I cannot imagine. This is, of course, in regard to the sidereal rotation that we observe in the sky.
How could they ever recover from that? Now we can just use even the Foucault pendulum and say, here's an expert.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
They'll never recover, man. It just bludgeons. Their thing is just sad, man.
We covered.
Almost sorry for it at this point. I'm like, oh my gosh, like.
We covered some of this on Globebusters, but that's when the Elias effect gets super interesting. And the Globe narrative is that it was just like a freak occurrence and it's never been verified and it's not real, even though actually Harvard actually adds validity to it in the modern era. But anyway, the truth is, and it has been pretty successfully hidden, is that it was actually very consistently observed. But of course, during eclipses, the pendulum goes a different way, as if a different or additional field of energy was introduced. And then there's a manipulation of the field of energy that causes the movement of the pendulum. And the eclipses change it, which makes sense if it's the sky moving, right? And
The
it's
LA
literally
effect.
zeros.
I think they call it the LA effect.
Oh, okay. But the S is silent?
He's French. I say LA, but it's probably Elias, Elias, or he's French, so I say LA. I'll see if Wikipedia can help me pronounce this dude's name correct.
But you guys see the big point, which is, of course, that makes sense if it is the sky causing the effect, right? Like that actually makes sense.
So you're both right. You're both right because it's an elision. So if it's followed by certain words, you'll pronounce the S.
No.
Yes, that's how French works. So it could be super fast. They alter it so that when words are put together, they can flow. You don't have those phonetic interruptions.
I did not know that. Of course, his devotion to heliocentrism causes him to chalk it up as inexplicable, but we know better. And see, the primary arguments right now are, well, you have to start the pendulum. You don't have an independent frame of reference. The pendulum attached to the Earth. That's correlation, not causation. And then we have major discrepancies in the actual outcomes. And to actually ever attain any consistent latitude correlation, people use basically like a little electromagnetic device to propel it. All very sufficient critique. But it gets worse, right? Like you can take it a step further where we could actually absorb the phenomena if we were to lend credence to it. And there is some credence to it, as in it's not that nothing happens. Something does happen, but of course you have to move it, which again makes sense if it's the sky moving. And it doesn't work in the south at all. Like consistently at all in the south, like too far south. So anyway, just throwing it out there. That's interesting. Whenever you can pull out Einstein himself telling them that the pendulum doesn't prove anything, it gets real tricky for them. You got 1922 Einstein saying that there is no optical experiment that could prove the Earth is in motion. He also said there's no terrestrial experiment that could prove that the Earth is in motion. Of course, that's quoted in 2007 by Stephen Hawking. But then they want to invoke something from 1851, 70 years prior to Einstein, who gave them the current glue for their worldview, right? And then you got 1909 mechanical gyro, so obviously it's after that. Then they'll try to say, oh, well, we got I think it's 1959, you have the ring laser gyro. That's there too, right? The pendulum and the gyro. And of course, the ring laser gyro is by definition optical. And they try to dismiss the first quote of Einstein being optical because it's in the context of Michelson-Morley, which was using light. And he's like, oh, you're just talking about optical, quote unquote experiments with light. But of course, that applies to the gyro. And these were actually quoted after this fact. So anyway, long story short, I just find it to be very hilarious that I think the most efficient way to go about it is to invoke their priesthood. There's not really much you can say. You don't even have to get into the weeds with them. It's like, look, well, we're not even debating the same thing. You're debating a new model that you're making up on your own. So I'm good. I don't feel like debating that with you. We'll debate the actual globe, and then when you want to debate the actual globe position, you come back over and holler at me.
Yep. And then you just say, up to the stand, Edwin Hubble, please. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, the interpretation of the Alais effect is going to be, based off of a prior worldview, and basically based off of the globe. It doesn't look like they can really explain it as more of an anomaly. But if you come from some sort of perspective where there's some sort of flowing substance over us that flows a little differently during an eclipse, then you can explain it a little bit differently. So you have to compare the quality of the explanation from the different sides. I'd go with something flowing over the motionless flat Earth to help explain it.
Well, in whatever paradigm you choose, obviously the motion is going to require some type of field of energy, seemingly. Like the cyclical autonomous nature of the cycle of the sky requires a field of energy, Whereas Tesla would coin it, and it's indispensable field of energy, as it can't be done away with logically. So I think how you go along that route is clearly going to be limited to speculative, subjective assessment. But nevertheless, for that autonomous, self-governing modality of energy, which I would say is the definition of a field, which isn't even defined in modern academia. But yeah, you got to have a field of energy, right? I mean, and we clearly do, and I would, of course, based on my worldview, say that it very possibly emanates from the creator in the central point, at the highest central point.
Right.
But that's my speculation.
Well, I'd rather have a reason for the phenomena as opposed to an anti-reason. Saying, "Oh, we don't know. We're going to wait for another answer." I mean, I may be, here waiting 500 years, and you still may not have an answer. That's more like an anti-reason and anti-logic. Avoiding making a conclusion in a very unnecessary way. I'm just going to go with an explanation that's, good enough for now, and that one sounds good enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, you're clearly alluding to the ether, but of course, to be fair, that's an independent discussion of the field of energy. Like the acknowledgement of a field of energy is technically independent of what that field of energy is within. I mean, but yeah, that's a whole different discussion.
It's really like reason versus anti-reason. Are we going to establish a reason or not? Or are we going to avoid establishing a reason and just say, question mark? I'm like, I don't know. I'd rather have a reason.
It's really kind of strange to be thrust back into this argument, seemingly going back 110 years ago. That was happening back then, and we're experiencing ourselves in the midst of the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Pretty weird.
And now the topic has verged on the nature of energy and the nature of space itself. Very interesting.
Well, that makes sense, though, right? Because this revelation has basically just brought us back to where they once were. So, seems to be kind of what would happen.
We found our way home, gentlemen, back to the truth that has been buried for a century.
I never would have written myself into this sci-fi novel. I never.
Give a dog a bone and it'll find its way home.
Oh, man.
Well, dog bones are clocks. But I get what you're saying.
Well, I was talking to you guys earlier. I rode 17.8 miles.
So, applying Brenda logic, why? What do you call it? I'll just say it that way. What do you call it whenever a dog hides their bone? No. What do you call it when a dog eats a bone?
Delicious?
Time consuming. I'll be here all week. I told Brenda that joke, and Brenda did not think it was funny. I'm like, dog bones are clocks, but they're time consuming. Just give a chuckle. It'll be okay. It's okay to be happy sometimes.
Am I supposed to laugh? I don't know what I'm programmed to do. There's no joy in my life. I don't laugh willingly unless it's at another person.
That's so dichotomous. You're like making a dad joke out of a saying.
I do find the point that I think this is a good way to really summarize this thing, this contention, maybe, right? Like as Sonny said, we've gone back to the debate that was here 100 years ago, right? But so it comes down to like Glover's like they point to the sky the whole time, and they're like Earth a ball by pointing up to the sky, and we're like, dude, stay on the ground. We're talking about what the surface of the Earth is, nothing to do with the sky. What the sky is intrinsically limited to speculation because we don't have access to that. So we don't know what it is. We can only speculate. So we need to really understand and fully absorb that. It's just speculation. It has to be. But anyway, that in mind, Nikola Tesla said, any attempt to explain the movement of celestial objects without the acknowledgement of an indispensable field of force within luminiferous ether is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. That seemingly holds just as true as ever. But it is speculation, right? So it's like, it's important to kind of merge the two. And it's basically personal prerogative at that point. Because one can easily say, and with some validity, I prefer not to go down that road because I know that it's unverifiable and inaccessible. And how could I ever fully understand what's going on in the sky? And I can't particularly disagree in the sense I personally think that we're not supposed to understand what goes on in the sky and we'll never fully understand it. But at the same time, I do prefer to tiptoe towards an attempt to understand it.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll ever completely verify the truth with our limited senses, and science does kind of acknowledge that some of these theories are just a generalized explanation to say, this is how I'm going to justify my actions going forward when I experiment. Have I verified everything about it, ether-wise or whatever? No. But this appears to be the best explanation going forward. And that's okay. With our limited senses, we're not going to verify everything. We can, infer a few things. We'll just try to rationalize or reason responsibly as we go forward with our limited senses. Even with the ether, I can't give you a jar of ether, but I don't really feel the need to do so because for me, the ether is space. And so when you're asking me to give you a jar of ether, that's like saying separate space from space. And that's just, not going to happen as far as I can tell. I can filter a few things from space with like an orgone chamber, maybe, but that's it.
It is just very interesting to think about it. That quote from Tesla was in the context of critiquing relativity. His first critique says, like, it occurs to my simple mind that applying like the natural reciprocation of equilibrium being sought, which I paraphrased and made and put it that to add context, but basically that the curvature of space would straighten out because of equal and opposite reaction. And then he goes on to say, in the context of critiquing relativity for the lunacy that it is, from Einstein, who he called a fuzzy-haired crackpot, he explains that relativity is trash, and you could never explain what's going on up there without acknowledging an indispensable field of energy in the ether. And look where we are here in 2022. Either we can agree, well, let's just not try to figure it out because we could never fully figure it out, or we can try to address it, and we are left with the same dichotomy, seemingly, which is nothingness, but with the properties of physicality, or field of energy within an etheric background. It's just funny how we haven't even progressed past that fundamental disagreement in a century of like immense technological advancement.
I'll see if I can put one of the better ether theory videos in the chat. I think it's behind a paywall now. Boo. But I'll see if I can find a decent video about some of the current theories of the ether. Put that in the chat.
Cool. I think we could all concede there is obviously some value to the framework. That's what gave us electrical field theory.
This is where they try to math the crap out of it.
Yeah. Dude, what actually got me on YouTube was I became like infatuated with magnetism, and I would like go live on Facebook and like rant about it, about how modern academia doesn't understand magnetism. And then Bob Nodell reached out to me and talked me into, and had to consistently attempt to talk me into getting on YouTube. But that's why I really won't ever listen to someone trying to tell me not to talk about it, because it was just my personal journey. That's like kind of what really made me so interested. But I would say it should be pretty intriguing to everyone that like in 2022, we don't, like modern academia, mainstream, doesn't understand magnetism. Like that's pretty crazy, right? Like what is magnetism? Is it materially manifest? Because we can see we can see the actual movement of the energy with a ferrocell. I can't reach out and grab magnetism. But like, what is magnetism? It's seemingly very important because it's like the most powerful force that exists. Really, arguably the only coherent force that does exist. So
it goes into the nature of space. If I had to speculate, I think space is one big Chladni plate. It can vibrate into any shape or any conformation you need instantaneously. That's the only way that I can think of for us to be able to move freely through space without hitting a brick wall. If you need to move or need to, go from point A to point B, you in space will, just basically vibrate into any form necessary to make the quote unquote movement possible, like a wave. That's the way I think about it.
well, people try to critique by basically saying like light is not a wave. But of course, wave's not a thing. We're not saying that it is. It's a type of movement. But it's like, oh, it's not a wave? What is it? It's a particle. Oh, how did you verify that? Oh, I used a man-made device. I thought we couldn't use man-made devices. So,
Well, I guess we can if we're part of nature. I mean, man-made devices are artificial, and I guess we do have the dichotomy of artificial versus natural. But is that a false dichotomy? If we're part of, nature in a certain sense, then, our man-made devices would still somewhat count because we'd still be using nature to make the devices and engineer them, at least on that sense. This dichotomy where we say artificial versus natural and man's artificial devices are out is a little off. I mean, we are part of this whole natural thing, aren't we? So why can't we science the crap out of even that?
sure, but I to some extent, right? Like, I think there's value in delineation of this, like, study of the natural world, natural science. Naturally occurring phenomena is the first step. But that certainly in no way validates the idea that nothing of value can be attained with man-made input or device. That's ridiculous. You can't measure anything without that. You can't even measure anything. And of course, measurement's not science. It's math as a description. But you're like, how much gas pressure? What's the gas pressure? I don't know. Can't measure it because we can't use man-made devices. You're talking about light being a particle. Can't do that. You have to use a man-made device. Interferometry is incredibly precise measurement. That's a man-made device, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we can't dismiss all of this as without value. That would result in us effectively just remaining as cavemen.
Yeah, I think they label it or tag it as physics and say it's physics, not science. And at that point, it's like, okay, well, I mean, we sure do use this precise equipment to help in science, quote unquote. So, I mean, are we having a bit of false dichotomy here? I mean, are our definitions so limited and rigid that they're really, impeding and stopping understanding rather than facilitating it? Because at that point, we're going to need definitions that work and that actually help us understand the topic rather than, definitions that are so rigid we go nowhere. That's anti-reason. That's not logical. That's anti-logical. That
And here's another
stops understanding. It doesn't facilitate it. What was that?
Well, I mean, here's another contradiction too. So like when you're talking about like light and it's a photon and it's a particle and all this stuff, but you're the same people that say it has to be scientifically verified. Well, like that's called atomic theory. That's just a model. It's just a concept, right? Like the atom is a concept of 99.9% emptiness. And then when you go beneath the atomic scale, I mean, that's purely conceptual. It's a model. So how exactly could, within that application of what science is, how could you claim anything to do with electrons or protons or photons would be science? How would it be? It's literally not.
Well,
It's a
like,
modern.
like in the chat, the definition of a woman is anybody who defines himself to be a woman now. And so I guess we have to see if science is doing that too. Are they just saying, an atom is anything? Is there any rigidity to their standard beyond just a simple declaration? What quote unquote makes an atom beyond theoretical modeling?
Well, the subatomic particles, most of them, they describe as discrete energy packets. What the heck is that?
Discrete is like a limited amount of energy. But if we're just limiting the amount of energy, why are we limiting it to this versus something else? Is this just enough energy to excite our eyes and to result in a flash? At that point, the definition is just what we can see and what we can sense. But how do we know that what we see and what we sense is based in, all of reality or sufficient? Maybe we're missing a part of reality with a definition like that.
And like, what's an energy packet? Like a homework packet?
Enough energy to excite the eye or to achieve some sort of outcome, enough energy to move the sensor, enough energy to knock something over, that sort of thing.
But you can't invoke definition without definition, right? I mean, like, what's a packet? I mean, I know what you're saying. I understand. You're right within the conceptual boundaries, but it's like, I just don't know. I think that some of this intrinsic contradiction is very detrimental to our stance.
I think of
Critical
it like
assessment. Go ahead.
I think of it like a handprint. Like if I push something with my hands, like a quanta of energy would be like the handprint on the object, and somebody in, I guess, some sort of way would say, "Oh, this handprint was enough to move this box," but I have a whole entire body behind that handprint that may or may not appear on the object. That's the way I think of this quanta stuff. There may be a whole world behind that, flash of light that we see that we're not quite talking about with these quanta and stuff like that.
It's just emphasizing the importance of intellectual consistency. Just seems it should be unspoken.
Without consistency, the mind tends to fall apart. Can't experiment without a consistently thinking mind.
Also, I think I'm gonna end up doing a show on this when I launch my channel back. But this whole double slit experiment and quantum eraser experiment, dude, it's just there's such simple explanation. It's like, oh well, there's two slits and then there's two outcomes, and then there's one, it must be a particle. No, you've just split the wave-like motion, and now you didn't split it. Which part
And
of
new
that's
waves can be created. I mean, two waves can combine to make a new wave pattern, quote unquote. And so this idea that waves are this discrete and changing thing is a little off too. I mean, you get new waves. Once a wave hits something, sometimes new waves come out.
Hey, can I interject for a second? Since we're talking about light, Einstein's photoelectric effect is the godfather of all quantum theory, and so my question is a positively charged electron actually a photon? Like, is these positively charged ions actual photons for us to be claiming this little electric packet that travels through the air is actually what, when we beam light and we get a diffraction pattern, are they one and the same? That is my question.
It
Which
could be.
is a question for you.
I mean, the photoelectric effect, the jury may still be out on it because they said they didn't get it with amorphous metals. They could get it with structured crystalline metals, but amorphous metals, they weren't getting that effect. And so I just default back to the wave theory of light, where light is basically a wave undulation of the ether medium that it stays in place, but can
No, but
vibrate
I
a little
mean,
bit differently here or there to give you a flash of light. I don't know about particles per se beyond that.
well, the wave theory is basically it's a pattern of recognition. So it's not actually the wave; it's the where is the particle going to be. So is the light actually a particle? Is the question.
I think light
From
is
The
a
what
wave
it's
of an
evident
photoelectric.
for.
underlying ether medium. The ether medium is anywhere and can undulate and ripple in any pattern that you like, and that's what we interpret as light. But the ether medium itself doesn't actually go anywhere. It just transfers the wave like a wave in the ocean, stays in place.
Right. So if light is a quote unquote wave, then it's not actually a
Not.
wave because waves are not things. They're just types of movements. So that means it's a type of movement within the antecedent to propagation, which is a medium. And if you apply material confinement to the word medium, then that isn't a sufficient rebuttal. But it's just a wave-like motion, transverse movement. To answer specifically about the photon and the electron, I would say they are the same thing, but different modalities of the same thing. As water and ice are both the same thing, but different modalities of it. And I would say basically photon being like a dielectric pulse, like if you had a coaxial cord, like the cords that intersect and loop around each other, like where they intersect would be what people call a photon, right? And so that would be like because it's dielectricity or electrostatics effectively. And then where that intersects is a pulse. People call that a photon, pretend it's a particle, pretend it's physical but massless and all this nonsense. But
So
electron is the
basically,
terminal end.
medium I think would be the air. Like the air between us right now is an immense medium. Like
Yeah.
to me, it just seems like whatever is called matter. I was going through this earlier today with somebody, asking them to define mass. An impossible proposition. Like they want to preach this, but they'll define mole, a concept of measurement, or they'll define stuff. But mass is supposedly a subconstruct of stuff, of
Yeah, but
properties, right?
Yeah, but you can easily debunk that air is the medium because when you remove like vast majority of the air, the light not only can propagate through it, but it propagates more efficiently. So if the medium that holds the light is just air, then when you remove majority of the air, it should propagate less efficiently. But it does the opposite, it propagates more efficiently, which
That's
leads to
what
the
I was talking about.
logical
The
inference.
photoelectric experiment for how they're shooting off these photons from a charged, metallic surface. Is that electric static charge? Is that Is that really a photon, or is that just emitting light? Right? Like, do we still not even know what light is? Is
No,
my
no,
the
no, no
first
one. I don't
question.
think anyone will ever fully know what light is.
Can I jump in there? I have a question because I don't think. I mean, if you think about light as a wave, right? I mean, light
It's
is always
not.
there, right? Light is always there. Even when it's dark to us, there's light there. When you put on night vision, there's light there, right? There's always light. When you do a long exposure in a very dark desert, right? There's light. It's like daylight so it's like to us when we say a wave beam of light, right? It's like we're saying a stronger or a higher energy, right? Perturbing this because there's always light, there's always sound, there's always energy
Light is energy.
killing this thing that we're calling, the space, right? So it's just some frequency, some energies are higher than others, and we call that light when we see it with our eyes. You know what I mean? So I don't think I think it's everywhere. Light is everywhere all the time.
I
So
think
when
of
some
light
people
as an
say,
energy packet. I think it's a packet of information that tells you how to move, shake, vibrate, to get a certain movement pattern. That's what I think of light as. And when light hits our eye, it basically gets our eyes to excite and vibrate with that wave pattern of information to form an image. It basically shakes and shakes and shakes this etheric medium and shakes in such a way to emit light that hits our eye and says, form this image in this way. And then we form an image. That's the way that I think of light, a packet of information that's saying, shake in this way, move in this way to form an image.
Some people say that the sun is the source of the light, but the sun is not the only light out there. So why will people claim the sun is the source of the light?
Sun worship.
So, Lemon, you also need to understand that everything on the electromagnetic spectrum would be considered light as well. So it's not just visible light. Everything on the EM spectrum is light.
Yeah, and we're
Right.
only talking about the small range that organisms with eyes, with the receptors, right? We're only talking about that small range because most, all the other living organism or creatures still have to function and do what they were designed to do, but it's not with eyes, you know what I mean? It's with a different, but it's still in the same, we're all where the senses pick up energy, in the fields, there's magnetic field. Your body is creating a magnetic field. Is there, electricity moving on? You know what I mean? Like, so it's
Right.
just with the eyes.
And if it hits something that won't move, no light. If the energy packet hits something that won't move, the energy is going to just bounce off until it hits something that can, shake and move and make an image, or it's just going to be absorbed or just pass right through the thing, uninterpreted or affected. So the light is basically saying something like shake and move in this confirmation to make this image essentially for the eye or whatever.
Yeah, so my speculation is that light is nothing more than the background medium that's already present, i.e., light is instant. If you were to try to say that light travels, it would be akin to having a string, stretching it across the room, and then someone moves the string. And then as that movement waves all the way through the string to the other side, someone asks you, how long did it take the string to get to the other side of the room? And you would say, that's a stupid question, bro. The string was already there. And it's nothing more than excitation of that medium that causes an oscillation or a vibration that results in illumination. That sounds like a rap. So the oscillation and vibration via excitation results in illumination, right? And so we have a spectrum of vibration, and part of it is perceivable to the naked eye. Just like Bong alluded to, it is not all perceivable to the naked eye, as you can see different spectrums with technological aid. So anyway, long story short, it's like energy input to this medium causes a certain oscillation or vibration, which makes it illuminate, and that's what we call light, right?
And this would occur in any nation.
In Obama's nation. But it rhymes because it's true and it's natural for the mind. So I'm going to go with it, rhyme and rap and all.
And of course, this is me speculating because I think that light is supposed to be somewhat beyond our grasp, but it's a viable framework. It's actually viable. As point A to point B travel is not, for a plethora of reasons. Like if you shoot laser through glass, does the light slow down and speed up? How does the physical photon get through the light? Oh, it's physical, but it's not. It's massless and blah, 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 blah. Okay, does it slow down and speed up? That violates the conservation of energy. Right there, in my opinion, the material assumption or the physical particle assumption of light is immediately falsified. Because how does it slow down and speed back up?
I'd rather go with the oscillations, vibrations than a global abomination.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Why they hating something?
I think of matter as light that's been locked. when this wave of information hits other stuff, it can snap back and give a similar wave. But sometimes the waves just keep coming. These waves of light and energy just keeps coming and coming and coming. And eventually the object just locks into a physical form. All of that energy just gets trapped and doesn't really dissipate. And that's what gives you a solid object, light that's been locked into form and energy that's been locked into form.
I think
And for those,
I think quantum mechanics and quantum science, being tied to Kabbalah and all, right? And then we're talking about light, and then who else is, So I'm waiting for something to come out of this, that has to do with a god, that has to do with light.
The connection's there, Bong. The voice of
Right? Yeah,
God
no,
spoke and had enough
yeah,
energy to lock things into matter.
the light of Lucifer, all those, because the light. Talking about light, right? I mean, it seems, and we're talking about it in this an experiment. What is an experiment? And that's why that's what I'm expecting out of it is
I think of
Antichrist.
it like a big Clodney plate or a big sound plate with salt on it. God made the salt. And then when he one day was like, okay, let's go, let there be light. And this vibratory pattern was enough for everything to just lock into sound form.
Right. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I think they're going to use that, to weave, the story into, because it's about like to remove religion as a problem that causes wars and differences, right? Wouldn't it be better to just combine them all and say all roads lead to Rome? We're all talking about the same God creator, type of thing.
Well, I
And
just
then
think of the ether at that point, Bong, as the salt that God made on the Clodney plate. He made the ether to be the salt that just takes whatever shape you need based off of sound and vibration. Perhaps it responds to God's voice and just makes any solid
the,
form you need.
well, yeah, but then remember the prince of the power of the air, right? I have been given all these kingdoms have been given unto me, and I can give it to whoever I choose to. All you have to do, right, is bow down and worship me. Is it not? Is that you know what I mean? Like that's all it's like.
Well, I think of everything as sound and vibration. So even when you move bong, it's like your whole being is singing. It's singing out notes when you move. And so space is going to respond and get out of the way so you can move. It's like your whole being sings bong when you move, and space responds. Either it will you through or it will not. That's the way that I think about it.
Until you come upon a lion, and you know the lion's not going to move for you. You're going to have to move for it. So who's singing now?
Well, you both are singing a different song, but if your
Yeah,
atoms or
yeah,
whatever the hell you want to
yeah.
say sing the same song, perhaps you two could merge together and be in the same space with little to no problem, like the Philadelphia experiment, where the men fused into the ship, singing the same
Oh yeah,
song,
yeah.
as it were.
Middle Earth was created by singing creation into.
You thought you were in the Philadelphia experiment, but you were actually in the lion's stomach.
Mm. So basically, we need to be on tune. Otherwise, we're going to clash and push against each other. But if we're singing the same song, we can potentially merge together.
We have to
It's like
harmonize.
it's like a dance of atoms, a dance of particles. If we're in sync, we can merge together, no problem.
And with all this going on, Earth is just sitting there still, flat, motionless, just contained, just still. Oh, I said that already.
Well, that's the frame of reference. That's the absolute frame of reference.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this song is so obvious to God. He can hear when one thing's out of note. Like the moment, an evil thought pops into your heart, God's like, what is that? It sounds like your heart is singing out of tune. He might even know about it before you know about it yourself. But God is an excellent conductor.
I think
Who is that?
Who is banging on pots and pans? Go ahead, sir.
I was going to say, I think we can all hear the singing above ground. If you go sit on the ground, you can hear all the singing and vibrations and buzzing above the ground. It's really incredible. People should do that much more often. Sit on the ground somewhere where it's nice and warm and the sun's there and you're there with just you and nature. And you start to get to know your surroundings and even the animals. I even have lizards that I've seen since they were little babies. They would come around and look at me, and now they're getting bigger and they're still coming around looking at me when I go to that place.
I heard the devil was really good at singing and making music. I heard he was the lead. He was the lead maestro guy in heaven. Right? It's crazy, yeah. Now he's down here singing to us.
In the music industry, all the songs about Satan. So hot, you're hurting my feelings, Satan. So hot.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, now, and you can even have songs about the heliocentric model, aliens, and being out from out of this world, right? Like like funk, psychedelic. It's all space. But what is space? What really is this heliocentric model? Like, I know we make fun of it, but spiritually, what is the spiritual? Does it symbolize?
You don't want to make fun of the heliocentric model? What's wrong with you?
I think it's where the demons come from, because they say it's where the aliens come from, which means it's where
Well,
the
yeah, I
demons
think they're
come
giving
from.
us little slivers of truth here and there, but it's what I just thought about when you were talking. It's astonishing how much of that crazy sci-fi stuff that someone is witness to with all this media. Like I grew up was a TV generation. I mean, that's what you did. You went and watched the programming. So, like, it's amazing because most people in my generation have not broken out of it, and they never will. I've lost hope completely a long time ago, decades ago. I had to break away. So, wait a minute. I wanted to ask Witsit before I forget, how old is your grandfather there, Batman?
Like 85. Something like that. 87, 83, 85. I don't remember. 83,
83?
86.
Okay, cool. All right, just to give an
Oh,
idea,
must be
get
your
an
dad.
idea. Yeah, so he's a little bit younger than my father was. And he passed, so like a generation removed. Interesting.
Well, I think of space as something that vibrates into any confirmation necessary to allow you through it. I think when you move, space is there ready to just respond to your movement and either get out of the way or halt your passage. I think of space as an extremely flexible medium that can, let you through or just, say halt no further.
Do you have to physically move to perturbate this medium, or can you do it with like your thoughts, your voice, your intention, or maybe combining the?
I think either one is fine because the information and the energy is still there with or without physical movement. As long as the information is transferred, space will take on a certain structure or confirmation to either let you through and let you pass or not.
When you're moving your body, you're using your mind.
I'm talking about music because I read and I heard that what they do at these big is they pray over these certain records that these satanic people, they pray over the master record
That's
that everything's
creepy.
imprinted off of,
That's
and
creepy
then
as
these
hell.
spirits would follow these records. So when your kids buy them, you know what I mean, and listen to it.
Oh
There's the ritual happened, and that's what I'm asking is like, you know what I mean, like
I've heard of these things, like.
Interesting name, Master, huh?
A master
exactly right.
And
a CD, master CD, master complex deception CD.
So yeah, you can either believe it, or not believe it, but they believe it. They believe And we're all talking about it. It's all about belief. Right? Like how things work, like intention and belief, the will, and manifests into action.
I think of energy, light, information as the blueprint. Is the blueprint physical? Yes. But the blueprint to build a building does not grow arms and build the building for you. It just tells you take on this structure based off of the information presented in this blueprint to make certain things happen. That's what I think of with light and information. It's saying take on this structure or this confirmation, and then other things can flow in or occur.
Right. And words can do that. When you tell people to imagine a ball, right? Their mind. You know how we talk about cymatics? Sound can.
Sometimes you have to take on a certain confirmation or a certain structure before energy can flow in. Scalar waves, before certain things can happen, before certain light patterns can be manifest. Sometimes you have to take on a certain structure first. And that's where the information comes in. It's saying, build yourself in this structure, and then you'll start to see this stuff happen.
Right, but then see the information itself, the content of the information itself, right? Like like what we're talking about. How does it know? How does the light know that it's being observed or not observed? You know what I mean? Like, and then there's all these factors to consider, affecting the observation or whatever.
Well, whether the light knows and is sentient, or the one who made the light knows and is always watching and always modulating the system accordingly. One and or both.
It's so Aleister Crowley-ish, and we know his influence in music and entertainment and science.
But what makes you think the light knows is being observed? Like, that claim means that the light knows it's going to be observed before it's observed.
Or you know how they say consciousness can affect reality. That's magic. That's Aleister Crowley. I mean, that's what I mean. That's it almost sounds like it's the merging. It's the scientific explanation of how magic
Quantum
works.
mysticism.
Yeah. Kabbalah.
Panpsychism. A whole living system that reacts to you according to that school of thought. Well, when I think of the ether, I don't think of anything sentient. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I think of just, a medium that God made to function a certain way, like salt on a Chladni plate, really. I don't know.
I think God's Holy Spirit in the Bible, right? It's why the world is, the spirit that's holding back this power, and that, I mean, you know what I mean? It's like it seems that's the spirit that people we're supposed to. But this other thing that they're teaching, that's why I'm like it's their interpretation of reality or whatever, even if what they're studying is real, it's their interpretation of it.
It's nice that we get to talk about these topics, because a lot of times people will just say, oh, word salad, or I lost interest in what you're talking about already with my low attention span. But when you really talk to people and just, really try to level with them about these topics, a lot of good discussion can be had about what is the nature of space. Is it sentient, non-sentient? Is there some sort of controller behind it all? Those are good discussions.
What do you think the prince of the power of the air means?
Satan.
Yeah, but what does it mean by air? Of the air, the gas, the ether?
Probably more like the ether.
Yeah, it reigns in the metaphysical realm on the earth. Metaphysical portion over the earth.
Air is more accurately understood, as far as I can tell, as particles of whatever that are breathable mixed within the background ether. So when the other person said it's the air, there's something behind the air that the air particles are mixed into. If you want to talk
No,
about the ether,
that brings up some. Can I interject, please? So
Let me
that's
finish
let me
first.
say one thing. Let me say one because he said
Go
it's
ahead,
a
go ahead, go ahead.
permeable like the air, and that's what they say about the gravitation. There's quantum gravity, and so they say this is something that applies. So this is something that permeates all of material being, which would be all of stuff. Again, not a definition of mass, but what stuff is. And so between that, there's more stuff, is what's claimed. And so that's a claim of heliocentrism.
Yes, but in the
Or
Bible is so we breathe in the air, okay? And when we say something like inspired, I was inspired, okay? Inspired is breathing in the air, and God breathed into Adam the breath of life. When we say spirit, we're talking about that thing. We're talking about the thing, the air, right? So obviously we breathe air. We breathe it in, and when we're possessed or obsessed with something, we say we're inspired by something. We breathed, and so it seems like it's also a medium for spirits. That makes sense.
well, that's gas pressure. So I use that often for telling, globies to calm down. Like, hey, they'll be like, hey, calm down. They won't get the joke. Like, it's like, breathe the gas pressure that you believe, because there's a gas pressure differential that you're claiming that would really defy your life right now. So I
but I
tell
think
you, take a deep breath, and that's entropy. That's taking it, letting in the pressure.
well, I
Bro,
think
do
Bong's
you
house
remember?
talking about an ontology of spiritual world that is within the ether. And I would agree with Bong Sao that, we're in a physical plane right now where there are certain vibratory patterns. Maybe things down here can vibrate from, I don't know, 700 to 900 hertz. And that allows them to interact within that range of vibration, touch each other, see each other, interact with each other. The spirits in the higher realm of Bong Sao vibrate maybe from 3 to 500. And so, if you want to go to that spiritual plane, you're going to need a body that can vibrate at that frequency without burning up, number one. And number two, that can sustain that vibration to interact in that spiritual world without dissipating. And so, I
Not
think
burning up, it would be freezing. It would go to the end of entropy, like you would go to the end of the entropical capacity of the molecule of gas that is,
it would be like a
Entropic, yeah.
flame.
it
It
would
would
be
be like a
stopped
flame because,
by
yeah.
cold or by some physical action.
All right, I gotta say it. I'm gonna say it one more time, man, because I responded to you earlier, right? So if you shoot laser through a vacuum chamber, the laser goes through the vacuum and propagates more efficiently. So the claim that all that is there is gas as the medium for light is incorrect because
No, I
it
never claimed that either.
Okay, I'm just explaining, right? Like that means that all the gas does is impede the light because when it's removed, it propagates more efficiently. So not only is it not the medium it propagates through, it does propagate through that medium, but it's an additional medium because when you
Yeah, you
remove it, it
don't
propagates
see
more
the
efficiently.
medium. You see the reflective properties of light. So you're never
Right.
actually seeing the light when, like, I'm looking at my white walls on my house. Like, they're not they're not emitting light. That is a reflectoral property, and I'm seeing the waves of work that have gone into reflecting off of that.
Right. But going back to what Bong Sao said, when you go to this higher spiritual realm, it's higher partially because there's more energy there. It's nice to be, an angel or a demon from hell, flying around, traveling instantaneously, but you need a body that can keep up. And so if we go from this realm up, we're going to take on a lot of energy and potentially burn. And so we're going to need a form that can take this energy pattern without burning up like a candle or a wick. And
But
so
that's what I'm saying. That is the claim of heliocentrism. And so, but really, when you go up, you lose entropy. entropy is lost because it's cooler. It doesn't heat up per se as they would claim it does, but no, you go up and it gets colder. It gets colder the higher up you are from the ground.
But you would have to
Where
survive.
does it heat up at? Where is the claim? Where does it start to heat up at?
You would have to survive the energy conversion if you're going from physical up to spiritual. Otherwise, as far as I can tell, you
Ooh,
burn out.
okay. Yeah, physical to spiritual, absolutely, and the process is the burning of oneself. No, what I am, what's being asked here is that the entropy loses itself once you go away from the heat source, the Earth being the heat source. So that would explain many numerous functions of reality with gas pressure variances and such. So
I'm pretty sure it's not the Earth. It's
so I
tilted
know
because
that
it's
you don't
cloudy, man.
see, like, you can see light reflecting off of water vapor per se, right? But you're not seeing, like, apparently it's everything in the air is gas. It's an isometric mixture of gases. Isometric mixture of gases, which is many gases. Only percentages of which we actually live on. So there's some sort of properties with them, and we see them as refraction, is what people would call, and that's mirage, diffraction, looking at light shadows through a other per se. But what is that photon? Like, is the photon what Einstein discovered in the photoelectric effect?
As they know.
Charged ionic particle, or I think that's emitting light. It's not light itself. That was my postulation at the beginning.
Maybe.
And
I
so
mean, I don't know.
what is the medium that charged particle is traveling through? I mean, it would just be
What
air. It would
charged
be density of
particle are we
air.
talking?
But they've
We
also
can't even
put that
verify.
into
We
a
can't even
a
verify that
vacuum,
a
and they've
photon.
traveled these photons, these charged particle ions,
We can't
positively charged ions that jump off of the
draw
electric
theories,
plate. No. Well, okay. Past the
models.
theory
These are
is that
models,
that's
right?
no, it's not even a model. No. This is what
Well,
Einstein
well,
conceived
can you
of.
show me a
This is what
picture?
quantum mechanics and Planck's constant is based on. This is the conceptualization of light interacting with material matter, right? And
Okay,
so
So you're
that is
basically
my
saying that a photon is what happens when light interacts with matter, essentially. That a packet of energy is given off, basically.
so light is instantly like touching the medium within it.
Because I
Like, this is
don't
what
think
I'm
of a
trying to say.
photon
This
as
is
a thing
very,
in and
like,
of itself.
there's something unexplained within this method. This is very
well,
pro that. So I'm not being a
Right.
detractor. I'm really just trying to talk about Einstein's photoelectric effect, which begat all of quantum mechanics.
Well, the photoelectric effect doesn't supposedly occur with amorphous metals. So you might be getting a certain wave packet if you have matter in a certain conformation. But if it's
Yeah,
not
you
in that
said that. I
conformation, it's
agree.
a photon and no photoelectric effect.
what the
So I
frick is
think
a
you might need to look
photon?
at the theories.
Damn it!
Was that wrong?
What in the world is a photon?
Basically, when light interacts with matter, and a certain amount of energy is given off, essentially.
But that's not
It's
how light
work.
works.
Light
That's
is
not
work.
when something is illuminated and we see it, right? Okay, we say, okay, that the length of the wave that the energy is producing, right, is this color, is that color, is this bright or that bright. That's what we're saying,
That
right? We're
amount of
saying that
work.
the
That amount of
energy,
work.
right? Yeah, that the energy that's perturbating has is this has a wavelength this long, right? That's what we're saying when we explain color and when we sight. When we see things, we're seeing an image.
because of the source of the energy that we're calling light.
Well, as
Right?
far
That's
as I can tell, light interacts with matter differently. So you might get a photon of energy off a person's eye over here, but they may not do anything to this matter over here. So at that
well,
point, a
that's what I'm
photon is
saying.
not a
What's
thing
it
in and
said?
of itself.
What's it explained it with the rope thing? That there's nothing going from A to B. So that's why I'm asking, what is a photon? Because the energy is moving the rope. That's what what's it
Sometimes
explained?
the rope can get a
Yes.
snapback, and that's a photon. Sometimes you lasso the rope, and it'll snap back and give you a certain amount of energy back. That's called a
Okay,
photon.
Okay.
cool.
So
Sometimes you
in the
lasso it, and there's no snapback, therefore there's no photon. It's basically the
in the
reaction,
analogy
the energy of light or whatever.
in the rope analogy, what they call a photon would be like, so if you like swing the rope, if you like whip the rope, right, it's going to start waving, right? The peak of that wave is what they call a photon, right? Like the rope's moving in like a wave. Like if you're waving your hand out in front of you right now, when it goes up and starts to go back down, that peak, they just isolate that area and they call that a photon.
Here's
That's like
a definition of photon, and it's in agreement with you, Witsit. That's why I asked you about this, because I think there's some subtle nuances nobody's really considering. They want to poo-poo something, but they don't know what they just ate. So a photon, oh, a photon is an elementary particle that is a quantum of the electromagnetic field, including electromagnetic radiation, such as light and radio waves, and the force carrier for electromagnetic force. Photons are massless, so they always move at the speed of light in a vacuum. And nuances within the lies that they told within that. But
Quantum, that's like a slice of the electromagnetic field. Enough of the electromagnetic field to get something to bounce, move, shine, or do something. So it's basically like a little slice of a cake at that point. We need to see if that slice of cake is big enough, arbitrary, or really gets to the whole thing or not.
quantum is described as a discrete quantity of energy proportional to magnitude to the frequency of the radiation it represents. I bring up these definitions of words because I think it is like we need semantics, and we need definitions of words and good sources. But these are the things that we understand we're talking about here. And so when we're talking about the frequency of radiation, that is the amount of work done.
So when we talk about
Heat and
photons, we're
variety.
talking about enough energy to hit the eye and cause shining or some sort of image.
Well, I mention this because I'm in depth with celestial navigation debates and such, and it keeps coming up. I keep saying ground, and they're like, "Oh, well, actually," and they go into a whole diatribe about like ground and not seeing horizon versus sea, and it's like, here, let me look up the definition for you for ground. It means in a situation where you're using a position on the surface of Earth, it's called ground, whether it be sea, lake, anything, land, salt flat, anything. That's ground. So I think a lot of confusion comes in like actually understanding the definitions of the words that are being used.
Right,
And
but people can extract a definition as needed. People aren't stupid. When we were learning language as young children, nobody came to us with a dictionary and said, this is what it means. As young chubby babies, we just heard the conversation, we extracted meaning as necessary, and then inferred the proper
Mhm.
definition for the
Yes,
context.
and we agreed upon the definitions of words. We
People
agreed.
can
If
extract
I'm going
meaning
to say
quite
this word,
readily.
I think this.
They can extract meaning with or without the dictionary. They're playing stupid if they can't,
It's
extract
like
the
putting a stop
definition
sign up,
based on what's
right?
being said.
wait.
So definitions of words
You
mean,
know.
or they
Well,
mean to.
the speed of
It's called
light
a
is
Socratic
always.
method.
I don't think the speed. When you turn on a flashlight in the water, and say you're spearfishing at night, and your friend you flash the light at him in the water, right? Or you guys are it's foggy night, right? And you flash the flashlight at him, like it seems that the light travels at the same speed. It's just that
It's
it's dissipating,
instantaneous.
diffusing because of the fog or because of the water. But it seems like it's still,
But somebody
bang.
would see you instantaneously. You hit the button instantaneously. You light up,
Yeah,
and
yeah. You
and
don't
it
see it like,
diffuses through material, the material in the world around you.
yeah.
Well, I do think of information bong as traveling instantaneously. Information being space and or the object, you're going to need to take on a new form to get this pattern. That travels instantaneously. When space locks into a certain pattern, that may be the lag. That may be the wave of light, quote unquote, traveling. When space locks into a new confirmation to allow this information through, or based off of this information that has traveled, takes on a new structure. And I think
Well,
that's the
you
lag
would be
behind the information that has already traveled instantaneously to say, take on this confirmation to shine, to send the wave, or to, let this energy through, basically.
what lag? What lag? You waiting, or because you
It's
turn
like
the
the
light on, the light's
blueprint.
on. Like you're
It's
never
like
waiting for the lights to turn on unless it's gaslighting, and then
right. The
you wait for a
information
long
is the
time to wait.
blueprint. That blueprint has been sent out. It's saying space, I, whatever, take on this confirmation now. And that's the building
Yes,
phase,
that's
the
the
lag.
knowledge of
It
which
takes a little
path
bit of time
information.
for space and the I to build itself into that confirmation based off of the information which has traveled instantaneously like that.
Yeah, I think that's the best. That's the best thing. That's the medium. Like, you can't say I get the no empiricism for it, but
well, I'm saying it appears that it's traveling at the same speed because scientists always say in a vacuum. You know what I mean? But then I've
yeah,
never seen any such thing, right? One, all I see light operating in is here, gas, I mean
is
air or water.
with diffraction and refraction. Like what they would, but see, they're confused. Is refraction's a dirty word around here because it means like you're going to presuppose a curvature of
No, 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 no,
gravitational
no,
light
no,
bending.
no, no, no.
And
It's not.
no,
It's
it's
a
like
it's
I
a, it's a
believe
specific
what you
kind of
see is what you
refraction.
get.
Yeah,
We need to accept
Yeah,
we
reality
love
it's
for
like
what it is.
Sean said, it's a different type of interpretation of refraction. We have the image disappearing due to compressed viewing angle. This is the version of refraction I go with anyway. And refraction at most balloons it up out of this compressed viewing zone of limited viewing angle over a flat plane. It's not curving the image over a ball. It's just a different interpretation of refraction, essentially.
Yeah, that's the most important thing to take away is that literally this understanding how light interacts is a concept that's, based on lots of history, and there is no speed of light. There is only, and that's why I find it so interesting that somebody who invented quantum mechanics would then go and completely make a relativistic idea that's only inductive in reasoning. So there's something hidden there. There's something he saw, or there's something they saw. Whatever, however you want to take it. But I find that very interesting because the debunking of relativity is instantaneous action at a distance. You turn the light on, the light's on. It's either on or off, or it's either a wave or not wave. It's a frequency. What is it? What is your probability? It's a probability. What is a probability? It's a paradox of reality. Reality is real. Reality is your waking life. And when you want to explain it, you want to put it in a simulation, it it fails. It fails, and
Well, what are they putting in the Hadron Collider? What are they smashing together? That
there's dude. Like they're like putting memes together,
I
and a
think they
lot of people
started
are
with
putting
an
a lot of
electric
money.
gun or something like that. They get a vacuum tube and they shoot something through a vacuum tube. Whatever's in that vacuum tube is what they're quote unquote smashing together. A bunch of electricity. I don't know.
Oh.
You can for like $10 on Amazon you can go buy a Gravlev little magnet and shit, and you can buy a bunch of them and spend $1,000 and have a whole little Gravlev in your house too. It's cheap. It's easy. It's for people that are easily fascinated by magic parlor tricks. And I mean, quantum locking is like basically what we're talking about. This quantum maglev locking is what we're talking about. So
Right.
I'm glad you brought that out, because that is exactly what we're talking about. Because this light, where the earth gives energy, the light in the celestial in the sky gives energy.
Yeah.
And basically everything works because of it. Or it wouldn't exist.
Yeah, but because of my belief in in who the creator is, there's a saying that you should not be surprised when you see the servants of darkness masquerading as servants of light. You know, like pastors, the Pope, scientists, right? For
Oh,
even
absolutely.
for even the devil himself transforms himself into an angel of light to deceive
The
people, right? So
Godfather himself, the Pope, sitting there with his little pious hat.
right. And what are
Exactly what
these
you're
men
talking
about?
about.
They're about the light. Yeah, Masons, they're about enlightenment, you know, these
They're about the
mystery.
darkness. We see a lot of people are confused. We worship the sun. No, that was the good Greeks. The Greeks were good people compared to these savages who we worship the great attractor. We rotate around the great attractor. Time isn't even based on the celestial. Time is based on the cesium vibration, and it's an arbitrary amount of vibration that somebody chooses. That's what time is based on. We literally build skyscrapers, cities, monuments to tell time, which only, and basically like this whole shadow derivation only works on a flat earth. And they want to tell us our actual time is based on cesium clock or cesium vibration, you know.
Well, cesium vibrates at what is it, 1,000,000 times per quote unquote
Yeah.
second is what they set for these clocks.
That's what
And they see a slightly different vibration rate, you know, depending on whether the clock's moving or not. But you can explain that time dilation where
they
instead
have
of
to
it
make it
being
bigger.
like 1,000,000 times per second, it's what, like 999,000 times or something like that. You could explain that with, you know, the ether impinging on the cesium atom and kind of squeezing it a little tighter, depending on whether you're going, you know, with it or against the flow of the ether. That's a mechanical explanation that I think is much more appealing than this mystical relativity stuff. You know, it's just a mechanical
You
effect
gotta
of the
admit though,
medium
it
that
is
the
pretty
cesium
amazing.
atom is in when it's vibrating, and now it's registering a different time.
Yeah, you have to admit though, it is pretty amazing. We just found this like natural frequency that cesium atoms vibrating back and forth, and you know, like that is what we're that inside, like how they were able to do that inside that is what we're talking. This is the greater topic. Like this sort of defies logic, defies natural law, and it's acting in a certain way. Is it really? You know, and this is greater questions.
It defies the logic and laws of people who believe in science, right? Or who only understand
It
the
all
world as they are
it
told.
debunks relativism. Like just that atomic clock debunks all of the globe's fairy tale. Done. See, because it's atomic matter which is defying natural physical law. This is where you start to wonder, you know?
All these astro theoretical physicists say things like that quantum mechanics and the Kabbalah is about to turn everything we think we know about physics and science on its head. In other words, everything
It's
we
so
know
hilarious.
would be absolutely wrong, right? I was like,
Well, this is what
did
I
you say
asked the
Kabbalah?
simulationists, you know, the Elon Musk, you know, electric car drivers. I used to have an electric car. I love him still. But, you know, I would ask, what's it a simulation of? It's a simulation of the simulation because you can only describe reality. So if reality is a simulation, what's it a simulation of? What is it simulating?
Exactly.
Reality? Well, it's inductive. It's like what I hear from when people try to define mass, they say, oh, it's stuff. You know, they very rarely go further than that. And
I think
so
they're
stuff
talking.
attracts stuff, you know,
I
like,
think
you
they're
know,
talking about
like
the
you would say
spiritual world.
stuff has mass. Mass is is an adjective, you know, it's a descriptor. Like stuff has mass, so stuff cannot be mass. It's deductive reasoning. But these inductive minded people with a very limited capacity go around life just saying, I can tell you about dark matter, and dark matter proves that what the 1% of matter isn't real.
Well, I
I'm
think
a
they're talking
relativist.
about essentially the spiritual world giving out the information. The information comes down the
Yeah, the
pipeline from the
rocks
spiritual world to
not
help
one
form the matter. And that's what they mean by simulation. That
We
basically this is a secondary reality from the primary reality, which is spiritual, giving us the information, giving us the packets, giving us the light.
But
It's basically the spirit world 2.0, essentially.
what is other than reality? Like it's just
Right.
dream state. You would describe dream state to me, but
It's
no,
all real,
reality is
yes, but
reality.
there's a
Reality is
primary
waking
spiritual
light,
reality
and
that they
that's what
appear
we're
to be
talking about.
talking about.
You'd have to call
We're
it
not talking about
supernatural.
relativity.
Yeah.
You'd have,
We're talking about physicality, empiricism.
Yeah,
well, our
well,
very existence begs the question. Well, it doesn't beg the question, but our very existence actually screams. We are ourselves just being here is supernatural. Let alone the place we live in. That this place that was created is a supernatural place. Like we can't describe that. That's why we have no words to describe. Like what could possibly be outside of this, or like what could possibly create all these systems. Like it's outside of anything we can imagine. It's outside of our
yeah,
natural abilities.
yeah. This is the primary reality because it's the only one that we know. And if somebody showed you a different reality, I'm 100% sure you're not going to want to go live on Mars. I mean, you know what I mean? Joke, but, you know, or in some other alternate Earth, you know, like Earth 2.0.
So we live
You know,
under
like,
some very concrete kind of natural laws here, apparently that were set up somehow. Who knows how? But you know, like for that to be set up, like that takes something. Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. I know I was going to make another point there somewhere. I'll probably remember in a minute.
I 100% agree. I have no other point. I'm left speechless because it's so true, so honest.
arguments that or you know, these ideas were given like that there could be different alternate universes, multi-universes, or even civilizations, galaxies. You know what I mean? Like we can't be the only ones. I mean, I think you know it's where those spiritual powers are coming from. You know, I think they're just trying to like manifest them into our reality this way, like on a massive scale, on a, I almost say
Yeah,
global
it's really
scale.
bizarre. It's just like what it says it is. You know, it seems to be just like other people say it is. You know that you know these people are philosophical like agents that are controlling. Like there's people out there that are trying to control the philosophical narrative because as if their life depended on it. But the problem is, like, I don't know, man. Listen, this has been coming up in my mind a lot lately.
Like,
I
here's
think
what
there
happens
was.
a lot with the Globers that come in here is they do what you do not do. The first thing you learn in martial arts is to not underestimate your opponent. That's one thing that's very hazardous to do. You don't
Hey,
underestimate your
no, they're not
right?
underestimating you. Hey, let me no, they're gaslighting you. They're literally
Therefore,
they're
if they're gaslighting, then they are underestimating because they're not realizing that we can spot the narcissism. Boom, gotcha. Like
true.
they don't understand, man. They're not even in the right. They're not even in the right room, man. They're like so off base.
Very true.
They don't even know what they're fighting for.
Okay. Well, like let's talk about the Kabbalah and what the hell is it doing in science? Can we talk about that? What do they mean that the Kabbalah could be the new science, or what the hell was Michio Kaku talking about? Anybody here ever read
Talking
the
about
Kabbalah?
some of the gnosis that was revealed by black magic, fallen angel inspiration, essentially.
It's source.
Basically communing with, some sort of spirit entity to get the rest of your science and, some sort of altered state or something like that.
Yeah. So they have to go to the other side, saying their other side. What their side is sorcery. We all know this.
Okay.
Sorcery.
I call it
So
lore.
what do people mean by science? What do people mean by scientifically proven,
They
or
think
not
broad
science?
brushstrokes and the scientific method of making a really good pot in pottery class. That's like
Gnosis
that's what they think science is. It's a very
is,
broad term. They don't look at it. They don't understand that the definition of pseudoscience refutes that. It's like you can use a colloquial term all you want, but what
we have to
science
kind of,
is the scientific method when we're talking about what's naturally and physically observed in reality. That automatically falls under, scientific method,
we're basically talking
natural
about knowledge
science.
through we're talking about knowledge through possession, where this entity shares whatever it knows with you, versus non possession gnosis, where you don't necessarily need to invoke an entity or something like that to test the theory. So we're talking about gnosis through possession, magic, stuff like that,
Yeah,
versus something that's a
deductive
bit more
versus
empirical, without the possession aspect,
Like
altered
like
state
John
aspect
D,
of it.
like
Yeah.
John D and Edward Kelly. Is that gnosis possession? Like
no, like
Some
fill
sort
me
of
in,
foreign
John D.
entity revealing its
Kelly.
knowledge to you, that sort of thing. Yeah.
What I keep bringing up to people is like I'm a fan of Gus Grissom, who hung lemon on the lander
Yeah.
test facility. He's my hero. Gus
Why is
Grissom.
I know
Gus
why?
Grissom is the real one. Neil Armstrong is a little liar. He's a liar fake. He's a
Yeah.
fraud. Gus
Why
Grissom
isn't
gets all the glory
there a national holiday for Gus Grissom? Why not?
because Gus Grissom gets all the glory. He hung the lemon. So the lemon and the Gus Grissom hashtag goes out to all my fam. All those ones that want to tell me about celestial navigation, you Navy ones. This Navy guy, he's like, I've been doing celestial. I hold my hand out and I can establish horizontal. And the GP meets the ground on the horizontal and he doesn't understand where there's a problem. He doesn't get it.
That's strange. Very odd.
He told me this. He's like, you don't need the ground, but you are finding the ground position, and I'll hold my hand outright from my relative vertical, and I have a horizontal, and that GP is on that horizontal, and that horizontal is on the ground position, and no problem with the globe. Doesn't get it. Doesn't understand at all.
So
People
we're
keep
talking
asking
about
me
two
for a
forms of
model.
science here.
Your
One that
globe
is from
cult is
frankly
based on
demonic,
my model.
frankly demonic gnosis, and another one that's a little less demonic. You just have these scientific, theories that you test without all the demonic aspect of it for the magic and stuff.
So everybody
True.
remember this. January 27th, 1960. So January 27th should be Gus Grissom Day, 1967. But it's not. I remember. I know where I lived when that event happened. I lived in St. Louis, almost right across the street, a couple blocks away from McDonnell Douglas headquarters. I used to see them rolling those things around in F-4 Phantom jets when I was a little kid, 9, 10 years old. Whatever else McDonnell Douglas made, there was some kind of capsules. I don't know if those are Mercury capsules or if they were Apollo capsules, but I remember seeing those things. Something. Fake space devices.
Yeah, Gus Grissom's the real one. He said, this shit will never fly. Hung a lemon on it.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, boom. Things happen.
He was complaining about, well, he was only about one of like 8 or something like that of however many Apollo. 8 of them died mysteriously. 8 Apollo astronauts died mysteriously. One of them got hit by a car, got stuck on a railroad track, got hit by a NASA-owned train. No shit, you can't make this shit up. It's amazing.
I mean, that just with the whole claymation Gemini mission, so makes for the good movie.
We're dealing with powerful Masonic Enochian magic. Who knows what demons they have at their beck and call on the more dark occultic part of science.
Yeah, but we empower love, and this is all
The
the
blood
good
of
here.
Jesus
So
Christ
nobody should be
that
getting
you
worked
will.
up and inviting demons over into their shit. Look at that Jerry Marzinski stuff. Engineering Mental Sanity by Jerry Marzinski. If you're into that. But
When signs
we're
of the
doing only
cultists
good
emerge,
stuff.
you're
We're
going to
having a
need
good
the
time.
blood of Jesus Christ.
How do people know
Thank you, Jesus
they're
Christ, for sure.
how do people know they don't have any demons in them? People don't even know they don't live on a
No,
ball.
they do. And the way they know
don't.
is when they're faced with Christ's spirit.
People don't know that they're on a ball, right? How can they know? They think Christmas is Jesus' birthday. They go to
Well,
the church
you have
on Sunday. They go to church on the Sunday, right? And they party on the Sabbath on Saturday and Friday. So how do people
this.
know? How
This
can
is
people know that?
sort of my process. You have to bring people down out back into reality and be like, hey, you wake up every day. Wake up, you put your shoes on. Remind them of very basic things that just come to them, okay? Here, you live in, and then you remind them,
You live in a
you
row.
think you're spinning at the speed of sound, you think that you're in a violation of thermodynamics, you think the differential is exponential, and yada yada yada.
Well, just like their idea, just like how their idea of God comes from the Vatican or the Catholics, right? They created all these denominations. So is their idea of the ball. So there's this faith that's already, you know what I mean? It comes before logic and because faith.
Absolutely, yeah. It's complete. It's made it. What was it? And Dimitri,
Antoine
Jesuit
LaVey.
prince. No, I know. No, that's later. But Dimitri, he was a Jesuit priest. Came up with their cosmic egg. And so everybody has a creation story. It's just if you believe your creation story is like some really dumb, degenerative bullshit, then you do that thing. But then you think clearly there's obviously evidence of the miraculousness that we're here. you do something more intelligent and better, and because it's it's a more positive message at the end of the day. Like for it, like a lot of people are like, always talk about flat Earth. I think it's the only positive message left to spread. And you know, why do I do it? I find it immensely enjoyable. I'm just constantly learning. Oh, this guy said some constantly consuming information rather than consuming, you know,
garbage.
frivolous things. You know, passing things. This is knowledge. Or it's not even. It just becomes entertainment. You know, like. But I was always the nerd that was sitting there watching Star Wars and Ancient Aliens and
Nerd.
you know, there's stuff before that, right? You know,
Exactly.
the regular space stuff before. I loved the shit. I wanted to be Neil deGrasse Tyson.
All of that stupid History Channel bullshit, like all the ancients, yeah, all the ancient
Dude,
aliens, yes, all of that crap.
I could recite it all. Dude, like,
and then it was the last shoe to drop was like the freaking Sumerians with Zacharias Sitchins.
yeah, Zach
Them was like,
Sitch.
oh my god, the
It's just Zach
Nibiru, like, whoa, it's gonna come back around, like, freaking what the
Yeah,
hell?
dude, and the glass crystals hidden in the pictures, guy, Graham, you know, a lot of those old guys on tour still go around. But I just loved it. And it was like, but I loved it like I love, you know, like some people would love wrestling. It was just my conspiracy nerd shit. You know, it's like I know a little bit more than these peons around me, and you know, who would have known? It's like more interesting to be anti sci-fi than it is to be sci-fi. Sci-fi, it's like, wow, like you're a little bit off, dude. You're identifying with cartoons, or it's like, what are you going to blame me for being too empirical, too deductive?
Yeah.
Well,
Too
the thing is, you
scientific?
get more
What
tools of
is the
discernment
lemon?
by dissenting from the common orthodoxy because we're going to need tools to see whether they're lying to us or not. And you only get that by seeing both sides, the true and the not so true, to develop tools of discernment. So you get a bit more tools in your toolbox to figure out whether they're lying to us or not when you look at the dissenting opinion, at the very least, whether you believe in it or not. It's like figuring out which bill is a counterfeit $20 bill. You have to have the real to know the fake, and you need to see how they try to fake the real to have the
Gotta have the light.
what
Gotta
is
have that work.
fake. It's the same thing with science.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I was trying to explain astrology. Like, it's like, because they just look at it as this superficial thing where girls are saying, oh, like, Scorpio would do this, blah, blah, you know. But it's actually just pattern recognition of the celestial movement, you know,
And
movement.
horoscopes are also developed based off of tarot card reading. So there is a bit more of an
Yes.
occultic aspect with that horoscope stuff. You know, some of them
So
are.
they introduced that, just like they introduced cosmology, just like they introduced astrophysics, contradiction in terms, implied bias, you know. So you have the cards introduced, and all astrology was is here's pattern recognition. So people always say, I have predictability. No, you have post-dictability. You have pattern recognition based on experience from the past. You can't do a three-body problem, gravitation and tensor calculus to solve for tidal locking, for tides, for any of that. You can't prove deep into your premise that's already a fallacy. You have no way of validating any these just so stories, these begging the question fallacies.
Yep, you'll be having to listen to us for the next 100 years, shove you back into your globe-shaped box.
Is it a box? If it's a globe shape?
I don't know, I just made that up. It was kind of a reference to a Nirvana song.
Cool, sir.
I've been stuck for weeks in you. Never mind.
Never mind.
Because I don't remember.
Died
In
quick,
your
like Kurt Cobain.
heart-shaped box. Well, she had a heart-shaped box one. The Globers could have a box-shaped globe. Fuck, I don't know.
And
Sure.
I've been drinking. It's for the celestial navigation triangle and horizontal. It's Archangel, Archangel, will you be mine? By the Penguins. Look it up.
Oh, are you kidding me? I could play that right now. I could even recite the chords to you, actually, if you want.
Because our model, the celestial model, and it comports with the reality. And so the Globers wanting to figure out how they can get a curved adjacent,
Curved
angle
adjacent.
measurement from a curved adjacent.
Curved
So they're like,
adjacent.
Archangel,
Will you be
Archangel.
mine?
Angle them. Will you be mine?
I dream about curved adjacent.
Can you guys
all
stop
the
singing like girls? Like, what's up with all these falsettos? Jeez Louise.
You don't have to sing it, man.
Archangel, Archangel, will you be mine?
Shoop doo 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 doo.
The arch angle. Get it? Because the arch is curved?
Yeah, the Archangel. Yeah. That the globe is derived from a flat
I guess
plane.
arc works too.
Not Kirk Angle.
Not elevation angle. Arch angle.
Curved angle.
Archangel, will you be mine?
Horizontal.
Horizontal. Like, yeah, they lose sight of what the argument is. Like, because this kid was literally like, "You forgot what the argument was." I was like, "No, like this Navy captain Glober literally just said, just hold your hand out. And there's horizontal, and the GP meets the ground at horizontal." And I was like, "What more do I need to say? Archangel, Archangel, will you be mine?"
Well, with a voice like that.
You're welcome.
We happen to see you none of the time. We don't
Yeah, I
speak.
was like, is a GP a GP if no one's there to be under the zenith?
Well, it's the difference between empirical versus non-empirical sciences. If you have some sort of fallen angel demon giving you gnosis, nothing
No,
you
it's
say
the
really needs
difference
to
of
be
a
interpreted like that. You're seeing
geographic
with your
position
eyes
Hey,
and
you
a
didn't have to
ground
interrupt.
position.
the way
That
that
was
they
the joke.
see. And so it's empirical if you actually saw it and actually, did the theory with your own senses. So we're dealing with empirical science, which is actually verified by our senses, at least on some level, versus non-empirical spiritual gnosis from some demon from hell or something like that, giving you its way of looking at things. So it's empirical sciences versus non-empirical sciences when it gets down to it.
That's why the 50s
I am a meat
parody
popsicle.
matches so well. The comedy in the 50s parody, along with that nonsense, is just grand.
Oh yeah, we're just having fun with thoughts and semantics, like what really, if you want to take the word of people that have taken DMT, like what really, really, really is. I mean,
how was this revealed to you? Was it God?
about it. I'll
Was
pull
it
my
a demon from
out.
hell? Did you actually see this? How did you come to know this? Is this faith? Did you experience it? Is it a combination of the two? How did you come to know this?
Have you ever seen the Northern Light? I really want. I want to go do that at least. You know, I'm not going to the North Pole to visit Santa. I at least want to see the Northern goddamn lights. These photons, right? They're like photons.
So if I'm surfing a wave, am I surfing a photon? Oh no, I gotta be under the
It's
photon.
photons and yeah. Wow. Good question. Good question.
Let's say this is the photon. You mean the top of the wave? No, the photon of the wave.
Dude, at the photon of the wave. That'll be good. I mean, I've seen the tray. Got to do the infinite, you know? What would that just be, a dolphin? You know? Terms already are made.
Okay, now
People
here you go.
understand
Eat your heart out.
words.
Eat your heart out, Glover. So you guys can sing along, make up your own words to the 50s parody. There we go. Thought you were gonna sing.
Alright, I got you on the next one.
Archangel, Archangel.
You said it was there. Why is it so hard to find your geometric horizon? There's nowhere to see. We could establish horizontal from your vertical ground position of a celestial. You see from the horizon. Wipe your eyes. It's in the sky. That ground position is actually a position on the ground. Archangel, Archangel, will you be mine? Archangel, will you be mine? Came through the earth. The horizontal didn't meet the physical earth at 90 degrees. It was a miracle. Archangel, Archangel, will you be my? I hold my arm and find the horizontal position on the goddamn ground. Horizontal Earth. You give us the label of flat Earth because it's easy for you to consume and your limited cognitive capacity. How you like them fancy little chords, eh?
Hey,
Pretty
that
fun.
was fantastic, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for humoring my. I mean, it was the band's name was The Penguin, Earth Angle, and then Archangel plays so well. So this was a remix of Angel by the Penguins, in case anybody was wondering. Horizontal is found flat. Your relativistic mind, inductive reasoning, doesn't understand that. Juxtaposition, reality. Can we be friends? Please. Hold your hand out flat and find that horizontal, because that's where it's at. And that's just a matter of fact. It's the middle of the waking day of reality. Why are you telling me about the dream things? You want to know what the proof that you have a delusion? Wake up every day in your life and there's no illusion. You're not spinning at the speed of sound. You're not in a thermodynamic entropy, natural law violation. You're not walking across a curve unless you're doing what you're supposed to do. You have no for your delusion, let alone a claim. You wouldn't know that red nose from your face from the scientific method, you clown. Eric Dubay talked about it a lot. Rest in peace when they featured him as the main star of Strangers 4. Can we talk about how Eric Dubay is the villain of Stranger Things? We're just going Crystal Castles here. Eric Dubay is the main villain of Stranger Things. You simple-minded peon. Light isn't a wave. Light is a probability. Einstein also discovered the photoelectric effect. Get real dirty and nasty with it. The photoelectric effect. Einstein's as like it's like baby. And they debunk themselves.
That's pretty dramatic, huh?
It's so hilarious.
Yo, Emo Bella. How you doing, my G?
We need Isa. if it was if the sunrise was geometric, that would mean that you would see the sun only 6 miles of your sunbathing day. Let's say you go out to the sun, so the sun would disappear in 6 miles, but then that would mean that you're the diameter of that sun, and so it would be appearing behind you. Only 6 miles you at the beach, and diffraction means deviated from straight. So, like, if you're trying to say that if you hold your hand out straight and you don't need the earth, and you don't need the earth while you're standing on earth trying to figure out your geographical position, you're trying to hold your hand out and say that, yes, we understand what vertical is, we understand what horizontal is, we understand the relationship of angle. The earth would be flat. It would be flat. Demonstrably flat. Ed Glover wants to ask models, draw models based on my model. So model can not the way of a clown's head.
What do you think about that little style of my own?
I think it sounded like a
I
rambling
went into
fucking
that
noise.
straight
If I'm
up.
honest, one of you was talking. One of you was talking. Excuse me. One of you was talking, sounding like you're drunk, rambling, while you're playing guitar, Sonny, like it's your own personal stage. Personally, that's what I think, mate. This is a live stream for 24/7 Flat Earth, guys. What the fuck's going on?
It was only on for a couple of minutes anyway.
Yeah, right. Like the last 2 hours. Cheers.
No,
Thanks. You make us sound great, guys. Thanks a lot. I'm out of this. Cheers.
Peace out.
Not even, man. Only when I started
Actual flat Earth evidence.
Only when I was doing the C to A minor to F to G part. That was only just a few minutes ago. Before that, I was riding
Dude
my
said
bike. For God's
dude said
sake.
3 hours. 10 minutes.
God, discrimination against musicians. Gee whiz, I've lived with it my whole life. So,
I will actually say it was a bit much with the quote unquote singing, but I mean, I don't think that was an appropriate response. I think you did good, young Sonny.
oh, thank you so much. I didn't. Yeah, I'll leave. Enough said.
Yeah, I don't think that was personal. He's just. I think he's just
It's
talking
a
about.
personal preference thing.
I think he was talking about us not talking about flat Earth.
Well, he wasn't talking about flat Earth, so.
It was a demonstration that the Doppler effect, that Earth is stationary, proving that the Doppler effect is not happening, which would be if we're moving. So yes, there you go.
Into the break. Are you like speaking or like have you got an open mic or you asleep? I'm confused.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me right?
No, it's not that. It's just Chris M written the live stream. Can you mute? I don't know if you were feedbacking at some point. It might have even been me.
Was I leaving feedback? Okay.
It
Yeah.
might have been me at one point because another mod muted me as well, and I noticed you were muted then. So I'm just.
No, I think it's good. I think you're good. I respect you immensely. So no problem here. My bad.
Well, this is what he wanted. This is great.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Oh boy, we. That's great. What should we talk about? Some kind of rock and roll.
The angle elevation. Let's talk about the angle of elevation. Navy captain told me that, and then it's just very sad. But he's like, so I can just hold my hand out like from my vertical and just hold my hand out. Boom. Don't even need a bubble section. Don't need anything.
Right.
Just hold your hand out because you know what vertical is. Like you're not stupid. You know what vertical is. Hold your hand out, and then the GP is on that horizontal. And then I gave him a definition of what horizontal was, which is very interesting because it's parallel at right angles from the horizon. It's like literally in the definition of what a horizontal is. And then he doesn't know where the problem is. It's like, so the GP is on the surface of Earth at that horizontal, has no, just, he doesn't, it, and I'm like, please
They don't
get
get
this
it.
on Instagram. I'm like,
It's
please do the better post. I'm teasing him into doing a better post.
It's the strangest thing you ever saw in your
So
life. Yeah.
pathetic from
Like,
these globalists.
listen, if I was on the West Coast pointing to the northwest, here on the West Coast, here in California, if I was pointing to the northeast, oh shit, I keep saying it wrong, to northwest, and Jin was in Japan pointing to the southeast, pointing towards each other with our arms pointed out at the seashore, we would actually be pointed to each other at that level. We'd be pointed at the same level, or at least parallel. If the sea level were slightly off, like a foot or two because of tides or whatever, you're still pointing at the same level. So people don't get the simple fact of Earth's nature that all water is level. That's how we travel.
Their point, his point is that you don't need the horizon. So when it's like a degree from the horizon that you see, their argument is that there's infinite horizontals, but then the GPs wouldn't match up. So they're stuck in this perpetual Haversine paradox
And you
of
know what?
reality versus you take an angle, and there's no curved adjacent. They keep being like, there's no. Why would you want a curved adjacent? Like, what are you talking about a curved adjacent? I was like, no, you believe curved adjacent is what we're looking at. You know, that's all.
They don't
That's where it
understand.
should
Listen,
end.
they don't understand. They do not understand it at all. What the purpose of a sextant is, they still don't. Even when you explain it, they don't understand. They keep going to the sky. They've never been on a boat navigating before with a sextant. They don't know what the purpose is. That's the biggest. That's one of the biggest glaring.
Well, they know what the purpose is. This is a lie that they just. It's like, how can you believe blatant lies? Like, you are looking at a star. The angle measurement is from the horizontal, established with your hand outstretched.
Listen, and
You
this
don't
argument.
need anything fantastic.
Have you used a sextant out at sea before into the break?
Yes, I have. Yes, I've been on people's boats where they've showed me that. Yeah, like one of my, because I lived in Los Angeles and one of my good friends was doing a little boat thing, had a boat thing going, you know.
In the marina, exactly. So
And
what? You
I
know
was
what the
like,
biggest? You know what
yeah.
the
So,
major?
but I, for the longest time,
Hold
I've
on
been
a
talking about
second.
how the
God,
sextant.
hold on. Into the break, 1 second. I just want to tell you one thing. Just a moment. I was going to tell you the most glaring thing about that whole process of what you're doing, traveling, navigating across the flat oceans, the level oceans, is that the azimuths and the angles to those stars or the wanderers or the stars are in books, the almanacs. That's in ink. That's not adjustable. They don't get that at all. That like, think about that fact that those are in written. You look those things
That
up to find
post
out where
diction
you
passed
are
down
from the
from generation millennia, this post diction like understanding of where celestials are going to be in position from a planar surface yeah, no, they always go back to the, because they're like, okay, well, you can find your latitude, but, or you can find your longitude, but to find your latitude you need the sun going around in circles or whatever they say.
Yeah,
And
you
it's
need an
like,
accurate
you were
clock.
you admitted yourself you're taking a horizontal, literally you can just take it by holding your hand outstretched, like it's like you can get more and more precise with your calculation
Well,
after
listen,
that.
you could travel across the Earth like with Polaris at your right side, pretty much. You could just
Yeah,
travel across.
yeah,
Yeah, you could just travel.
that's when people bring up the SCP. Then I bring up, well, it's no NCP, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because the celestial pole is seen that, you know.
So listen. I live right by the harbor here in San Diego, and I rode by the harbor all the time, and there are literally hundreds of boats just sitting there not being attended to. And a lot of these boats could be just salvaged, and like next year would be some time. Like here's the thing: if we had a co-op of people that could do this thing locally here in Southern California, and I know several already that would pitch in and do this, and I would myself, because if you could get some kind of a sailboat and just do flat Earth like charters over to Catalina, over to freaking the Channel Islands, to the Santa Barbara Channel, where the freaking oil rigs are. You could do like observations all day long and skin dive or scuba dive and eat fish and do observations all day. Like, what do you think of that? I know that's a pie in the sky. People are rather going, "What the fuck, Sonny?" It's just
No, that sounds good. I mean, it is right there where they did those observations. That sounds fantastic.
And like this time of year is such a beautiful time of year, man. The water is so freaking clean right now. It's amazing. Like it's just great. Anyway, yeah, I haven't been sailing in a really long time, and like it's kind of torturous because I'm like, I think I can handle it still, but I don't know for how long. Like my sea legs, I don't know. I'm having an easier time riding my bicycle now than walking. Like I've been having difficulty walking because of this pain I have in my hip. I don't notice when I'm riding, but afterwards I notice it. But anyway.
Yeah, that's funny. They'll like use flat Earth maps and then say that, oh, where's your model? And it's like, your model is literally based on the angle measurements.
Yeah, so like
So your model is my model.
I wanted to break it down because see, here's your tools. You're on board your boat, your ship, your yacht, whatever, your sailboat, whatever. Sailboats are the way to go. Fuck that petroleum shit. Anyway, you're at the nav table. That's a flat table. You have nav charts are all rolled up in tubes, and you spread them out, and they're on a flat navigation table. You got your light there, right? So you got your tools. You have a compass that you can use on the gauge down on the map. It's been so long, man. I'll sound like an idiot.
Dude, the bet that they want to have going is like, oh, like it's like, I'll just same shit, and I'll be like,
Here's
you used our navigation technique.
Here's where you start. You're just like you're on this thing. You headed from the shore from the harbor at a known cardinal direction on the compass. So you're headed in this compass direction, and you're going at a known speed. So you keep track of your speed. I'm going 6 knots. Okay, great. Okay, so then things happen. So then you go, okay, I had to take a 25 degree right, like lee. I had to go off the wind, so I had to go 20 degrees to the right. So you have to keep track of this. So you're zigzagging along, and you're using your compass to like inch your way along and draw lines. You have a parallel rule, and that thing you can inch along over to your place so it's parallel with your cardinal direction. You get this? See? And then this is all done on flat. And so like then all of a sudden, let's say some fog comes over. So you're on your dead reckoning. You're going along this line. It's not like you're just out there randomly willy-nilly. You've tracked your location from shore and everything to the best of your ability. Now when you lose sight of shore, you did the best you could. So at your last known location of some distant, maybe another buoy that has a light on it near another harbor upshore from you or something. So if you knew what angle that was, then okay, you're traveling along, and then you just use the flat chart, and it will tell you other landmarks, right? So then you can triangulate your thing. Oh, I need to go more west to avoid rocks on this point sticking out. So you go west according to your chart to avoid those using your motor or sail or whatever you're doing. And then like once shore comes into view again, you try to identify, and I'm speaking of at nighttime actually is my, this is what I'm talking, how you do coastal navigation at night. Sometimes you lose sight of shore. So then once you spot the next landmark on shore, you can triangulate your way up the shore very accurately. You do this on a flat chart. That's why it's so accurate. This is what's done most often when you're near shore. You're doing coastal triangulation of known landmarks that are on the charts that are flat, and you're triangulating your way up the coast. You can do this night or day if you can see the shore or not. You can use other means that are you're only able to use on a flat plane, such as a radio direction finder. This is a little unit about 1.5 feet square that sets up on the deck, and you level it out with a bubble, and it has a thing on the top that rotates in 360 degrees, and it picks up radio signals like beacons that are on jetties, the end of jetties to beacons, so sailors don't run into them. So this thing, and you can triangulate your way in the fog back into the harbor without even seeing, just by using the triangulation of a radio direction finder. So this can only be done on a flat plane. All these things I just mentioned did not even mention the sextant, but it's the same method. Difference being the landmarks.
Well, they didn't mention the medium in which they propagate, and I guess that's everybody's like, disappointment or whatever.
Let me just finish this part. Let me just finish this part. So the landmarks would be like the solid things, whereas the solid things that are always in the same place that they're using to celestial navigate are the stars themselves that are in the the nautical almanacs that you look, that's printed in ink for the locations of those particular luminaries. I hope everybody got that.
So that is the history of the theodolite and understanding like a star traversy is like that's the real interesting thing that I've been looking for and I haven't been able to find is the history of the almanac, the manual.
Well, yeah, those are known locations.
That's sort of one of those passed down.
They're the known locations of those stars, those angles at that particular moment in time. They are over a certain place geographically where you are. That reoccurs every year at the same place, over the same place every year. So that's why they're printed with ink. So think about that. That kills the globe right there, that they're printed in ink. Just that kills the globe. Dead in the water.
True.
Yeah. So, like, all of that, my whole discussion was only about navigation on boats. Mostly about coastal navigation, triangulation of known landmarks on shores, or it could be buoys out at sea, or even known, or ships even, if you have some kind of a ship tracking thing. These days, got everything. You probably could get internet out there and find out where ships are and just triangulate your way to the next ship. Go, oh, well, it's not that one then. Like that. We didn't have any of that stuff, man. When I was out there sailing to
Yeah,
Martinique.
they say that there's satellite antenna in your phone, even your regular phones. They speak to satellites.
Yeah, did you know there's buoys that are satellites that are floating out at sea?
It just seems so weird that somebody would go out there with claim that they make those things to come troll me. You know, when I'm like commenting on some regular shit with a regular ass comment, and then they come say, actually, I make this goon shit. And it's like, are you serious, dude? Step behind all the fucking astrophysicists and rocket scientists that are already in line to fucking talk to me, bro. Like, hell are you? Like, it's goonish at this point.
Yeah, doing something natural seems
Yeah,
unnatural.
like it's not the natural phenomenon of a shoe. We're not going to discuss this any longer because it's just making it everybody less cognitively capable to even consider that such asininity is relative to anybody's personability. So, you know, everybody, we all have our fun, but it's like, god dang, don't you realize some shit after a minute, you know?
What exactly are you two talking about? I missed the end. I
Well, it
missed all of
started
that. I
about
come
the
in and then
photoelectric effect.
huh?
I
Go
think I
ahead.
lost the plot.
It started about the photoelectric effect and whether a photon of light, a positively charged ion from a certain metallic material, was actually light or was it just emitting light? The conclusion, I guess, was that it's emitting light and it's a fallacy, it's a begging of the question. So basically, quantum mechanics is debunked. So I really don't know what to do.
You should talk to QE about it.
Well, this is the stir of the pot, you know, than it is specific targets.
Are you actually on about the quantum eraser?
No, I'm on
No.
about it brings up it just makes a mockery. So just here to bring it up. People like to forget the paradox. What ZZ Sachs? Here, I got a list of paradox. You want me to list them out? Let's just start with QE. Let's start with day one. Photoelectric effect. Planck's constant. Let's start with that. What is work? What do you identify as work? Is there cold work? Is there hot work? it just becomes so hilarious of a joke. Like people, you're a flat earther, you're a flat earther, you're a flat earther. No, I just like a good humor, and you know, your fairy tale, bedtime stories, you know, are funny to me. Why are you mad? Why are you upset? If you're upset, you need to touch grass. If you're
Yeah,
upset, you
true.
need
The Globe bedtime stories. They're like it's like the Globe comfort blanket. It really is. It's getting ridiculous.
grass. Get in touch with the natural blanket, you know? Touch grass. Feel good about yourself, you know? Don't let anybody gaslight you. Because that's their alma mater, is the gaslight, which isn't even a psychological it's not a psychological diagnosis. It's just a movie. Guess, just a movie. A Hollywood principle. Like, don't lie to people. Like, you hold your hand, you establish horizontal in the ground position of the star that the star is horizontal to. Guess what? It's on the horizontal ground plane. It's obvious. That's 1,000 miles. You see far past the horizon. Yes, of course, you don't need your perspective to establish the horizontal. This is how eyes work. This is how every observation in reality is ever made. It's not made from the side of your head, retards. It's made from first person perspective. That's every day that you wake up in your life, not spinning at the speed of sound. And angles derive your little glob cult. I refuse to say globe anymore because glob is basically the same thing. Like if you look up the definition, and so it's a glob cult. You have a little glob cult. Trillion, all clown. They're not here. They fucking crumble to me. They're pathetic. They're weak. This isn't about ego. This is about your ego and how I devour. I enjoy it because I am the personification of everything that you hold unholy. I am there just to put it in your face and say that you're know nothing. That's all I am. It's as much your psychosis
real contrarian
as
for
it
truth.
is my psychosis, because I believe that is correct. I believe that the scientific method is correct. I have faith in them. I have faith that something valid is valid. It's real. It comports with reality. And the problem with everything is they have feelings. Oh, but it would really hurt a lot of people's feelings if, the fucking support beam wasn't there. So we're just gonna have to get rid of the support beam. And this is a problem. This is the conundrum. That's why the globe has thousands of holes. I mean, dark, as dark as they get, you know? Flat Earth is for light.
Like a big black hole, right?
Like, no, dark, bro. Just dark, like goth. Fuck, bro.
Like black.
Like, no, bro. Not even cool, like goth darkness. Like, oh, I'm gonna inject fucking this into your eyeballs, bro. Like, no, that's. And it's like, I'm literally just a baby. Please don't do this shit to me. And then, like, they have the fucking stellarium going. This is And this is where everybody is like, I remember there's balls floating above my head when I was a teeny baby. First memory. That's weird. Why would they do that? It's just strange. It's strange when you start psychologically looking, and it's like, yeah, psychologically look at me. Like, why would I question movies and theatrics? Why would I question when they do a bad job of acting? Why would I question when they do a bad job of CGI? So basically, I'm in the cult of like questioning bad CGI, while other people get to enjoy the indulgence of, oh yeah, I love the Skittles just showed me they went to the moon. Skittles, and they're eating, they get to enjoy that, and so fun. Talk to your friends. Oh, it's so fun. So fun and positive. It's so fun and positive. Oh, we had Skittles and we went to the moon, and now we're coming here to fucking break our faces off on fucking rails or whatever they're fucking saying. You know what I mean? The delusion stops when you want it to. This is why I'm a big fan of everybody needs to take responsibility from themselves. Your responsibility comes from yourself. This is that motivational speak. You are much better than the garbage. Nobody's talking. I want to talk about these things. I'm garbage. Rah! I don't want to be a social media influencer. It's not me. I'm not a TikToker. I just like to talk about these subjects. Drink alcohol. That's what I want to do. So are you still there?
1, 2, 3, 4. I told you so. I told you.
I'd go to Earth in a nanosecond.
I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. Yeah, I told you so. Yeah. But you didn't listen. I told you so. I told you so.
Oh, I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. But we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back. Now we just wait for the machine to go chugga chugga and make us a nice cup of coffee.
Delano wanna beat the mate tomato with. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. I'ma tell y'all motherfuckers that the earth is flat. It ain't no motherfucking ball. How the fuck you believe that? NASA ain't some bitches, they ain't go to the moon. Near the grass and you a bitch just like Winnie the Pooh. Bill not a science guy, bitch, fuck you too. The earth flatter than the water at the top of a pool. The earth stationary, bitch, that mean it don't move. In the flat earth wins, the globalists lose. NASA in the Hebrew means lie and deceiver. I'm trying to tell the truth to you brainwash people. Do you feel like you're moving? Do you see a fucking curve? But when you touch fire, don't that shit burn? Cause you feel it. All you globalists some bitches, we just telling you the truth. Flat earthers, we the realest. And we get laughed at cause we ain't stupid like you niggas. The government pimps and y'all suck they penis. The sun not 3 million miles away. Get the fuck out of here. I see that bitch every day. It's inside the fucking firmament, the way it's in the Bible. You hate me, I don't give a fuck, you my rival. Rainbows prove it's a dome, bitch. Sundogs prove it's a dome, bitch. The sun and the moon in the dome, bitch. In this water, a butterfucking dome, bitch. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. Scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. Scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my.
Hello, it's me. Uh-huh. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? May I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary like me coincide with space warp. Act astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies life on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and power like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Good evening.
Good evening. What we got? Are we live?
That was a dope track.
Yes, we are. Okay. What's that?
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square, question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level? All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
We co-play their points.
Yeah, true level.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into map, there's certain things where you can make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal cash curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Shush. Morty. You go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy can win. That's a glove.
Yeah, it does. I agree, it's equal. Get it?
Level now.
Blood.
In charge of what I remember. Good question.
That's blood.
Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into maths, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Person to think.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. Right.
Okay, so I'm
going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree. Level's horizontal. All right, good
Sweet.
night.
True level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain to you the definition of illegitimate. Being against or not in accordance with established rules and standards, incorrectly decided against or breaking the law, born out of wedlock, the bastard, persons born to unmarried parents. That's me. When it comes to this rap, nothing appears between us. Chewing gum when I rap, pure lyrical genius. You come when I ask, thanks to my miracle penis. Always up to the task of severe and Venus. You hear what I'm saying? You adhere to my language? Allow me to entertain where your brain is. No need hitting the main vein, don't need no drainage. Bitch, I'm so insane, I need a lyrical chamber. Insane asylums wildin' out with lyrical gangsters. Serial killer, going for that spherical strangle. I adhere for no man, I got some serious anger. Making jokes till the day they place them blankets over my face so I can face my maker. I can almost taste death, do a taste test later. Mandela effect, man, that ain't Darth Vader. Skeleton collections, collecting our data. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best today. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. Lit up a cigarette and went on a killing spree. These freaking idiots, yo, I'ma start spilling the beans. It's ridiculous how much shit you're willing to eat. And willingly think that NASA is legit. 60 million a day, how much is actually spent? How much of what they say is actually scripted. Probably 99.9% kid. My mind is hell-bent on exposing the trick. More bubbles in space, yo, floating again. When they open up the hatch, yo, it blows in the wind. Congrats on every time you foiled a kid. Mightier than the sword I destroyed with a pen. It's one big game and we're all just toys to them. In sync on the block and Backstreet Boys to men. Paris Agreement, going green, soiling again. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best to date. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. You're such an idiot, but still, yo, I'm killing the beat. Please stand up and no one better be still in this seat. Except Steven, leave him alone, he's chilling the seat. How far am I willing to go? Are you willing to see? Chilling at the Goodwill, yo, when will I leave? When I'm good and ready, bitch, so kiss my feet. I'm illiterate, I don't mean that literally. I'm just a figment, shit, you wasn't meant to see. Got my pigment, this is what I'm meant to be. Branch Davidian, I'm in it, and we ain't too deep. I'm a degenerate, even more than Ellen and G. Hotter than ice, fire ain't chiller than me. Got a lot of advice, well, I'm still on my feet. You got a lot of advice, well, you're still on your feet. So many come and go, but I'm still in the sea. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best to date. Yo, so when they're still being discriminate and calling you illegitimate, just don't forget this shit. Remember, Fly Today was something that you witnessed, kid. Haha, you just got done witnessing this. Fly Today Saints, aka Flat Nasty. Haha. Peace.
Water, when unmanipulated, is to find its level. So whether you look at a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the ocean, it's flat. Of course, natural motion is not considered and doesn't equal a curve. We have 0 authentic pictures of the Earth and they're all composites, and NASA even admits that they Photoshop Earth images.
It is Photoshopped, but it's has to be.
On numerous occasions, NASA admits that we can't go beyond low Earth orbit, which is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away. The interesting thing is that the moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, which is a difference of 236,800 miles. No matter if you're on the ground, on top of a building, a mountain, a hot air balloon, an airplane, or looking at high-altitude amateur balloon footage, the horizon never fails to rise right to your eyes. Whether you are looking at Toronto's skyline from Niagara on the lake, 31 miles away, Chicago's skyline from Union Pier, 43 miles away, or even Oahu from Kauai, which is up to 108 miles away from center to center, or 73 miles away from the closest points. You will not see any curvature where it's supposed to be. According to the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, Oahu should not be visible whatsoever, but you can see the whole thing. In 1887, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley conducted what's known as the Michelson-Morley experiment. This experiment was to prove the speculated motion of the Earth around the Sun, and when it failed, Albert Einstein was forced to form the theory of relativity to overcome this problem. In fact, anytime mainstream science is faced with undesired results, they create a workaround, which isn't real science at all. The Sun is claimed to be 93 million miles away, with a radius of over 400,000 miles, but can easily be proven to be closer and smaller by tracing the crepuscular rays back to its origin in the sky. If the Sun were indeed 93 million miles away, it would simply be impossible to have angled sun rays as they all consistently come in straight. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line. But it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the sun and moon are visible above the horizon as they should the terrestrial plane. It's a common misconception that the shadow of the Earth causes moon phases. Even pastors and priests of the science religion readily admit this fact. The interesting thing about moon phases is that they are always the exact same 8 phases repeated. But if we were circling around the sun, these 8 phases would inevitably be reversed from the summer to winter seasons. I completely understand that the idea of a flattened stationary Earth seems ridiculous in many ways. That's only because we are taught the false globe model from the very first time that we enter the school classroom. Not to mention the first time we are introduced to the concept of a flat Earth, it's depicted as a highly laughable world where ships, boats, and water would run off at the edge. So I do get it, but it's all part of the deception. I've spent 30 years of my life believing that we were on a spinning globe. It wasn't until I unbiasedly and scientifically investigated the flat Earth claims that I started to realize that there is more to this theory than I originally gave it credit for. Now, after almost 2 years of research, I'm certain that the Earth is flat. We are told that the Earth spins at 1,040 miles per hour, while the Earth travels around the Sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the whole solar system is going inside the Milky Way galaxy at a speed of 490,000 miles per hour. And finally, the entire Milky Way galaxy is starting to infinite space at over 1 million miles per hour. Most people believe this, and yet every experiment ever conducted to prove even the simple spin of the Earth has failed. The same thing goes for curvature. It has never been proven, and the only time we see it is in movies, NASA CGI, or when we're looking through a distorted fisheye lens. With all that said, please continue to research critically and don't be afraid to ask reasonable questions and speak out.
Don't switch on my TV. It's all